skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Another day of the regional Dota 2 series here in Latin America, and it is our second iteration of this tournament. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and like always, Skips, we're gonna be going through 3 amazing best of twos today. But before we focus on all of the formalities, we haven't had a chance to cast for at least a couple of weeks, so how's it been going?
No, it's been pretty good. You know, T-Panda treats me well. He's a little more like a little stiff for a little more finish, you know, a little more formal. So I'm glad we get to hang loose again with each other right now.
He better treat you well, or we're gonna have a problem, me and him. Though me and Panda, we go way back, so everything is fine. Let's go into today's schedule to focus on the games that we have at hand. Midas Club are gonna be facing off versus Estar. Universitario are gonna be going up against Boom Esports, and then Boom are gonna be going versus Lava Kips. Boom definitely coming in as the favorites of those series, but let's focus on the first one. Bowie yesterday said that this is probably gonna be like the most fun series of the day. Do you agree in that assessment?
Absolutely, I am very ready for. I mean, listen, Estar Bax is an all-star roster that we've got here. We've got everybody that's anybody on the list. You got Parker, we got Dark Mago, very hyped to be casting a Dark Mago game. Illich has been around. Matthew doesn't need any introductions. Prada shouldn't either. This is a hype squad, and I'm very glad they've got themselves a sponsor to back them up as well.
I have a question, Kips. Can you read what the knuckle tattoo of Parker says?
Ooh, his knuckle tattoo. Not like this, but give me a minute with Photoshop and I'll crank that contrast up.
Yeah, we're gonna ask production if they could read that for us. But before we do, let's go into Midas Club. Let's look at their roster. Yesterday, I didn't get the chance because Midas Club played 2 series, and then production didn't want to let me see them. Like, they were, we've already went through them, Harry. No, we are not gonna be doing it again. So yeah, Costabile for the RFCR, RDO, and Hiko playing for Midas Club. So you know, when you say all-star roster, I feel like all-star rosters are present here.
Absolutely. I think, and this is I think most people will agree with me here. I think the pedigree of Estar Bax is a little higher, but Midas Club have that X factor with Astini at their backs. So as far as I'm concerned, this is as even as a matchup goes and as high quality as a matchup goes as we're going to get. In SA in general, as I said yesterday, these are the big names, these are the big guns. The only ones that are not here are heroic. Everybody else is in the club and we're about to party.
Yep, they're here, they're present, and they're ready for battle, and we are as well, of course. The Tiny is gonna get banned out. 4DR is not gonna be allowed to play that Kips, and to be honest, he shouldn't. He is he's kind of way too good on the hero, so we'll see what they go for. Midas Club have been playing a IO Marcy in the safe lane, in the off lane. They can do it wherever. Do you think that's something that you're gonna let through? Because I personally wouldn't.
That seems like something, yeah, exactly. Going to see a ban here already. Something that's not just like, okay, it's their specialty, but it's also something that just changes up the entire dynamic of the game that you're playing. And if you're not used to that, then this is absolutely no place to learn what it tastes like, because most likely it's going to taste like blood and teeth. So,
Yep, that is
out of the way.
that is very true, though. It did. Okay, IO did get banned out. Okay,
Yes.
so that's something. That's something, to be honest. That means that Marcy probably isn't going to be coming through. And, you know, interesting fact is that Costabile has like 28% win rate on the Marcy in his pubs, and they are still picking it for him and being very successful on it. But there is going to be an Enchantress. We're seeing quite a lot of it. Chen, usually banned, but even when he's not, I feel like teams here, they would rather play the Enchantress than the Chen.
Yeah, which is a little weird to me, but of course, if you're wanting to play an aggressive game, then the Enchantress is certainly better on like a individual level and on a laning level. Like, she deals damage, Chen is there to keep you alive, and it's the same for the overall gameplay, right? An Enchantress is going to aggressively provide you with forward momentum. The Chen is there to support the forward momentum that you have with everybody else.
Makes sense. So there is going to be a Doom coming out. A lot of the times, teams don't go for it, especially not in the first phase, and especially not when you ban the Wisp. You usually think, oh, well, there are not going to be any heals coming through. The Doom is pretty good versus this, and Midas Club have banned out the Doom quite a couple of times, picking up the Wisp themselves. This time around, Estar Backs, they banned the Wisp either way, and they pick up the Doom. How do you feel is the strength of the Doom at the moment overall?
I think I've seen Dooms mostly get away with their lanes recently, but I'm saying get away here because there have been one or two Dooms that have been completely shut out. And one of the risks of a Doom is that if you get too shut out, then you don't contribute anything else during the rest of the game. You don't have a big ult that you can throw in. There's no, I'm a center, at least I get the press R. Maybe you get a Doom off, but even that is usually they just die before that happens. So that lane needs to be secured. Not sure if it's going to be the Crystal Maiden doing that with him, but I could imagine these two together just absolutely shutting out a potential Enchantress safe lane. Maybe the CM will just follow wherever the Ench goes.
Yep, maybe that could be an approach. So CM comes out. It's, as you mentioned, it's mostly a 5, but can sometimes follow the Ench. Really, that level 2 enchant, you come up with a good creep. Let's say it's the Warpine Raider. It's impossible. There's nothing you can do against it. It just pushes you out of the lane. So I feel like having something to counter it is actually a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the CM safe lane and the Doom off lane, you're already going to have a weight of removing creeps on each lane. Unless, of course, you're gonna eat something different as a snack, and it's on CD.
Very true, very true. I don't know how Doom eats those creeps whole. He doesn't have that big of a mouth, right? So it's
maybe it's like a
that's
snake.
pretty weird.
Have you seen those egg eater snakes that just unhinge their jaw?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
he's like
I've seen them, and Otomo keeps telling me about oh, I'm driving home and there is a snake on the road, so I have to go around it because it's a freaking snake that is bigger than my car. Okay, now maybe I'm over exaggerating, but that's how I see it. So yeah, that's not a nightmare I want to live in, or whatever, as there will be a coddle coming out from Midas Club. We have seen core coddles, not too many support coddles, I have to say, and with the Clockwork coming out, it's probably now 100% going to be a mid lane coddle, something that 4DR plays. Not a lot of things to really give the chakra magic to, but you still have 2 of your cores to pick up.
Yeah, and of course, like a core coddle, on one hand, picking it up early is really easy because there's not a lot of lane counters. Like when's the last time you saw a Kotal in lane? You're like, oh man, he's going to never get any farm. That just doesn't happen. So your farm is always guaranteed. But on the other hand, you leave the window open for whatever the enemy laner is to just also get a lot of farm because you're not actually somebody who contests. You just shove it out and leave. So Estar backs do get an opening because of this to pick well. I've seen Pucks do really well. I've seen recently actually some Pangos do really well, surprisingly. There's a bunch of options here that you can go specifically because you know that mid matchup.
I love the Puck though. That looks pretty good. Ember
As well.
would be pretty solid. You don't have anything for them. I'm thinking if you go Puck or Ember, Midas Club are probably going to be thinking about something like a Faceless Void. But you could go Puck Faceless Void. Like, who the hell cares? Even though you do have the last pick, it would still be pretty decent. Though Estar backs there taking their time. They're going to go for a TA, which is still a good hero versus the Coddle. You don't care about the Illuminate. You will outfarm him. You have the Crystal Maiden to hunt people down if you're a mid lane TA. And definitely not a lot of things to go through your refractions. I'm liking this pick.
I enjoy it a lot as well, making immediate use of the fact that you have the knowledge of that mid matchup. And then on top of that, just in case something really devastating comes out or an opportunity comes up, you could still demote this Doom to position 4 now. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's cool that they make sure to have that option open by just immediately reacting to the matchup.
Makes sense. Estar backs taking their time here with the fourth pick, probably going to be a support. I don't know. Would you pick up something that's gonna lane well with a TA either way? No, they just go with the standard. They go with the Shadow Demon. I'm still a bit afraid. Sure, your lanes are strong, but I'm a bit afraid when it comes to catching the Coddle. Like, can you really get on top of him? Because I don't see it.
With just a Crystal Maiden, you mean?
Exactly. Yeah, that's probably the case.
Yeah, no, definitely early blink necessary for the Doom. And the other, I mean, I'm saying the other opportunity is to hunt him down with the TA, but really, her build does not leave that many spaces for changes. So, you know, where if you have a Puck, you could, for example, build into an Orchid early on and turn this into, or a Storm Spirit, you can turn this into the hunting the Kotal build-up. You don't do that on a TA. It's not gonna happen.
Nope, you do not, as there will be a Terrorblade, which looks like a really good pick here. I mean, other than the disruption illusions of the Terrorblade being possibly a problem, nothing else deals with the TB, right? It used to be Revenant's Brooch was like the go-to item, but now when you cannot crit with it, it's probably not something that the TA is going to be looking for. Maybe a Maelstrom TA if it is a safe lane one.
I was thinking about that, yeah. I think we've also seen a Maelstrom TA from the mid lane once. And it feels like very uncharted terrain, right? Some explorers have been out there, but nobody's really made their home in the jungle just yet.
No, not really. I wouldn't like it in the mid. I mean, even a position 1 TA with the Maelstrom, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but sure. They ban out the Viper and the Veno. To me, saying that this TA is going to be in the safe lane, right? Because do you think maybe FCR would be playing the Coddle? I know he does these things from time to time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it's devastating enough, but it would feel like that would, because whatever your lane versus a TA then has to be some sort of initiator, right? Or at least something with mobility, something that starts fights. Because you're not going to tell me that Midas Club is going to run this entire draft on just a clockwork as a way to start the fights. That's just not going to happen.
True. But then if you look at Estar backs, they probably think, yo, guys, we have nothing to start the fight with. But our opponents, they suck at that as well. So let's play it fair.
You do see that sometimes. Like, oh, they don't have stuns? Cool, means we don't need to either.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Dota pros and not wanting to have stuns in their lineups a couple of times. I guess you have an idea. I want my lineup to be more in the pushing area, and then you emphasize that too much, and then you see a hero that has a stun, but it doesn't fit your lineup, and then you don't want to get it, and so on and so forth. But neither of these lineups are like full on push or full on have something going for them. They're just standard lineups that are kind of lacking in the lockdown department.
We're waiting a long time for this last pick here. I've been thinking about what else Estar Backs can pick up here,
10
but
seconds remaining.
TA Drow lineups are
5 seconds
questionable.
remaining.
Yeah.
And the other option is something like a
Radiant team pick.
I'm thinking Storm.
I would like the Storm.
That would be good in my mind. Wood lane okay versus the Coddle. Coddle pretty much loses every matchup. You can get an Orchid, good versus the Brew, good versus the Terrorblade. I'm actually super surprised that the Brew made it so far into the draft, especially with FCR on the lineup.
And that'll get you all of those mid-game team fights for sure. It's very hard to run away from a Brewmaster. It's going to get two of you guaranteed.
Do you go like Lifestealer Radiance? That would be maybe a carry option. I don't like it. I think you get a mid laner that has catch. Puck, Storm, those are my two options. If you go Storm, you go for an Orchid. If you go Puck, I mean, you have a Silence naturally. I'm okay with your Zeus, but I think versus a Coddle, he's gonna suffer. Versus the rest of them, he's relatively fine, but versus the Coddle, he's gonna suffer.
I think I agree with that. The puck still looks really good to me as well. You want that silence versus the TB? That will be really good. But no, they do it anyway. I mean, damage is a solution. Like if they just can't walk up to you, that's possible. But they're going to have to lean pretty hard on Parker's shard silence, I think, in order to make those mid-game fights work.
Yeah, I think that's very true. So I guess you get a couple of 4-staffs on Estar backs. You try not to get caught by the Coddle. You survive the Coddle, and then you just kill them with overwhelming damage. That could be a plan. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think they put themselves in a position where you aren't gonna feel too comfortable, but the thing is you're playing heroes that you're very comfortable on. I think Dark Mago has mostly been playing the Zeus recently, so it only makes sense that he's gonna go for something that is gonna be more known to him.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Estar Bax's lineup right now is if you start losing on this lineup, you will continue losing. I don't see any comeback potential in this. Once you're not ahead on damage anymore, or even if you're not ahead enough on damage, where is your outplay potential exactly? You don't have a lot of disables, you don't have a lot of big teamfight ults. This is just straight up head to head, and if their number is bigger than yours, then you're just gonna have to turn tail and run.
Exactly, and we'll see how it works out. Overall though, Kips, any quick predictions? Who's taking the game one?
I mean, you know me, I have a little Midas Club bias, but I also do think that in this case they have gotten the better of the draft. You know, Constabile is going to have a Beaky fight a BKB this game. You normally would love it for a TB if you don't have to do that, but that's all right. And looking forward to seeing the FCR Brew. That's a bit of a treat.
Yeah, I'd actually rather play the Midas Club lineup than the Estar backs one, because I don't know, Estar backs, I know that these are their heroes, but the thing is I'd rather play versus a Zeus specialist than a Brew specialist. Let's put it that way, right? Especially heroes on Midas Club are very, very hard to deal with. But either way, let's get into the game. In the game, we're actually going to find out how it's going to go, who's going to win. Already some smokes are going to be happening. And of course, what's going to be happening is our automated download of the 1xBet app. You just scan the QR code. I have a new phone, so I would need to do that. My phone I dropped my phone a couple of days, actually yesterday, and it just shattered into a billion pieces, Kips, which is kind of annoying, but doesn't matter. Now it just means that I can scan the QR code once again, see if it's working properly.
Yep. New tour as well means new code.
Very true, very true, as that's gonna be the ward denied immediately. So for DR, he saw that his smoke broke and he planted the ward anyway. Sometimes the game just reacts like that. I mean, we don't as humans, we don't have the reflexes to react in that millisecond, and well, you know, those
on the tick.
exactly,
not
those
happening.
impulses, they travel fast, but they don't travel that fast.
As Constabule is dying.
Dead, gone, dusted, and first blood to Gym Park. So that's actually quite nice, right? Because the TA is snowbally type hero, right? And the Terrorblade kind of crushes you in the later portions of the game. So this is a really good start.
Yeah, the TV matchup is so hard for you. Like, you have not enough Midas armor to go through the insane amounts of armor that he will naturally get. And on top of that, of course, you are quite short range, which means that the TB, as soon as your BKB is over, and you get a BKB early, he will be able to sunder off of you. And you will most likely be high health because you have refraction to keep you healthy for the first part of the fight. TB is great into TA.
Just perfect. But overall, let's see how the lanes are gonna be going in general. Zeus versus the Caudle. I don't know when's the last time I saw Caudle win a lane. So I'm giving this one to Dark Mago. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, it feels almost, I don't want to say disingenuous to say win a lane, because the Caudle doesn't really lane. Like, his entire shtick is that he doesn't have to.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
have you ever seen more than 5 denies on a Caudle?
You're baiting me to say no, and then he's gonna have 6 denies in this game, and then I'm gonna feel dumb. So yes, I have definitely seen
okay.
more than 5 denies on Caudle.
You've been watching some tryhards.
Yeah. The thing is, Caudle players might not even try to get the denies. Like, I'm not
Exactly.
getting it anyways, so why should I waste my mental energy on doing it?
Like, they're already counting their stocks, man. They're thinking about the market.
And you know what though? His market is kind of closed because there are some blocks coming out on the camps there in the jungle as Terrorblade coming forward. He will use the reflection, and Matthew is in a lot of trouble. Has the stick charges. RDO is the one that's going to be in trouble, and actually Matthew does get taken down. Constabile comes back into the fight. RDO will be able to leave. Doom has already used everything he has in terms of damage, and that's going to be a kill for Midas Club. Terrorblade gets himself on the board.
Very nicely set up by RDO there. Blockwork so very necessary for you to properly leverage all of your, both all of your HP and all of your spells in the laning stage. You can't just sit there and soak EXP. Like, maybe if you're a tiny, you know, you can do that and sometimes toss people. As a clock, you need the snowballing potential.
So barely survives there, but both of them taking so much damage, and the blood grenade on Gym Park almost dying to the side blades there, hiding in the meld. That Cinder Brew is still doing some damage. Has the Fairy Fire on Gym Park. You're gonna have to use it right now if you want to live. One more hit from the Enchantress. There's the slow and the hit coming through, getting the kill. Hiko able to salve up while FCR was keeping his enemies in place. Midas Club, they get a kill. I was curious about this bottom lane, as you do not have a tool with the Enchantress to ignite the Cinder Brew, but despite that, they still get a kill.
Yeah, he is just all doing it himself, and that's also very good timing for the Lotus pickup on the Ench. Now with the Nature's Attendance, it's gonna be hard to out-harass this lane. I think Rada and Yunbark have to hit really hard on the next 2 levels in order to get some form of breathing room. Otherwise, FCR will be home free.
Very true. I'm kind of thinking the changes come when the Zeus hits his level 6, but that is pretty far off at the moment. Usually comes around minute 6, minute 7.
Might be a little early this time, of course, because this Kotl is not going to get that many denies.
Yeah, I can see myself 50 minutes into the game just randomly checking the Caudle deny, seeing 6, and being like, ha! You have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah, I'll try to remember.
Please do.
Okay.
Ideally for like the next month or so. Rent free in your head.
Whenever the Caudle is being played,
Yes.
I'm even when we're not casting, I'm screenshotting and sending it to Kip's
Yeah,
tournaments as
please
well.
do.
TA gonna get slowed down, so they're ignited. There's the sentry. They're gonna be going with a couple of more hits, trying to kill the sentry. Prada, very nicely done. And Jim Park will be able to live refraction charges in a second, so isn't really gonna be taken down. And now with the side blades can maybe even threaten FCR.
Yeah, RDO with a very well timed kill on top, by the way. And making sure that he gets that Shadow Demon just before level 3 comes through.
And another one. That's perfect. And just before the Shadow Demon comes back, so means that he's really not going to be able to get too close to the creeps. He can go to stack the jungle. That's what he's good for. And having the having a TA and the Zeus doesn't get much better than that in terms of stack clearing.
Exactly. They have some phenomenal economic potential here if this SD keeps on stacking. The only thing that you need to have for that is a Doom who can actually lead the front lines. And right now, Doom, hasn't been exactly bullied out of the lane, but he is also not as big as you'd really like him to be.
Exactly. Though the Zeus is approaching that level 6 that we talked about. 4DR is approaching his as well. Coddle is very well known for rotating, and that might be one of the ways to offset what the Zeus would want to do, and that is use his ulti when somebody is low. There it is. Both of the mid laners are level 6, but not much is happening around the map for the Thunder God's Wrath to make a difference. And there's the TP on the bottom lane. Coddle is in action. There's the Thunder God's Wrath, though, getting the kill. Jim Park dies in the process. Prada, yep, nice TP out. Very nice read of the situation. Won't be able to live because it's 4DR. I don't know. You tell me. Is this a worthy rotation?
For the couple? Yeah, because he's got earn charges now.
Okay.
That is the most important thing. And here we go. There's level 3 Shadow Demon.
Yep.
That's more like it.
The Zeus also helped there a little bit, so at some point he was like, okay Matthew, you got that on your own. 5 points in the poison stacks on the clockwork, and as you mentioned, level 3 is just gonna be so much damage.
Dark Mago popping his illusion rune there. It's gonna be a little unhappy that he had to do that for just a regular Illuminate. If the Kotal wants to and some supports are free, they could go for an assassination attempt on the Zeus in his jungle now. Though the lane position is not quite right for this.
Is the CM stealing the Wisdom Rune in the bottom lane? That's probably going to be more interesting than what we're watching right now. And the quick answer is no. Earlier, Prada survived. This time around, he will not maybe deny. Nope, not going to be able to do it.
And this is the second time where it looks like Hiko is getting the kills on purpose. Not that I'm saying that he's holding his hits until he can get the last one, but more like that. Like it looked like FCR was holding his hit there until Hiko could get the last one. Or am I crazy?
I wasn't paying that much attention, but you might be right, because Hiko has been getting the majority of those kills. And yeah, you're a Brewmaster. What the hell do you need? As there will be rotation from the Coddle. This Clockwork in a lot of trouble. Disruption to save the Doom from the Illuminate, meaning that he's probably gonna live. RDO in so much trouble with the Lightning Bolt finishing him off. Dark Mago also has the ulti gonna be used there just to find out where the Terrorblade is. Slowed down by the Crystal Nova. The Blood Grenade connects as well. 4DR will have to run, leaving his poor carry alone, going for a TP out. Where's the stop? They go for the Doom, and of course it's gonna be more than enough to finish off the Terrorblade. Nicely done by Estar backs, bringing in the numbers.
Very well done, and that is the Kotal running away without any earn charges left over. It's painful on multiple levels, having to abandon the top lane. Mr. TB, he might go back for a little bit.
Yeah, okay, RDO catches the Doom. Who has caught who, though? RDO dropping low. He needs to be lucky there with the battery assaults. Wasn't lucky whatsoever. They do expire, and Prada gets the kill. Estar backs are putting their foot on the gas. All three of their cores at the top of the network chart. And FCR, he does have his ulti, but hasn't been able to utilize it just yet. Well, now...
Here's the moment.
That's a kill. Actually, traps set up quite nicely. Strength shreds as well. 4 seconds until he's gonna get the refraction charges. There's another trap, and Jim Park. Okay, that is gonna be taken down very easily, and it does expire. Jim Park is alive, actually.
Clever trap placement. Very well done.
He knew what was gonna come.
I mean, it is slightly predictable, but to say, okay, I know that's coming and I will outplay it is, yeah, chef's kiss.
Healing Lotuses in the 9th minute. Illich takes them. Those are going to be nice cogs. Illich does look pretty dead. He is quite speedy as a Doom, but this is a solo kill from the Clockwork. I mean, even with the help of the reflection, I don't think it made a difference. RDO did all that by himself.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Shadow Demon a little preoccupied before that. And there have been Cottle Blasts already fishing for how many stacks there are in this triangle. So Midas Club is aware.
Radiant's top
And that's going to be the Demonic Purge. Disruption as well. Zeus has the regen, and well, they're going to be getting the kill. Matthew actually picks it up there. Overwhelming damage from the Shadow Demon.
Zeus with that phylactery as well.
Really does pack a punch. That Coddle, he needs to participate in some kills. Doesn't have the Spirit Vessel charges. You have the Vessel, and you just can't get the charges. It is a huge bummer for him. But where do you actually go for kills? I would like the Coddle and the Brewmaster once the split is ready to play together, because those two are gonna be able to kill anybody.
Absolutely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The opening kill is just going to be the hardest. And ideally you just, even though you don't want to do it, you just bring as many heroes as you need to get the Cottle in the AoE of a kill. And after that, he can do stuff on his own again. But right now, without the charges, you need to get that engine going again. Sometimes you just have to hotwire it.
Stop bullying the little Clockwork. Like, why are they doing this to him? Actually, we'll be using the Thunder Gods. The ult is used and he's still alive. RDO, if he lives through this, he's gonna be feeling so good about himself. That's one poison stack, not gonna be enough. They really hate him, and they are gonna be hating him even more, while RDO is loving life, gets tips from his teammates for wasting so much time of the enemies.
Middle tower is
Beautiful.
under attack.
I mean, the only thing that you would want is for him to have level 6 before you go for this counter move. You know where everybody is now. RDO did give you that information. He's reaching up fast too with the Tranquil Boots. Rado's already out.
Top tower.
Well, let's see though. The Zeus might be in trouble. Whilst here in the mid lane, they found Hiko. That's just the two supports. The Crystal Maiden lets it go. A much bigger kill in the top lane is happening, however. And Enchantress in the mid lane is still alive, not for long. Matthew will finally bring her down. There's going to be 2 heroes dead for the RT. Pink to the mid lane, wants to defend this tower. Not going to be the easiest thing to do. And Prada will have to run away from this Coddle. Just so much damage from just one Illuminate.
40R. He's got the Spirit Vessel charges now, and there's a Clockwork here with a hookshot as well. The two of them could absolutely kill anybody they come across here.
Very true. Doom on the bottom lane, gonna be used though. Onto the Brewmaster. Doesn't have a TP out, however, is quite speedy. The trap slow is gonna be coming through. Here come the supports to assist a bit. And with the Demonic Purge, it's all but certain that he's dead. Clockwork still with his Invis rune running around, but he can only tell his teammates of his buddy's demise.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Does leave Estar backs for as far as like their win condition is concerned. Like they need to be ahead in levels so that they have the damage to make Midas Club lose more heroes every single time. So far, so good.
Yeah, I think they're in a good spot, though I wouldn't necessarily say Midas Club are in a bad spot.
No.
Everything
No.
is fine. Both teams are gonna be hitting their timings. Solid pace. Illich gonna be caught. That's another Spirit Vessel charge for the Coddle. Very important as well. 9-9 in terms of kills. We knew that this was gonna be close, and both teams are delivering.
Both teams are absolutely delivering. I just wish that Midas Club had bought some
Top tower is under attack.
raindrops on their supports. That would have been really handy. You could say the same about Estar backs, by the way.
Oh, this tier 1 is so important. You want to be farming your Ancients, both of their camps, and when it falls, the invasion of those are just going to become that much easier for Midas Club. So, quite a huge tower grab. Lucky for SR back that they took the top one, as there will be
RDO?
Thunder
Is he gonna
Dodge
get the
Wrap
wisdom?
being used. Wants to get it. The disruption won't allow it, but they got the deny with the Costabile illusion. So, I guess that's good enough.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a win still. this is a zero-sum game. Any loss for the opponent is a win for you, but of course it could have been a double as good if he would have been able to grab it. Very good Zeus ult there, ready to scout it out.
Brewmaster is approaching the Radiance. Keeper wants the Octarine Hex. No surprises there in terms of items. How's the TA looking? The Deso is being delivered, so finally Jim Park is going to be doing a lot of damage, and it is going to be nighttime soon. Roche on the top side. That might be something that Estar backs are going to be looking to take.
The only thing that concerns me just a little bit is, well, actually there is a 4-staff on the Crystal Maiden, but I would have really liked to see one more prioritized somewhere. Because between the Kotl and the Clockwork, you really need that item in order to create distance.
It's going to be a hook shot on Prada. Looks very much dead. Split will be used to cover for RDO. They're coming forward. Disruption. Matthew in so much trouble. Illusions die immediately to the dispel. Pulled back. A nice lift up on the Doom. He lifted his arms to go for 4DR, who's still going to be in trouble either way. Just dies there to the damage of Jim Park. Deso coming into play. FCR going to get Doom. Nothing you can do about this one. And even with the split, you are unable to win a fight. The damage from Estar backs, as you mentioned, can become overwhelming. Terrorblade wasn't a part of that fight, so Midas Club, no chance to win it.
Normally I would say, okay, clearly one of them brought 5 people, the other one brought 4, that's how you win it, you gotta bring your carry, but in the case of a TB versus Zeus, there is actually no healthy way to do that. You're just going to get focused down and die, and all you will have done is add another kill to the tally. So that was more or less forced for Midas Club to be a 4v5.
When does the Terrorblade get involved, though? He's gonna have a Manta now. It's pretty much done, just needs to be delivered. But what's the verdict now? Skadi or ABKB? Like, what is gonna allow you to fight the Zeus finally?
BKB will allow you to fight the Zeus now, but yeah, if you're in for a harder game, and I think the Skadi is a better choice, because you will just be essentially, you have said right now, okay, I know what's happening, they're already ahead, my team is already basically buying time. I'm not sure I can turn this early, we're going to turn this later on. That's what I'm seeing from this Skadi queue up from Costabile right now.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. 13-11, finally there is a solid goal lead for Estar backs. The difference between the TA and the Terrorblade is okay. For the TA needs to be slightly ahead of this hero, because once the Skadi comes out, the Terrorblade kind of crushes you. So we'll see if if that's really gonna be his next item. He has queued it up on Constabile, so definitely Estar backs are probably gonna be allowed to get the Roche even versus a Clockwork.
And I like here, by the way, that Parker as well, he's queued up the full Hurricane Pike right now, understanding that the BKB, you can delay that a bit as long as you actually get to move around in the fights, and that is exactly what the Hurricane Pike is going to do for you. And delaying that BKB timing will give you a better matchup versus that TB that has already decided to take it a little later.
And there's this TB finally getting involved. Costavilla coming to push this tower. He's gonna get the Chakra Magic onto himself, a little bit of mana, and unless Estar backs come over now, which they're not doing, this tier 2 is gone. This is actually quite big.
It is decent to get this opening tower here, but you can see why Costabile is doing this is because they're already in position and the supports can throw themselves at the enemy to allow the TB to get out. And
Took so long to kill it.
Please TP, please TP. Like they know what's going on. And the meta is running out right now.
Level 2 splits with the Radiance though. Yeah, you better run away. The thing is, just before the tower died, it was less than 100 HP. The backdoor protection kicked in and the Terrorblade couldn't finish it off. And then it took so long. And I thought that this was going to be enough for Estar backs to come over. But even with that delay, they weren't able to catch their opponent. So very nicely done by Midas Club overall.
I mean, the biggest problem that they have here, I think, on Estar backs is that they don't have a blink on the Doom yet. And you really do want to get the Doom, the spell, out on that Brewmaster. If you get that, fight's won already. But you don't have that blink just yet because he rushed the Shiva's guard.
Which isn't bad, but I feel like Midas Club don't want to fight. and the Shiva's guard just dissuades them from it even more.
Yeah. Oh, cool. We didn't want that anyway.
Yeah. Like, guys, he has an item that doesn't allow us to fight. Oh no, what are we ever gonna do about it? The 6k gold lead, however, does look quite menacing. I mean, it's not insurmountable, but it's a solid advantage.
Middle tower.
It is, and it's gonna creep up a little further. I think we'll be looking at. I mean, it's potentially gonna be 10k around the time that Midas Club want to actually look to turn.
See, no Roche attempts as of yet. Estar backs. They're maybe waiting for them to have that outpost TP advantage, but they've lost a tier 2 on the bottom lane, so I think that tier 2 takedown, it's one of the biggest things that Midas Club could have done. If that tier 2 was still there, I think there's no chance that Estar backs don't try out for Roche. Now it's kind of hard.
It is kind of hard. The thing you want to do as Estar backs, if you actually need area control over Rush, you need to see them coming, because if it just becomes a frantic, close together fight, I do think you'll lose to the AoE of Midas Club.
Still getting the gold. It's coming their way. At the moment, Midas Club are focusing on split pushing, and they are thinking in the late game they got it. But how does it go really, Kips, when you look at... I mean, TA versus Terrorblade, sure, Terrorblade wins, but we have a Zeus as well in the equation.
Yeah, and where that ends up basically is you need to be sure that you have somebody to stay on top of the Zeus. I'm not gonna say, okay, you just need burst damage so you can take the Zeus down first, because honestly, I don't see how you do that this game unless you literally start buying Dagons. Which, you know, there's a Kotl. He might do that eventually.
Yeah, he could do it. Hiko could turn into a core as well. This Enchantress, I mean, you talked about it in the early stages of the game. They gave him a couple of kills, which is definitely going to be nice for him. Now they're taking the Roche from a TA lineup, which is also great, but SR backs are just way too far ahead. This goal lead just started increasing insanely fast, and they also got the Tormentor, got the shard for their Shadow Demon. Things are looking up for them.
Absolutely. There's even an unused Wisdom Rune sitting on the Midas Club side right now. They need to hold hands a little bit too much. You need to be ready to retaliate.
Illich.
So they cannot get everything done on the map that they want to right now.
He has a blink on the Doom, though doesn't really have the stun. Just has the Wildwing Ripper, so Hurricane is the only thing that he has. Really not that big of a deal. It can help, maybe versus the Clockwork now that is on top of him, but he'll be able to push himself away, and that is pretty much the perfect creep to have. Yeah, who needs a Centaur when you can live through the Clockwork Cogs and also save your teammates as well?
Yeah, huge. That puts him at 3 Force Staffs now, which is plenty. It's exactly the kind of thing I like to see. Means that the clock's gonna feel kinda useless at the moment.
Where they are, he's the one who gets the shard, so recall at the ready will increase their split push potency even more, which is something that they have been focusing on. But the thing is, I would like this Clockwork to set up for kills, but who do you kill with? Coddle versus 1 Force Staff? It's not gonna work. Use a split for that. Not great. Terrorblade.
No.
He's not gonna be in those fights. Things are, it's hard for Midas Club to get a kill, actually.
Yes. I mean, it had to be earlier, right? But we had a whole window where that Spirit Vessel of 40R didn't have any charges, and the Clockwork was pretty low level as well. Like, I seem to remember that he had quite a hard time getting to 6. They were really supposed to milk that early game for a couple more kills, but it didn't quite connect for them.
Are you seeing these TA levels? She's level 19. The highest level on the other side is 13. Maybe gonna be 14 fairly soon. That's gonna be the 3rd talent for the TA before Midas Club get a 2nd talent on any of their heroes. This is actually a disaster. You might have the Aegis, but you cannot fight Jim Park. And they even use the Thunder God's Wrath just to have a rough idea where their enemies are at.
Get that information control, and it's a sign of superiority as well, right? It's like, hey, by the way, we don't need this for damage.
Yep. We just need to watch you covering in fear on the other side of the map. Also, Zeus now having the Manta and the Shard he's just gonna be farming so freaking fast. He's gonna be going for a Dragonlance as well, so we can expect a Pike for Dark Mago as well. And there is gonna be a Force Staff on the... I thought there was gonna be a Force Staff on the Shadow Demon, but Matthew is... he just wants to have the Axe. I guess that's fine.
That's fine, and I think it's correct. At this point, you have enough Force Staffs to make everything happen. You got 3 of them, you got that Wild Wing Ripper Tornado from time to time, it's enough.
Yeah, and considering that you already have a shard, so why not? You have literally 4 ultis.
Pretty good.
So Kips, you need to give me some good things about Midas Club, because they really haven't been playing this game for the past 7 or 8 minutes.
No, they've been waiting for the Scotty, which has been completed right now. So if there ever was a timing that Midas Club were playing towards, this was it. And that is also why they're immediately smoked up. They would just really love to have the second talent over on the Terrorblade, which is half a level short.
They won't be able to get it. The TA, however, is level 20. The Meld Dispels is something she got. And MKB is there. So we're thinking about, are you gonna go for a Mjolnir build, Maelstrom, something like that? No. MKB kind of does the same thing, just better.
I mean, I think the Mjolnir build was also pretty much for if there is no Zeus bait, but now that there's a Zeus bait, like, you have Mr. Lightning Hands himself. What will you be buying Lightning Hammers for?
Exactly. And we all know Zeus is stronger than Thor, so it makes sense that Thor's little hammer is gonna be strong enough. Costa Vila in some trouble. He's gonna be losing the Aegis. Nope, still alive. Not for long. Dies to the illusions of the Zeus. They have the Doom onto the high ground. It's not going to be easy to go for him. And actually, Doom on the high ground. He's not going to be able to sunder for a very long time. Can't do anything. Has the Manta, uses it, and Illich just continues to run him down. 2 demons fighting each other. Illich is going to get slowed down. And the Terrorblade will actually live. Having his Sunder, he can rejoin the fight. There he is already running in. Who's he going to be sundering? Do it now. And he goes for the Crystal Maiden, who nobody cares about. She will be going down, but that is a small price to pay with FCR losing his split as well. Will just get a couple of shot at by Jim Park, who's not going to be missing any longer. But of course, Dark Mago is the real damage dealer of that fight. 4 heroes dead on Midas Club. And Hiko, they should have given him more kills if they are thinking of him being the only survivor.
Yeah, no real DPS output from that Enchantress. And also, the problem here with such an AoE focused lineup on Midas Club is now that they haven't snowballed, they don't have a gold advantage, means that they can't really focus fire anybody. And Starbax is very much free to reposition, divide the damage amongst themselves, and continue pressing, well, any and every button they have.
This just looked easy. I haven't seen a point in that fight where it looked like Midas Club could do anything. Really, it was kind of sad how helpless they were, and that's meta, that's split used. You don't have them now. Your lanes are gonna get shoved in even more. I'm starting to doubt what they can do at this moment.
Only now? No, that's unfair of me. But no, I agree with you very much so that the threat from Midas Club is pretty much gone, and I said that Starbacks don't exactly have any recourse if they somehow end up behind, but Midas Club don't have much either. You'd be looking at doing something funky with your clockwork, finding somebody, you know, isolated on the other side of the map and somehow leveraging your Kotl and your clockwork into a kill here, but you have the damage to kill off even a Shadow Demon?
Probably not. Once the disruption comes through, you're gonna be losing a couple of heroes in the process. So I'm not sure what Midas Club do right now. They've been doing one thing good, and that is stealing, taking away the enemy wisdom rune from them. RDO does it once again. So Starbacks losing their focus there just for a second, and you lose a big deal on the map. But is it really that big of a deal when a TA is level 22, almost 23, and the enemy cores are all on level 15? That I think that's an even bigger difference than this gold lead, which is massive.
I think so as well. Having the TA with soon all of the talents up and running is terrifying. Well, here she is, more or less alone, but they they can't jump or they can't bring themselves to do it.
Yeah, maybe kill Prada. Kill the little crystal maiden. Come on, just bully the little guy. That's what you do when you cannot fight the big kid. Then you just let your frustration out on the small one.
Such patience.
Rico, hook shot in the back lines onto the two of them, but they have so many force staffs, so it's really not going to be that big. Well, the RDO just gets destroyed. They lift up the TA up in the air. She's not going to be taking all that much damage. Illich gets the Doom on the Terrorblade. He's not going to be joining the fight now. Way too scary for him. FCR. His Brewlings are still alive. He's going to have to run away with the Storm one. Loses all of the other ones in the process. And we talked about, can they kill the Shadow Demon? Yes, they can. The Terrorblade, he's going to be getting his Thunder back. Prada dropping low. The Spirit Vessel should finish him off. Thunderclap off the mark, but Illuminate won't be. He's still alive because of that Glimmer Cape. And now Illich is going to be joining the fight once again. Dark Mago gets under, but jumps away. And the Terrorblade cannot finish him off. Dark Mago is way too strong in the backlines. They are killing the Terrorblade. He cannot move. He is frozen. And that will be a Zeus dying to the reflection, actually, to literally himself, and that's the only way Estar backs are losing is if they're fighting themselves.
Stop hitting yourself. Ultimate irony. I think that was a really good fight from Midas Club, though. The way that they utilized the supports to zone most of Estar backs here. While the Brewmaster is wreaking havoc, it means they get to wait out most of the Doom here on the side. And then the problem just comes in that it's a sheer lack of damage and reach.
This Glimmer
Crystal
Cape
Maiden
shield.
doesn't even die there.
That's so annoying. What is it, like 400 damage?
Yeah, it's nuts.
We just live through it all. Jim Park just going around killing everybody. As they didn't take their axes. So that's something, but tier 3 is gone. You did save your glyph, however, on Midas Club, so I mean, I'm just trying to find some positives here, Kips. I still don't know if there's any hopes for them to win this game. What does Dota Plus say? Dota Plus says 3%, so
Yeah.
There's a chance. There's hope.
There is absolutely a chance, even as the TA feels completely free to shove in those bottom racks now.
Boy, you lose the range ones. Melee ones dropping very low. Hookshot will connect. He has a BKB. Will have to use it. Pike over the cog survives. But that is a BKB charge for a range racks. Smoke time?
Perhaps, yes, they just really want this BKB on Costabile. So darn close.
Just go for it. Like, who cares about... You're not going to be getting an opportunity once again when the TA doesn't have the BKB. You're losing your timing. Now there's going to be an AD run on the other side, and they are going for a smoke. The BKB is getting delivered, I want to say. Yeah, it's there.
It is, yes. Like, this allows you to ignore the Zeus in the fight. This is... You do need to wait for it, even if it's awkward. Here we go.
Smoke does break. Instantly Zeus goes for the ulti. RDO dropping low. Jump in from Jim Park, who has the AD rune. Doomed himself through the Lotus Orb, but the Terrorblade is already dead. And that's your BKB that does absolutely nothing. At this point, you might want to call it, because that's the big timing that you were looking for, even dropping the gem. Everything goes to hell.
Yep, and now Jim Park all by himself went through the back door already. Level 25, 80 rune. Nothing to care about.
That Swift Blink attack speed also insane when it comes to bringing down the towers. The Raxes as well. It is going to be 2 lanes of Rax, make it even 3 probably. There is a split available still, but no Metamorphosis, which is probably the more important of the two.
Without a Metamorphosis, you're not really a hero, are you?
Nope, no you're not. You are...
GP though.
Hook shot forward, Hurricane. And he pushed Jim Park out. He's like, I want to go in. Pops the BKB. That is only a 6-second one, so we'll be expiring very soon. Matthew goes in. Uses the Demonic Lens onto Jim Park, which is going to be quite nice for him. Disseminate as well. FCR losing his rulings. He needs to come back to the main form. The 2 supports do buyback. Might be enough for Estar backs to fall back, but they are not doing it just yet. There it is. Roche is up. If you want to go for the safe route, you could.
Yeah, it's a bit of a coin flip at this time, isn't it? Sure, you got the buybacks out. There is also no primal split at the moment. That would be the biggest reason to, risk it for the biscuit right now. But I think that biscuit will wait for you, and you can get it with some cheese instead.
Yeah, they could wait
I
those 30
say that.
seconds.
They're gonna have to chew on the banner if they go too fast.
Yeah. Banner definitely not the tastiest of snacks. I think they are gonna be going through the twin gate. Yeah, they're preparing for the top
Absolutely.
lane. So do Midas Club contest? I think they have to.
I'm not exactly in position for this though. And Estar backs are actually moving very much to intercept any possibility. Like if Midas Club, if they would have gone to contest, they would have actually lost right there.
Exactly, but maybe they can go now. There's no Thunder God's Wrath. Starbacks, they do kill the Roche fairly quickly. And Midas Club haven't even started on that smoke. Okay, now it's pretty much certain that the Roche is gonna be free.
And where does that leave Midas Club? Did they get any big item progression in that meantime? Anybody? Anything? Hyperstone for SCR?
Sure. Right, he's gonna be attacking faster. 4DR is relatively close to his Hex, but not that much. This is a good angle at which you can start the fight, but I just don't see them as the type of lineup that really capitalizes on starting a fight from a good angle.
Certainly not at this point in the game. I personally think that 4DR might have wanted to prioritize getting the Hex over getting the Octarine Core.
I heard the hookshot on the other side, and there's the Lotus Orb. Aryo trying to protect himself. That for 70. That's gonna be Doom onto the Terrorblade. Whoa, get destroyed by Jim Park. And we talked about late game Terrorblade versus a TA, but this is just way too big of a difference. Jim Park also using the side blades there in a nice way with the traps, and that ends the game. Hasn't gotten a rampage in this one, only got the ultra kill once, but Estar backs, they win with relative ease, Gibbs.
Yeah, and if our lineup was going to take this, then it was always going to look like this, I think, because that is the power of a lineup that is just all damage, damage, damage on top of damage, is you keep clicking them, they keep falling over, nothing they can do. And the moment they stop doing that, you're in trouble. But since that never happened, free game.
So, from what you have seen in this game one, Estar backs were definitely on top of Midas Club, but have you seen some redeeming qualities of Midas Club? They're like, okay, they can actually take a game, or do you think after this kind of a performance, it's most likely going to be a 2-0?
It does taste a little like 2-0, but I gotta say that the way that they waited for the timings, the way that they bought space for the TB to get his items up, and the calculated fights that they took afterwards, these are not pushovers. If Midas Club get outclassed here, it's because Estar backs is really very good, not because Midas Club doesn't know what they're doing. So
exactly.
Yeah, this might be a 2-0, but we're going to see a couple more good fights out of Midas Club at the very least.
They're not going down without a fight, and that fight will continue after a 10-minute break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Estar Bags get a convincing win in Game 1, but it is a best-of-2 series, so Midas Club still have some chance to show what they're made of. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and we're going to be taking you through the entire day of Great Dota here at the Regional Dota 2 series, and we are already in Group B. Kips, though, I haven't had your thoughts about the Group A standing, so we have Beast Coast first, Infinity second, Kali third. Beast Coast and Infinity, it says that they are both on the first spot, but as far as I know, Beast Coast beat Infinity 2-0,
Yes.
and head-to-head matchups do count, so there are not going to be any tiebreakers. Was that surprising to you that any of those teams went through?
That they went through. No, not necessarily. I do feel for Kali a little bit because they are the ones that beat Beast Coast, and they didn't actually manage to get top of the group off of that. So you can say, oh well, then they should have won a little bit more, which fair enough. But
10
know,
seconds remaining.
I liked what they were bringing. I definitely do think though that Group A showed a little bit of weakness from time to time, and I'm wondering with how stacked Group B is if they're not going to get a rude awakening when the playoff bracket actually starts.
Okay, makes sense. As we are getting ourselves into the draft here of Estar Bax versus Midas Club. Midas Club yesterday, they dropped a game to a team they should not have done that to Infamous, right? And I think this is a problem because now if they lose 2-0 to Estar Bax, Boom Esports are pretty much favored to win in their series versus Midas Club. They could very easily be out of the playoffs.
Yeah, a loss like that versus somebody who's likely to finish pretty lower in the group, like especially if you are middle of the pack, you need to keep them down. Just be the crab in that bucket. Push him down, 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 down. Only you are allowed to go up. So I agree with you. That could be a problem.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see though. Let's see if there's gonna be any changes to the draft. Estar Bax, they pretty much ban out the same heroes. It's the same thing. First pick Midas Club and Estar Bax on the Radiant side. It's just that as it was in the previous one. We see an Enchantress. Not much has changed. Nothing has changed pretty much. I don't know if the bans of Midas Club has changed, but I assume not. So deja vu.
Exactly the same. Deja vu indeed, and I'm actually surprised by the decision to go back to the Enchantress, because I feel like the support duo of Midas Club didn't contribute all that much necessarily the last time around. The delaying of the Ench felt nice. The Clockwork did get a couple of kills, but as soon as the mid-game rolled around, neither of them were particularly effective, and maybe that's because they didn't really have any cores to enable. Their Kotal, weird situation with no charges on the urn for a while. The Brewmaster waiting for the Radiance. We see a lot more passive play out of our Brewmasters these days. So it feels like you don't have anywhere to go with a support like Enchantress if the rest of your draft looks like that. And I'm worried that it's going to look like that again.
I think that they just changed the clockwork, right? They probably get something more team fighty or something that can actually get kills over and over again. Though, same opening, completely same opening. SR backs are gonna get a CM themselves, even though it would probably be a solid pickup for Midas Club as well. Now, of course, not on the menu, but Coddle again, and they go for the gyro. Okay, this is a bit of a different approach, gives you a bit more damage. Even if it's a support gyro, it actually works quite well, or better, at catching people. This, I like the adjustment, but this lineup could have the same issues as the previous one, not gonna lie.
I do not want to see an offlaner that they have to wait for this time around. I think that will just make him too slow. The Kotal we saw previously had trouble actually staying up to speed. If that happens to them again and they don't have a secondary core that they can meet up with, then their mid game falls into the water again.
So, SR backs, are you gonna go for the same thing once more? I mean, you can't go for the TA. That's a bit of an adjustment from Midas Club, so they got rid of that, which I like. TA was probably the biggest problem that you never found a solution to. But there's always different heroes as well. But let's see if maybe SR backs get that Ember that got banned out last time by Midas Club.
Possible, and then we get to see how fast they can push the tempo of that Ember. There are a lot of different ways to use your Ember in the mid game, and he does very much like to have a Crystal Maiden on his side.
Yeah, for sure. But they go for the Morphling. That's a Morphling into a very early Spirit Vessel build there, which can be very risky. And they go for the Shadow Demon once again. You think the Morphling is just as good as the TA? I definitely don't think so.
Not as good as the TA, but it shares a lot of similarities as far as like you have a ranged lane area with high damage output. You're not afraid of a lot of the picks that might come now. Very hard to shove you out of lane in general. And a Morphling can contribute early if it's the right game for it. Of course, I say the right game here, very well knowing that you've already mentioned it right now. That early vessel is going to be a big hurdle to jump over if you want to actually contribute.
For sure. So Midas Club, I mean, I'm looking at these supports and I'm seeing kills and they don't have anything to do. Like, pick up Mars or something along those lines and just to murder them.
I would love a Mars here. Yeah, very strong lane. You have a bunch of AoE damage to back him up. You have a lot of area control. I think it's one of the... I mean, let me put it differently. That would just... Because I know what they were trying to do with the Clockwork previously, and a Mars... What is a Mars but a very much upgraded Clockwork? You go in, you put them all in the circle of pain.
Imagine how a little Clockwork feels after that. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I can understand it. Counterspell good versus the Doom. You're amazing versus the Morphling. Manta pretty much takes you out of all of the lockdown that Estar backs have. Magical damage is most of the damage of Estar backs. They're physical only once the Morphling gets some levels, and with the Kanda build, you are still a really big mixture of magical and physical. This is a great anti-mage game, but you still don't have that catch, and that is what scares me on Midas Club.
No, you got to get yourself, I don't want to say like an all-in-one package deal for the last pick here, but it's sort of asking for something that's going to give you the team fights and win them at the same time. And usually you can get a hero that does either, right? You can get a Tide Hunter that gives you a team fight, or you can get yourself a big area winner that will actually, I don't know, murder somebody, like a Primal Beast.
Yeah,
Both
I'm
is
thinking...
a rare combo.
Yeah, Mars is maybe a hero that can do it, but the thing is, FCR, he plays these weird heroes, like the Lone Druid that SR backs are gonna be banning out right now, which I wouldn't mind, as then you can have a different approach. You don't have to go for teamfight, you can just split push forever and ever and ever until the anti-mage gets like an Abyssal Blade and starts murdering people on his own.
seconds
It's
remaining.
possible. It's also having a lone druid with the backing of a Kotal. Where would Estar Bax ever find the damage to stop him from doing anything that they wanted? But yeah, out of the picture.
So do you pick a Mars on Midas Club? Does FCR want to play one, or is he gonna go for a Brewmaster yet again? Please don't go for the Brewmaster. I just don't want to see it.
I've seen Morphlings clown on Brewmasters in the laning stage too. Like, clown. You never have to actually get hit by the Thunderclap if you don't want to, and the harassment over time from the adaptive strikes is just absolutely brutal.
Yep, that's not something that you can dodge with your Storm stance. As Midas Club, what's it gonna be? There are a couple of routes. So one is Mars. You could go for a Tidehunter that you mentioned, which I wouldn't hate, though versus the Doom. It's sometimes a little bit clunky. You could go for some lane outpush type hero, like an Underlord that we haven't seen for so long, and I don't know why. I don't know why I even want to see that hero when it's not really that fun to watch at all.
It's really not. How do you feel about Magnus?
That I would like, because you actually have really good catch. Magnus is the best out of them all, maybe even better than the Mars, because it actually deals better with the Morphling than the Mars himself.
I think it's the best one I can come up with in this time frame.
Yep, I would agree. I think it's probably the best pick for them. Maybe, you can go something weird, but I haven't seen any Dawnbreakers recently. Primal Beast
like,
versus a Morphling doesn't lane too good.
No, versus SD, unplayable in general. I was
Magnus.
thinking you could go like towards the Beastmaster if you want to like play a different game. Okay, this is a very different game. Oh.
Okay, so they are focusing on really big vision and running people down with the Coddle, which I don't hate. Now, I've been looking at these two supports for SR Backs now 2 games in a row, and I haven't seen a hero that can deal with them. Night Stalker deals with them really well. And now SR Backs, they really need a heavy physical damage dealer that can stand his ground and scare the Night Stalker, and there's no such thing left. I don't think there is.
Over on your mid lane, I mean, you can... I don't know. I suppose you could play like a Mars mid lane. But it feels like you're putting all of your damage eggs into the Morphling basket. And that's a very risky thing to do when you know that the anti-mage for a significant part of the game is going to get the better of you.
What's the play?
You know you're up versus a Kotal. But the thing is that most of the heroes that make use of the fact that there's a Kotal are heroes that don't like when they're getting run at. Because it's like, yeah, there's a Kotal. He's not going to run at me. I can play a Zeus, which is food for a Night Stalker. It doesn't necessarily give you any leg up.
So they go for the Mars. You called it. So do you put it mid? I know the Dark Mago plays it mid, so... Yeah, he's gonna pick it up.
Dark Mago plays hella Mars mid.
Is this a Deso Mars? I feel like this is a Deso Mars in the mid lane.
I think it should be. I think so, yeah. I mean, the question is, of course, if you're going to get that kind of game, like, does your Doom suffer a lot? Do you need to jump into a bunch of fights where, yeah, you're going to win them, but I'm going to die in the process? At some point, the window for going for the Deso is lost. But I think you should be aiming for it at the very least.
Okay, so what's the verdict here, Kips? How are you feeling about the lineups now? Definitely some solid adjustments from both sides.
Yeah, I do really like what Estar Backs have going once again. And looking by the skill difference in the previous game, I'd say I favor them here. But Midas Club have given themselves a very good shot. They have the carry matchup that's looking very good, and FCR can make or break this game.
We'll see how it works for him. I I actually really like what Midas Club have for themselves. The thing is, when I look at the lineup like this, it really needs to be played perfect. Your rotations from the Coddle need to work out. Your Dark Ascensions need to work out. Your Anti-Mage needs to be careful not to die in any split push. His laning phase needs to be solid, which... I guess versus the Doom and the Shadow Demon can go well, especially with the Clockwork support, but you can always mess up. So, in my mind, Midas Club, they really have a good lineup, but it needs to be played cleanly throughout. And they do play clean Dota, but Estar backs are the team that's gonna apply a lot more pressure than the other teams that they have faced thus far. So I'm kind of torn here, but just because I really like their lineup, I think I'm gonna be going a little bit towards Midas Club.
I mean, as you yourself said, it would be very beneficial for them to grab a point here because they dropped that point early on versus Infamous. Infinity, excuse me. It's the in teams. It's the in teams. I'm sorry, boys.
I think it's Infamous. I think you were right the first time. Yeah, you were right the first time. You need to trust yourself more, Kips. I trust in you. And of course, guys, if you trust in your judgment, scan the QR code and get the 1xBet app. Of course, we have some amazing odds with the promo code with 1xRLG LATAM for this tournament. But of course, there's going to be different promo codes for other tournaments as well. As you know, this is a series of tournaments, 4 tournaments in 3 regions: Europe, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. And then we have a LAN in my home city in Belgrade. That's going to be happening once these 12 tournaments are out, and we are now on the 5th one, Kip. So almost halfway there.
I can't bloody wait. And it's been so much fun to get to know all of these regions pretty intimately, I'd like to say.
30 seconds to battle.
Back to back, seeing teams come back, seeing how much I've grown since the last tour, and doing it all over again.
And there's still some time. Dark Mago coming forward, threatening with the spear and the shield. That's pretty much the combination of weapons that I like to have. This, you see the Mars? This is how I would go to war in like the Middle Ages.
I'm a spear kind of guy. I approve. I like halberds. I'm a halberd kind of appreciator.
Okay, 4DR. I'm gonna be going down. Illich, he was thinking, can I give this kill to anybody else? Does anybody want it? The guy has a horse. He's pretty speedy. So in the end, he just decides to kill him. Jim Park blocks the wave for Dark Mago. That's actually quite nice. So they're gonna be getting the wave in a pretty decent position as well. And one thing that we haven't discussed, Mars is a hell of a CSer. And Coddle, I mean, we mentioned it in the last game, just a little bit of a thing. Kips. Coddle ended the game with 3 denies, so you were right. You were right, like always. But the Mars is gonna crush him in the lane. He is gonna annihilate him.
Yeah, and that's going to allow him to get an early Blink Dagger up if he so wishes, and then start hunting that Coddle. I have seen this pick used as a deliberate counter pick into the Keeper of the Light before. It was more popular to use the Kunkka for that purpose, who also, as you know, great last hitter, great denier, and then with the X marks, very good at hunting. But I've always favored the Mars a little bit more, so I actually think that 4DR, if he can't find any good rotations, is going to be in some trouble in this game, because Dark Mago is just going to aim for him and never let him out of his sights.
So Jim Park is gonna have to TP to the bottom lane. I doubt you walk, because you would lose at least 2 CS, maybe even more. So we do get a go when ready here from Midas Club. So it is Estar backs that are actually delaying this one. Hopefully they don't have each other banned. Though I think in South America, that's not really something that happens often. People here are more chill.
I'm not even sure if they're more chill or if they're just more ready to all call it water under the bridge. Like, I think tempers run pretty high, but that's really... And I realize that I'm dealing in stereotypes a little bit here, but culturally, South Americans certainly probably get into like at least verbal fights easier than say Northern Europeans, and probably also make up for it a lot easier than Northern Europeans. Like,
Yep.
as undercooled bastards tend to hold a grudge.
I mean, stereotypes exist for a reason, right? There's usually two reasons. One, they are true, or two, they are the opposite of
I thought you were going to say they're funny.
Yeah, but usually because they're the opposite of the truth, right? So
Yes.
that is the case. But they're always funny. Every stereotype is funny. I mean, if even if it's directed at you, let's say, if you can find it, you can usually find a little bit of joke in it. So it's
yeah. No, like the thing that matters the most, and I think a lot of people underestimate that, is how much you trust the good intentions of the person saying it. Like it's
true.
much like the joke of the lady that like the handsome at the office, and the handsome guy says hello to her. It's like, oh hi Jim, and then the guy with the glasses and the freckles and everything says hi. It's like, oh, HR. It's like that. Good vibes out of somebody making an
freckles
offensive
are sexy.
joke.
Freckles are
Now,
sexy.
listen, this is not my opinion. When I was growing up, I had a badminton coach who was just a little bit older than me, also basically a kid still, and red hair, freckles, the whole thing, head over heels. So you don't have to preach it to me. I'm just everybody knows that comic.
Yeah, very true, very true. If we would go by South Park terms, red hair with freckles means no soul. So I'm not sure that's how it works. I have freckles. I feel like I have a soul, but I would be considered a day walker. So I no. Not sure about that. Anyways, though, there is still a pause going on. We're here talking about the HR and everything. Luckily, here we don't have that. We deal with all of the disagreements ourselves. We on the pause we say, "Yo, Kips, how dare you talk to me like that?" And then that's how we end it. Luckily, we are far away from each other, or it would usually end in me getting my ass kicked. As either way.
I mean, in Dota 2, like, HR is Valve, right? But they don't really pick up the phone.
Yeah, somebody is calling to complain again. Okay, so now that their Morphling has disconnected, Illich says go. Right? So I think...
Yeah, go 4v4. I love that.
Oh.
I think 4v4 Dota, I'm not sure there have been mods like that. I'm pretty sure there have been. But it would be a little bit like, they also play football with, is it 9v9? Where there's a lot more open space and a lot more action because of it. And, you know, 4v4 Dota would leave open a lot more EXP.
Sure, but now with the map being bigger...
Yeah.
Maybe before the increase of the map. But yeah, in football, I think there were some like propositions to change the rules to make the number of players smaller so that there would be more goals and stuff. But then one of the things, like when people say why is football like so popular, is that it hasn't had significant rule changes in like forever. There have been some, but not really game-changing that somebody's going to come over and be like, I watched football 3 years ago, and this is not what it looked like. And that's not what we... that's pretty much the same that we get in Dota, right? If you played it 3 years ago and you come and play it now, it's the same. No patch is coming, ever. You only get hats.
Clearly.
Be happy about it.
Free game, no bitching.
Yeah, you know, you say no bitchin', and then you open a little forum called Reddit, and you go to a subreddit called Dota 2, and you see that everybody's super happy about the current state of the game and no patch coming out. So I'm pretty happy about that.
And we have a circus coming anytime now.
Dark Mago is low. He has a Fairy Fire, but no bottle and not close to it just yet. He needs a couple of more CS. He made a huge mistake eating those Illuminates, and I think the pause actually affected this. So HR really should have gotten involved.
Yeah. But, no, Answer is gonna have to solve it simply on his own. I do think that, of course, with the Kotal having used those Illuminates, this wave's now under his tower. He's gonna get some levels out of this. And one more last hit can be secured with a Spear or a Bonk if he needs it. He needed it.
What about the bottom lane here? So I guess you cannot push out the Night Stalker out of the lane, and then once the night comes, I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of especially this this Crystal Maiden, even though they are Prada.
I mean, you say that, but I do think that this Night Stalker could be at risk of getting killed or severely pressured back in about a minute or so, like level 3. These two, you can see Prada even staying out of EXP range right now.
And FCR, his CS have been really bad so far in this lane, and it's a hero with 80 CS damage, then with the Quelling Blade even more, and you miss that many CS under the tower. That's a problem.
That is a problem. I mean, don't forget that you are up versus a Morphling who's going to have around 70 for most of this lane.
Very true. And you're not the type of hero that's going to pressure him to morph into strength, so it makes sense. What about the top lane? I mean, we're seeing that the AM and the Doom are kind of close at the moment, but lane in a good position for the Doom in general.
And this Shadow Demon is going to make it very annoying for the Anti-Mage to actually get up close and personal, because you want to take that mana pool out ASAP. And you can see him working on it.
He's doing his best. Not working out thus far. But other than that first blood on the Coddle, with him getting Spirit back after a disruption, we haven't seen much action here. RDO and FCR taking some damage, and you said that there might be some pressure coming on the Night Stalker, and there it is. Also the waves being pushed in. They're not even trying to kill him, they're just poking on the Night Stalker, being hella annoying, and FCR is having a bad time.
Exactly, it's really all about keeping him away from the CS as well.
Oh, that's the problem. Morphling might actually die. That is a mistake that you don't want to make. Jim Park dropping low. He does have the attribute shift into strength right now. That was very close for Jim Park.
And FCR gets off, I don't want to say scot-free, but relatively undamaged.
That's solid. Morphling is going to be losing some damage because of it. He's going to have to attribute shift into strength a bit. But either way, this bottom lane is already a pretty solid victory for the Morphling. We'll see if that changes once the nighttime comes. But it's only going to be 1 point in Hunter in the Night from FCR.
And he's gonna hit it. I don't want to say exactly on the dot. You can, if you have a really good lane, you can already have it. Actually, no, he'll probably get it now that I look at it. He'll probably get it exactly when the night falls. That's good enough, honestly. Double bracer as well. Bringing the raindrops in. FCR is happy.
This Shadow Demon, though, is a problem for the Anti-Mage. It's one thing that we didn't discuss in the laning stage is disruption with the mana burn is a problem. Is the play just not skill up mana break on the Anti-Mage? I don't know what you even do about this.
I mean, the problem is that so much of your damage comes from the mana break, not just in terms of harassing your opponents in the lane, but also in the jungle. Anything with I
mean, save your skill points, not like take something else. Save them. But it's definitely an issue. Costabile is having a really bad time, blinking away more than he's been farming, and Illich just gets to do whatever he wants with the creeps. It is nighttime. Is Prada even gonna be pressured whatsoever? I think FCR low mana. He's not a problem at the moment.
Thanks.
There's a clarity.
Very necessary. They're gonna have their sights set on this TM right now. Prada hanging back a little. not want to be the first go to target.
Otto got destroyed by the Mars. Is gonna be killing some creeps in the jungle though, with the Coddle hitting level 6, has the urn, so TP to bottom or top lane might actually happen. We'll see which one he decides to go for. I'm thinking maybe bottom lane is better because you have some TP cancels on the top lane. That's not the case.
Idea in mid now. Rocket flying in.
Yeah, but they have a disruption. They're gonna save him. No, a little bit too late. This is a problem. The Mars could actually die. He's protecting himself with the arena. There's the spear. Turns around with the God's Rebuke. The slow is there. Where's another Illuminate? It is not gonna be there. Oh, actually comes out just in time to finish him off. DP away. Not gonna be happening. This rotation to the mid lane was perfect. RDO even survives through the poison stacks. And Hiko gets a kill on Matthew. So I was thinking, where do you go in terms of side lanes? But they just bring their power to the mid lane at the expense of their cores in the side lanes, but either way, it is a win for Midas Club.
Absolutely, getting so much damage onto this mid tower here. Gorgeous.
Gonna get it.
Yeah, that actually looks like it's gonna hold.
Easy. I mean, Mars versus a Coddle, I never would have imagined that his tower falls, but bottom lane, Morphling in some trouble. Void was already used, and Jim Park actually going forward has to be a bit careful. Has the range drop and the healing Lotus, so really isn't close to dying. But every single time I see this, you know, my heart skips a beat.
Yeah, that's why you gotta have nerves of steel, Morphling player. If you can't keep your hands nice and dry while you're playing like that, you have no business playing Morphling, I think.
That is true. Some of those heroes, they really do require nerves of steel. Slark, I think Morphling is #1 though. Morphling and Huskar probably #1.
Huskar, yeah. And Toggles. But as far as the mid game for Midas Club goes here, not only do you get that middle tower, which is an important aggressive asset away. Now is the first arena. Let's see if the second works out. Yeah, it does.
Looks very good. Anti-mage lost a couple of teeth there, but I guess that's the least of his problems, and is really struggling in terms of net worth. It's gonna be some time before he gets his Battle Fury, and the map is gonna shrink significantly. What's with this Doom onto the Enchantress? That is a speedy hero. Has no Windlace, and just with the boots, dodging the poison stacks. Nature's Attendants will expire. They see her in the trees. Doom expires as well for poison stacks. And there's the Frostbite. Of course, a couple of more hits will do the job. Illich just waiting there for the last hit to make sure that the creeps in the jungle don't do the deed themselves. While Doom is dying to this Wild Wing Ripper. It's so fast. Here comes RDO as well. Illich, you're taking too long. Only 1 point in the R. He couldn't do anything about it. And finally, they're gonna bring down. No, the Wild Wing Ripper is still alive, and it's baiting 2 of them in. What the hell are you doing, Estar backs? You got the kill. You got everything you needed, and you stayed way too long for a neutral creep.
I lost the fight to a chicken, man.
Dude, that is one thing not to put in your CV.
A little embarrassing. They'll get over it, I'm sure. But yeah, that was so necessary for the anti-mage to get some people kicked out of that lane. The Cornucopia is such a rubbish build-up, and you really want to have that done before you go into the jungle, just because you really need that regeneration.
No, I don't know, Kips, if you maybe had some family in the countryside or something, but chickens are very hard to deal with when you're a kid. You're like 2 or 3 years old, like chicken, and then the rooster turns up and it's like bonk, 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 and then you start running away. So a lot of kids have lost fights to chickens. Not me, of course. I would always win 100%. As there's gonna be a Silence Dark Ascension as well. Refreshing some of those spells, but he's inside of the arena. Prada still in a lot of trouble. 4DR will run him down with the right clicks. Dark Mago and a lot of problems with the second Illuminate, finishing him off. And 4DR gets a dominating spree with a double kill. Midas Club, they are starting to make this lineup work. Much better approach than in the previous game.
Yeah, this time with this Night Stalker around, you don't have anything to wait for. You just have another core for your Kotl to connect with. Somebody who is good at chasing, good at giving you the vision, good at frontlining for you. And that makes incursions into the enemy jungle like this possible. Makes you feel good as well, though. The daybreak has just dawned.
RDO is level 6 though. Even if they catch him, I don't think you're killing him through the oh, maybe with Dark Mago coming over. No Arena, however, gonna slow him down with the God's Rebuke, spear onto the trees. They're still very close to go for it, and with the adaptive strike they should get it. Actually, just right clicks from Gym Park are gonna do the deed. That's a pretty nice kill. Does live Illich on the top lane unattended to, but Purge Creep, very nicely done. You got a Satyr, that's a Banisher, right? Yep. It's a Banisher, and you purge it off. So it's Banisher, Mind Breaker, and Tormentor, right? Yeah, that's the...
Yes.
Dire structures are
And that means you're going to get purge off all kinds of nasty slows in this game.
Dire's bottom tower.
That is a huge deal. That is such a huge deal. That, we haven't talked about it, but very nice read from Illich to go for it. Really, you're dealing with a Coddle, and it just makes such a huge difference.
I mean, you're dealing with a Coddle and a Night Stalker and an Enchantress. All three of which are going to love running you down with their slows. Taking at least one of those off. Huge.
For sure, as there is going to be some fight in the river here for the rune. Shield rune will go for 4DR, going to be coming forward. Spear connects on the low ground on RDO. Really doesn't stop the chase all that much. 4DR goes for the Spirit form, and Dark Mago, thinking about joining that fight, decides against it. This Mars not having the best game is the opening for Midas Club to win this one. He is the one that should be making everything happen for his team.
Exactly, we were talking about how he would need like an early Blink Dagger, hunt this Coddle down, but the Blink Dagger is still a couple of 100 gold away. And this Coddle has been running roughshod over the rest of his team, so now we hunt for the Anti-Mage.
He's dead.
We gotta get him.
Counter spell? No Doom. Now it's gonna be coming out. He almost got the blink off. I think it wouldn't have changed much because Matthew was in a good position for a disruption. But Doom for an anti-mage kill, delaying the Battle Fury even further. Quite a big deal for Estar backs. They've really annoyed this anti-mage, and I think this is just the hero that you have to be more careful with.
Yeah, definitely. He is quite fragile, and especially if you have that bad of a start. You're farming out in front of the Twin Gate as well. There's people who could be coming from both sides. They've definitely been in a different location. Maybe they're going to make some space for him here on bottom, because I think it's overdue that this bottom tower falls. But since the arena did not need to be used...
The Blink Mars is coming, Blink Doom as well, TPing with the supports on the bottom. There's the arena. Silence was there. FCR has a Dark Ascension, so you can silence him once again. Nope. Inside the arena, he's caught. Spear completely off the mark. Night Stalker still dropping down, and he's dead to the Demonic Purge. You lose the Gyro in the process as well. Midas Club are going to be caught with their pants down. Very nice read from Estar backs to use this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and when I saw the Gangplank coming to top, I saw several Dire heroes moving to bottom, and I thought that they would have already put the hurt on this tower, but instead they only do it now, after the scuffle on top is complete, and after the Mars at that Blink Dagger, and that is a way tougher nut to crack this time around.
Yeah, they need to be faster, right? Killing the anti-mage is happening. Bam! Go, go, go! Get a kill! Fight! And they did place good vision in the enemy jungle, but that's about the only thing they did. I think Midas Club, they went too far forward in the future. They prepared themselves for once they take down the tower, but they didn't prepare themselves to take down the tower.
It's entirely possible. I mostly see it as one of the reasons that the kill on the anti-mage happens is because you are not pressuring right now.
Yep.
And maybe it still happens if Estar backs choose to not answer to your pressure instead of answering it. Then it still happens, but then you get the bottom tower out of it.
So anti-mage will have his Battle Fury in like 30 seconds or so. A couple of more camps are gonna do it, which is big for sure. 15-16 minute Battle Fury, that's decent, right?
It's alright, but it's not an A grade. Let's give it a B.
Okay. I mean,
it's a pass.
Okay, B is more than a pass, Gibbs. I mean, D is a pass as well.
My parents are a lot stricter than yours, huh?
Oh, at one point my parents gave up. That's the truth. I still remember.
Snipe. Oh, he lives a little long.
FCR going for the Morphling. RDO will be going down. Morphling though saved by Prada. 2 versus 3, and they get a kill. Adaptive strike onto the Cuddle. Let's see how well your Horsey can swim. Slow down Hiko. Here comes Illich. He gets the Infernal Blade onto him. Let's see if we're gonna have cooked deer here. Nope, not gonna be cooked because Morphling definitely does get a little bit of water on him there. Hiko still dropping very low. Look at Dark Mago coming from the side of Spear. They're gonna be getting the big one with the Doom. We don't even care about you. Put it in the freezer. Keep it for later. And still alive, not for long. God's Rebuke finishes him off. Dark Mago gets out, no issue whatsoever. AD Rune still intact, and Midas Club are being overwhelmed once again.
Once again, Midas Club find themselves in a position where the enemy can fight with 5, and they only have 4 to bring, even if the anti-mage wanted to join. In this game, he is simply not strong enough.
4k gold lead. It is too much. You have a Battle Fury, but you need at least a Manta before you do anything of significance. And even then, that's probably not going to be happening. I mean, I put a lot of faith in Midas Club twice in a row. I really like how they draft. I really like their ideas of how the game should look. But faced with a better team, there are holes that can be punished in their lineup, and there are holes that can be punished in their gameplay, and they're becoming more apparent now versus a team like Estar.
And unfortunately for them, there is no cure with a lineup like this except to keep going. So here we have another smoke. It's still nighttime. I'll look to leverage FCR once again. He does have an Echo Saber in his pocket.
That's their main hero. The thing is that their main hero is so weak. 7k net worth. The smoke breaks. Jim Park is just running forward. He doesn't care. With the supports being in the vicinity and Dark Mago as well. Hiko dropping low, has the Nation's Sentence, keep him alive. Very nice Arena Spear onto the Night Stalker, protecting his supports. Here comes the call down though. RDO still alive. Jim Park has that Pike, is gonna be fine as they lose. RDO did lose Prada earlier, and with the Pike, FCR barely survives those hits from the Morphling. Not gonna be enough. Very cool item from the Morphling this early on. Versus an Anti-Mage versus a Night Stalker seems like kind of a necessity.
Yeah, I was gonna talk at some point about, hey, you're up for the Night Stalker, Kotal, still good game to get 4 staffs. And I completely overlooked the fact that the Morphling can just finish up that Hurricane Pike. So yeah, love this adaptation from Jim Park. Very clearly committed to the fact that if he can join, the Anti-Mage cannot, and Estar will be winning these fights.
Oh, FCR gets the silence off, not gonna allow the spear to come through. Will get spear to his tower, however, gets doomed as well, so no extra tower region from you. A couple of more hits are gonna do it. Actually super speedy, however, even through that doom, should be able to survive, and that's gonna be a doom that does nothing, but the Morphling gets the kill on 4DR, all on his lonesome. You would think his items don't give him much damage, but they do just enough. Demonic Purge on the Enchantress, very slowed, still has those nature attendants to keep her alive. 17-1 charges. Hiko might actually survive now. There's way too much lockdown, so over time, he will finally... What is he finally going to be taken out? God's quite a lot. A couple of more hits at Prada. And then it will be the Frostbite damage that finishes him off. Blink away from Dark Mago. And once again, Midas Club are the ones that are getting pressured super hard.
They are, but the gold difference got budged a little bit back in the favor of, well, Midas Club. Just 1,000, but it's stuck for a bit.
Jim Park? Okay, turns into the Anti-Mage, blinks away. There is gonna be a Homing Missile coming, but he's gonna return it with the counter spell. Nicely done. He's 1 versus 3. The Matthew comes over with his Blink Dagger. The supports are gonna be coming over. What the hell? You were just on the bottom lane killing my teammates, but they are everywhere. Estar super fast around the map, connecting with each of their cores and getting some key kills as well. Jim Park, he's a god in this game. Just his item build, his performance, everything is working out so well. Matthew, where's the disruption? There it is. Poor Night Stalker, no Dark Ascension this time around. It is not nighttime. He has the phase boots and 15-1 charges, so he got whipped. He slowed down. He cannot move, and the vampire will die in sunlight.
In the meantime, Dark Mago is with an Invis rune stalking for DR.
This is God's
He
Rebuke.
is slippery.
Hey, it doesn't matter, they still got him with the Morphling in the vicinity. BKB gonna be used. Another Adaptive Strike, not really needed. Gym Park losing a lot of the mana, but has the Pike to keep the Anti-Mage at bay. Has a great healing Lotus, however, so that's 400 mana that you're gonna have to go through if you're not careful. Again, Mars goes in. Isn't really afraid of much. He should be very much afraid. Gets slowed down. Here comes the call down. Nice disruption save. Maybe blink out. Not gonna be happening. 5 seconds until he has God's Rebuke. Takes him and Lich comes in with the stun. Keeps him at bay. Who needs a Ravage when you have a Doom? And Mars is still alive. That Disseminate coming into play as well, keeping him alive. Midas Club, they cannot get a freaking break here.
Absolutely not. And I have to emphasize, by the way, here how pivotal Matthew is to the workings of this lineup. We have a singular engagement point on Midas Club with FCR, and every single time they go, Matthew is there to save people. Every single time that Midas Club fully commit to somebody, Matthew bubbles them up, and they have other cores to take over on Estar backs, and Midas Club have to switch up who they're dealing the damage to. This Shadow Demon is ruining Midas Club's entire game.
They found the Anti-Mage, there's the stun, the Doom, and it's pretty much...
They're leaving him!
Illich is even leaving him. You are not worth my time. You're so freaking dead.
This is how fast they're playing.
Disrespect. They are playing so fast. Now the freezing field as well as the Morphling coming over. You freeze all of that water that's coming in, and it is gonna be crushing you if you're a Hiko. The safe lane there of Midas Club just gets deleted.
Gym Park really showing off why the Lotuses are so good for a Morphling Night episode. This is a man who was hanging on by a thread in the last fight, and he's now full health and mana again. After popping that thing, spending some time with his flats, he's got a Crystal Maiden behind him. And I'm not sure if he ever actually wants to leave the dire side of the map anymore.
Probably not. No reason to do so. There is a BKB on the Coddle, so maybe you can do something about it. They will use the Disruption Morphling illusions to push even faster. Glyph is at the ready. You want to use it here, and they will. Smoke from Midas Club. Dark Ascension at ready. Gym Park going for the Tormentor. That's the worst possible way to start the fight.
Somebody needs to jump now.
The enemies are coming. They're dropping low, and they see them with the Dark Ascension. This could be the turn. They're looking for the arena. Dark Mago is going to try to protect himself. Will be able to do so. God's Rebuke onto all of them, but it is time to run. You lost your support. You cannot fight any longer. Costabile and FCR very good at chase downs with the Void and the Spirit Vessel. Dark Mago, that is a very optimistic TP that will not work, and the Mana Void finishes him off. Did they even get the Tormentor? At least they got that.
I think Tormentor's still lost from Asgard. It's 3 kills. It's good, and especially if you can get this bottom tower off it, right? I think that is one of the most important things that I can think of here, is get this pressure point away from you. But there's already a Glyph, and these heroes are already respawning. SR Bax does not have to give it to them.
Well, they can't get anything. They lost the tower. They lost the Tormentor. Sure, you got 3 kills, as you mentioned. But in terms of getting something out of the map, Midas Club get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, like if you look at the static reality of the game, it didn't actually change off of that fight at all. All that happened was that you spent your spells, and now the enemy is free to go rush.
Anti-Mage has a Manta, though. That is a change.
Yeah.
That is a change. He can blow people up now. The thing is, you don't really have stuns to do that, and he's going for an Aghanim Scepter, so other than being annoying, not really going to be doing much. I've seen so many of these Ag Scepters come out from the Anti-Mage, and I love it when you're ahead, but when you are behind, I just don't see that big of an impact of the Blink Fragments.
No, it feels like bargain bin Phantom Lancer.
That's a cool way to put it. So illusions do 25% then. Okay, and it's not bad, but
no,
if
it's
just
not bad,
one God's Rebuke kills them, it's a problem.
Yeah, and it's also very undirected. You don't get much say in what it does for you.
Very true, very true. Maybe some mistakes happen. Maybe a Doom gets used on the counter spell. You know, you never know. Enemies can make mistakes. One thing that the Axe of the Anti-Mage definitely does do is create chaos.
Yes.
And
important.
definitely does make the enemy second guess themselves. The second Tormentor will get picked up. Dark Mago gets a shard. There is only a BKB on the Coddle. Night Stalker still doesn't have his, so a double spear is very possible.
Deza, we've only seen arenas with 2 or more people in them this game.
Yeah, I don't even remember like two-man arenas. Everything was these 3+ in my mind, though.
That's Dark Mago for you. And
Radiant are scanning.
the Night Stalker can have one deceptively quickly if he disassembles his Echo Saber.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he might, right? There's no reason not to.
Yeah, I think he should, but he's gonna wait until he's sure that he can buy the entire thing.
Exactly. There's, speaking of BKBs, there's one on the Doom, and they're actually going high ground. Morphling sends illusions to the mid lane to cut the wave. We'll be able to do it, and now they're gonna be poking on the enemy high ground, so some tough decisions are gonna have to be made by Midas Club, and you will need to go back.
Absolutely. And the problem is that you're going into... I was going to talk about how Jim Park has a Manta style now, which is... The Purge is a problem for all of your slows, but he already got himself a Phylactery on top of that as well. Now they go in.
Oh, what a fast spear. No BKB out from Hiko. Will die inside of the arena as well. That's a 2-man arena. Definitely not that great, right? But you get really 2 great kills for them. Jim Park destroys them, and that's going to be a lane of racks. Glyph is going to be used. Backdoor protection actually is there, and Anti-Mage cutting the waves. So not the worst thing in the world. Can the Morphling take it? Nah.
Not that imba, luckily, but you know what? You can just keep on diving him.
Remember? Gyro will survive. That's gonna be fine. Nice dodge there on the homing missile. One thing, if our viewers might not be super acquainted with the world of Dota, you might have seen that a pike being used on the homing missile. That is possible to do, and a very nice way to deal with it as a Morphling, though he wasn't a target of it in the end anyways.
One of the funnier interactions, I think. They're going for Hiko now.
Thought again, Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, yes. I mean, he's dead if Jim Park wants to get involved, but Jim Park has objectives to focus on.
Yeah, the Anti-Mage is split pushing over on the bottom lane, so that might be something that you want to focus on. No more Glyph. 2 tier 3s have been taken down, so Estar backs, they can do so much. Jim Park turns into a Gyro, has those flak cannons as we are looking at Prada here. Very nice, nice guy for sure, but let's see what those Raxes hold. Anti-Mage split pushing, he's not going to be able to push as fast as the Morphling, no way.
He is not, but the amount of towers that he took is definitely a good amount of gold into his team's pockets, and they're dragging time for all they're worth.
Nice Manta dodge on the missile. Range Axes actually lived. Dark Mago coming forward, just 1 hit was needed. He wanted a kill, still has a BKB to work with. Arena onto the 2 heroes, and again, poor 2 supports. Like, how do you go through these walls? Well, you don't. You just use Glimmer Capes, so you're gonna be completely fine. Eco's still alive. They did lose the Aegis. The Glimmer once again. Invincibility is gonna be there for Midas Club. All their supports live with FCR going forward. Silence is there. Dark Ascension gets used. He sees everything, and he wants blood. While Morphling is standing his ground way too hard to go through him. 19,000 net worth on the Morphling, almost 20. FCR. The chase. Jim Park gets silenced up, has the Hurricane Pike, but cannot morph into strength just yet. Manta style will keep him safe. Estar backs, they get out scot-free.
And we see the use of the Blink Fragment there to harass the supports with as well. Harass the supports? Is this finally a kill?
No, they can't kill them. That is just 4 staff. Crystal Clone, which obviously does disjoint right now because I saw it disjointing the impetus, and then a disruption. Like, it's so hard to kill people on both sides actually, which is I'd say more impressive by Midas Club because they're super far behind. Jim Park coming forward is going to be dealing with the Watcher, killing the homing missile. No need to pike it whatsoever. Hiko gonna be fun. Have they finally killed the Enchantress? The spear gives you vision, and Jim Park will do the damage, killing the little deer.
Yeah, and Dark Mago now finally up into that Desolator, making sure that he is a contributing DPSer as well, making taking up the base that much easier.
There's the disruption. There's going to be so many Morphling illusions. Blinding light connects on nobody. This Morphling can see just fine. And spear wasn't the double spear. I don't know why that Night Stalker should have gotten caught as well, but they're all going to die inside of the arena. One of it is a dieback for DR with the Demonic Purge. BKB not going to help you through that, but it does expire. Doom on the Anti-Mage uses the Manta, going into the fountain. Even there, you're not going to heal, but the thing is, you will not be baiting in the fountain. You will be baiting in the waters of Morphling. That will be enough to get the kill. It is pretty much certain that Estar have won this series 2-0 and have definitely won versus one of the favorites of the group, like Boom, Estar, Midas Club. Those are the three we're looking at, and Midas Club got pretty much low diffed by Estar.
They got served. I think the most important thing that you should be learning as Midas Club here is that you cannot afford to play a carry that needs to wait for its timings versus a carry that does not. And we all still sort of like to think about the Morphling like, oh yeah, but you're gonna go for at least the Manta style first, right? But some people still feel about the Lincolns as well. They'll only do that if you force them to. These days, the carries that we see played are the ones that are going to come in very early, and you will be at a numbers disadvantage. You need to be bringing burst damage into the field if you want to actually have a chance for V5.
They're just gonna go back. I mean, Midas Club, you have no other chance than to go and fight right now versus Mega Creeps. You're pretty much gonna lose. You need a big fight victory at the moment. With Prada coming forward in a Glimmer Cape. We've seen those Glimmers have so much impact on the other side. Force Staff away, FCR, takes up flight, Dark Ascension is there, sees clearly where his opponents are, slows down, Illich still has the BKB. Some Blink Fragments coming forward. Hex on the Morphling. He's still fine. Goes with the Waveform forward. And that God's Rebuke with the Deso does so much damage. Impark beyond God, like drowns for the R. Costa Bile left on his own will be able to blink away Matthew with a Glimmer Cape, keeping himself alive. And those Glimmers not going to be keeping Midas Club alive any longer. Anti-Mage survives, but the game is over. GG's called. Midas Club to tap out. Estar backs. Just a better team today.
I do think that a lot of it is about the drafts, though. The fact that they will always get like 4 to 8k behind in the early mid-game just because the enemy carry is contributing and their carry is not. Like, that is something that can also happen against teams that Midas Club actually outskills if they keep on drafting without the recognition of the tempo.
That is true, but either way, though, this is how Midas Club plays, right? So this is the type of drafts that they run. And just when you run to a team that can adjust, that can play faster, seems to be the result. I wanted this series to be close, and I don't think we got it, Kips. Considering that Boom are playing versus Universitario and Lava, I don't know if we're gonna be getting any close games today.
They can't all be close, though, Harry. Like, there's always winners and losers, and you know, sometimes the winners are a little bigger than the losers would really hope them to be.
Okay, so Kip's giving me some very much needed life advice, but I didn't want to hear it, and I don't know if our viewers, I probably knew it anyways. I was just living in a lie, but let's see if maybe these other teams can give us a close matchup. Boom Esports are going to be making their debut versus Universitario Esports after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back, everybody, to the regional Dota 2 series here in Latin America. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and we are watching Universitario Esports versus Boom. Esports Boom, one of the favorites, if not the favorite of the tournament, is going to be making their debut here in Group B. And Kips, what are the chances of our Universitario boys?
Ooh, I mean, I've been sort of joking about it with T Panda. He's the one who said it the first, actually, that so far it seems like every single tournament we've had one team that loses everything without winning a single map. It seems to be somebody's curse, and I'm really hoping for Universitario that they're going to be the ones to break it, but they definitely seem like one of the teams that could be cursed to go that way. Unfortunately, which it's wild to say of a team with Leo style on it.
And
that's how high the quality of the players is in this tournament right now.
You know what was wild? That X5 didn't get a single victory. They went to the playoffs last time, and they got trashed in Group A. Group B, arguably stronger. I don't know. I feel like Group A was closer, but we're gonna be seeing here, as you mentioned, Leo style. We have Benny, Drake, Kiri, and Shaka. That's not gonna be pronouncing that. There was a Reddit thread yesterday about casters using foul language a little bit more than before. I don't know if that is true. The cast that I've seen of us and of some other tournaments, I don't think so. But you know, there might be something there. But what about their opponents? What about Boom? What about the lineup that everybody is looking at? Pakaz, Chris, Sacred Knight, and Panda. These are some really big dogs of Dota.
Oh yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 2 years ago, Pakaz was the best carry in the game, just bar none, just the best carry player. And now, like the results haven't quite held up since, right? But as far as individual skill goes, he's still up there. I'd call him top 10 for sure still.
Okay, so now I would like if production could zoom in. Okay, they can't do it live here, but if they could send us a picture of Pakaz's tattoo. I think it's 25, and I don't know what it's that, like 12 or something.
Oh, yeah, some Roman numerals. That does look like 2512. Yes.
Does look that way, but who knows? There might be something hiding behind it. Though, you know what's hiding behind the screen other than our beautiful faces? It's the draft. We got it, Kips, and let's go. Anything in particular that you're looking for the teams to ban, to pick? Do you think we're gonna be getting something similar in terms of drafts from what happened in the previous series? Because I think that these teams are gonna take a completely different route.
I think so as well. I think if you're a Boom, you have yourself a little bit of space to be creative, right? I don't think that if you're up versus Universitario, you need to necessarily bring the hardest, all of the big picks, all of the drafts that you've been saving. This is not that game. So this is probably more going to be a little bit in the terms of like, hey, what else can we play than just the bog standard hero? And of course, you're not going to improvise too far away from your comfort zone because you do still need to learn something. But I expect Universitario in turn to probably play meta as hard as possible and pick up everything that Boom Esports leaves for them, every single scrap. And they actually played an Ursa yesterday, which is something that I think is quite creative of them, but I'm not sure if that's the kind of creative I want to see.
What I do like about the South America teams is that they play every tournament. They here we are missing only heroic. In some other regions, and to be honest, like the prize pools here are quite significant. You have 200,000 between 4 tournaments in a region, and then 200,000 for a land. That's 800,000, almost $1 million for our regional Dota 2 series, all in all. But in South America, they just jump on every chance they can get. I feel like even heroic might be playing our tournament if they weren't on a LAN at the moment.
Yeah, it's like they physically can't. That's probably the only thing stopping them. I mean, I would be very disappointed in my boy Defy if I had a chance to cast him and then he doesn't show up like that. That would be very sad.
Yeah, if he does it, we're gonna have a nice long talk with him. Not a pleasant one for either of us, probably. But looking at the bans here, nothing too surprising. A little bit different though than what we have seen in the previous game. Not gonna lie.
Honestly, I think that the Shadow Demon going in the first phase is important. What we've seen from this hero, the amount of both the power spike on level 3 in the laning stage, the save throughout the game, then the anti-carry aspect of it once you hit the Aghanim Scepter. I think everything put together, the hero does too much. It's too much of an asset to every single draft that it's in. So I think that this is a ban that... I mean, I like the hero, but technically I think the hero should be banned out first.
And we see a Timber. A lot of the teams stay away from him just because of the lockdown lacking of the hero. So I like that a team that actually is pretty good all around goes for it, so that we can see just how it needs to be played, right? Because a lot of the teams would struggle without lockdown from their offlaners. Not really Boom Esports. But Kips, I couldn't help but notice you have like the biggest glass right now. Did that come in sync with your XXL or triple XL? I don't know.
It's triple X.
Yeah, triple X with your what do you even call that? Cup?
Mug.
Right? Yeah, mug.
It's a mug. Yeah, no, the mug is for hot beverages, and this one is for the cold ones. I can't really show it off though because there's a brand logo very prominent on the glass. So
okay.
I've been covering that up.
Okay,
we don't do that here. The only brand that we support is 1xBet.
Yep, and of course Relog, they are the tournament organizers here, and we can see both of their logos, 1x beneath my face and RLG or Relog beneath yours. That is the second iteration of their logo though. I still remember the old one. It was a bit more squarey though, but that was a long time ago.
And we're taking our time with this draft here. Universitario bringing in a hero that can die to the Timbersaw when locked down, but at the same time, of course, first with the Javelin and then later up with the Maelstrom, the continuous physical plus magical damage is very good at taking the Timbersaw down.
Yeah, very true, very true. Is that gonna be a Wind Ranger in the safe lane? I mean, you do have the mobility to dodge the Timber Chains, so it might be good, but it's still a universal hero, right? So you can struggle versus the Whirling Death.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, I'm not even sure if you want the lane matchup necessarily. Like for sure, Boom Esports does not pick the Timbersaw on the first pick because it's an offlaner and only an offlaner. Like, they will be ready to move this to other lanes as well, just because you can't really pick a core on the first pick like that. I guess unless you have Amar playing it. I'm willing to make that exception. He deserves it. He's earned it. But surely then you must also be ready to move this Wind Ranger around. Maybe even to the support position if the rest of the matchups get too hairy for you.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger is kind of... Is it the only hero that can literally go all 5 positions? And I think it wouldn't be too bad.
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Right there. I mean, Tiny is another one that has insane flexibility. Not big fan of pos 5 Tiny, but I've seen weirder things.
Yeah, safe lane Tiny in any shape or form isn't something that you want to see. There is going to be a disruptor in Boom Esports. Usually we'd see this hero banned, but kind of forgot here. Rubik comes out as well, so that's some lockdown coming out from the supports. Much needed for sure, because there's a Timber. The only problem I always have is with Rubik Timber lane is that both of them are experience hungry, but both of them can apply quite a lot of pressure. So I'm in that regard okay with it. And it was slow early on. Both of the teams went through a solid amount of their reserve time, and now we're getting these flash picks like Tiny, Disruptor, Rubik, then Enchantress. So this is nothing too out of the ordinary from either of the teams.
10 seconds remaining.
No, like you gave me a question where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna leaf through all of these heroes a little bit, think about who else can be played on all 5 position, and bam, 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 bam. Okay, sorry, back to the draft. Sorry, Universe Dario, sorry, Boom.
Yeah, but I almost got shot there by you, Kip, so please.
Sorry.
Keep
I'll put the safety back on.
Says there will be a Razor coming out, which might be the hero that you put to lane versus the Timbers. Although I see a Rubik, I see a Disruptor, really good heroes to break your link so that you cannot stick on a target. 2 heroes that kind of force you to pop the BKB whilst running into a fight and not a little bit later. So I'm not the biggest fan of the Razor. I know that Leo Style likes playing it, but I'm seeing some problems with it, though. I would probably put the Tiny in the mid here because I see Disruptor and Rubik, and I also see Blood for Tiny to pick up.
Blood on the dance floor. No, absolutely. And that is one of the things that speaks for the Razor, even if it doesn't look like it's going to have the greatest time before it gets a BKB. Surely you can still put this on several different lanes. You keep the flexibility in your draft by picking this hero up here.
So let's see. It's Boom. I think some Burst is gonna be picked up. No, they go for the Weaver. Okay, it's not Burst, but it is a hero that can run circles around the Razor, that can run down the Wind Ranger sometimes as well. A lot of the heroes on Universitario, or all of their heroes, are actually pretty low armor, making it very easy for the Weaver to kill them. But there is some decent burst potential in Universitario. Shackle Shot plus have a toss combo, and then the Focus Fire kills the Weaver, which could be problematic for him. But I think this is a good enough Weaver game. You should be able to survive almost anything from Universitario with a couple of items.
Yeah, you should be decently good. I'm wondering what their last ban is going to be here, though. What their read on the draft is, because surely Boom has a better idea about where these heroes from Universitario are going to go than I do. I would be. I mean, you'd run in trouble on your off, would you? I would be a little concerned about a potential puck here. I think a puck could be very, very good for Universitario if they manage to squeeze it in. I just don't know where they end up with their physical damage then.
I mean, later stages of the game, you can do it. There will be a Mars for Boom Esports. Now, we are not sure if it's going to be a mid-Mars or an offlane Mars, but considering they have Chris on their side, I'm thinking it is going to be a mid-Mars. He has played quite a lot of it in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see, like, I've got Dark Mago Mars, now I'm gonna get most likely see Smile Mars. It's a good day for me today. I'm very happy. We are
I don't
blessed.
know why. I liked Chris Luck more as a nickname than Chris Smile. I'm not sure why. There will be a Luna coming out, meaning it is going to be a support Tiny, mid lane Wind Ranger, and off lane Razor, which is fine. The laning setup for Universitario is kind of strong.
Yeah, I know the Razor is going to have one hell of a tough time getting anything out of his link in this lane, but I think that if you itemize for it and you make sure that you pick up maybe a little bit more mana regen than you usually would, you can actually deal a great deal of damage with your plasma field in this laning stage, because you're not going to be up versus a very tanky lane at all.
I have to say, I'm loving the Universitario laning phase, but I am digging the Boom Esports draft. Like, look at the potential to run people down, right? Arena, you bring somebody down. Chase is there, Weaver giving vision, or the Timbersaw giving vision, and then the glimpse is coming through. You have the catch, you have the burst, you have the vision giving. Everything is there for them to just run circles around their opponents. Considering they're coming in as the favorites, I think they're going to be doing just that. It is going to be a mid lane Timber with an off lane Mars, but I would have been okay with it either way. I guess Timber struggles a little bit more versus the Luna, and Mars is going to be a bit better versus two melee heroes. We might even see a Bulwark skilled early on.
Yeah, a little bit of that Bulwark action versus the Enchantress, for example. You've been enjoying that recently. And yeah, I completely agree with your assessment here. The laning stage looks really good for Universitario, but unless you stomp all three of your lanes, somebody on Boom is going to get off to a good start. They're going to do a lot of damage, and then the rest of this team can run you down one by one.
Prepare for battle.
Let's see how the favorites of the tournament probably are going to be doing here. Of course, guys, if you want to get in on the action, you have this QR code, just scan it, and you get the 1xBet app if you like using your phone more than the PC. And look at the odds, the differences. I mean, it's showing just how much of a favorite Boom Esports are. I have a question, Kibbs, though. I know younger generations now, and say younger than us, maybe just by like 5-6 years, they use their phone a lot more. I usually like to sit on my PC to write an email or something along those lines. Are you in sync with the youngins, or are you with us boomers?
I'm old. I type extremely fast. I would never in a million years go towards my phone for that. And in general, like the tiny screen as well. Why small screen when big screen right here?
Yeah. I feel that way as well, but I think the younger generations don't, right? I would buy like a 70-inch TV, no problem, wouldn't even blink an eye. They would tell you, no, your room is too small. I do not care. I do not care. I want to have the biggest
through the door.
possible. Yep, exactly. As Pakaz gets stunned up, doesn't get the bounty rune. It will be a 3 for 1 actually. No, 2 for 2.
A little hopeful here as we
3 for
see
1.
the odds one again. Very curious to see if or how much Universitario has to say here, because I will freely admit that most of these players I've never seen them play before. And so this is for me an exploration and a chance to learn. Most of them not appearing in the previous tour that we did here in SA.
This is, though, the thing is that they're playing versus Boom, so I don't know if it's the right team to assess them against. Though I guess we are finally going to be seeing just how well Boom can play, but with their recent performances, I don't think they've gotten. They need to get significantly worse not to make it to the playoffs here. And even though Group B, just like Group A, is stacked, I think there are some clear underdogs, like Universitario.
Fortunately for Universitario, yep, agreed. So you watch a relatively chill start of the laning stage here. Wonder how much our friend Drake here is going to be able to do. This is very much a positioning based lane. You always got to think about where was I 3 seconds ago, because you're up first that disruptor, and always where can I be that makes possible tosses for my tiny very good, as well as of course your plasma field. A lot of maths here.
Are you the type of gal that remembers like, oh, what I ate yesterday or what I ate 5 days ago, or are you just done with that part of your life and you go next?
Oh, I have a mind like a sieve. I don't remember anything. But except if it's a Wikipedia article I read like 5 years ago, I know what that said down to the dot.
Okay, so we hyped up Boom, and then Sacred misses both of his spells. Not really easy to do with the Mars, but he managed to do it there. So this Luna will survive. Falco is fine.
opportunity missed. And yeah, this is a very fragile lane that Universitario have here. Very reliant on their ability to continuously dish out damage into an enemy side, which is Mars Rubik, very much a kill lane, very burst heavy.
So
you gotta keep him low.
We did mention Chris playing. He's standing in for Slatams today. But we didn't mention that Benny is out today and Foco went in. So I'm very curious to see how Foco does. I am not acquainted with him. Benny has played really well in the previous tournaments that I have cast, but Foco is it's a new guy to me. So we'll have to see.
So a little bit of a shake-up in the rosters here today as well.
Is that a big problem for the teams, like switching out one player for a series?
That really depends. Like, I will immediately go sit on my fence when you ask me a question like that. Like, if it's a player with pretty much the same style as the one that you lost, then no, it's completely fine. But if it's different, or if there's, for example, yeah, the hero pool is the same, but the communication style is very different, it can definitely be a bit of a challenge.
And it's always the type of thing that we cannot have a complete knowledge of. We can see a team lose or win, but we won't know how it looked like in their comms, how the players felt while they were playing, and stuff like that. So it's unless you get an interview, you're not really going to understand. And even in interviews, nobody's gonna say, "Yo, our stand-in was crap, and we don't want to play with him ever again."
Yeah, it's like, we need our carry to talk, and he didn't talk, man. Okay, thanks for the performance review.
Is there like a Dota player that would be blunt like that and say, no, this stand-in, he sucked, like we don't want to play with him again?
I think there are a couple, and the managers keep them very wisely away from the interviews.
Okay. Okay, that's actually a fair point, because I haven't heard something like that. You know, even when a team is not doing well and then a player leaves or something, and Sacred goes down. I guess missing those spells early on in the lane is gonna come to bite you, despite the Luna being pressured quite a lot in terms of CS, not doing well. It's gonna be a nice kill for them, and the first blood at that.
Holding their ground, did the math, realizing that there's not enough burst damage here to take him down, and then your right-click damage plus that Lucent Beam. Simply more. The question is now, though, on the turnaround.
Let's see. Foco is pretty much dead. Does get taken out. We'll be coming back to the lane full mana, full HP, but both of the supports here in the bottom lane getting a kill each for themselves. In the mid lane, though, there is a big difference. This Wind Ranger doing quite well versus the Timber Saw. Chris C-Smile hasn't had much success lately in his career. I don't know what happened. He used to be so good.
I mean, Ember Spirit hasn't been in the meta in a while.
When I think C-Smile, I think TA, actually. That's what he got known for at the start of his career.
Yeah. For me, it's a lot of Ember. I'm not entirely sure either. Definitely think that on the level 6 here, though, he has an opportunity to press his advantage for his Leo style. Certainly pushes like this are going to start being punished. I mean, Leo style himself also Ember Spirit, Ember Spirit, Ember Spirit.
Oh, Wolf does eat Knight. Very nicely done by Shaka. As soon as you have that level 2 enchant, you become a problem, and level 2 H's attendance as well, keeping him alive. So nice bait there. Boom Esports in this bottom lane. They're preventing the Luna from farming, but they are losing a couple of heroes, and Shaka is level 5.
Yeah, he got that entire wave under tower before, and now I think solo EXP for that kill as well.
Yeah, think so too. And there's a smoke.
He's queued up Orchid. He's feeling it.
Let's see. Nice rotation from Leo style. Shackle Shot doesn't connect. The Spirit does, however. Needs the enchant for the slow. Doesn't get the vision in time. Help is coming from the other side. Here comes Panda too. And there's a lift up onto the Wind Ranger. They will get the kill, but at a cost of Leo Style, and Shaka will probably die with the Timber Saw being in the vicinity. Has the mana for a Chakram. Just needs a second. We'll wait for the glimpse. And it will be C-Smile to finish off Shaka as well. Boom Esports. Just a little bit too fast. Foco, what a good read. Beautiful. And even without the boots, he's out.
Only a single level in the glimpse. Ali's Panda empty-handed. That was very smooth. Immediately back to his own tower, which of course has not been pushed yet. This early game, yeah, doing pretty well for Universitario so far.
Is Pakaz in trouble now with Shaka coming over? Probably not. Still only level 5 on the Weaver, but should be approaching that level 6 in no time. A couple more creeps, okay. Now he's gonna be in trouble. Avalanche toss into the hoof stomp, and a couple more hits. He's gone. Where's the why don't you have vision? Blood Grenade off the mark. He's gonna have a Shikuchi in a second. He lives.
Sentry coming out just a little late. That's a shame. That's a very expensive lesson.
They did everything right. They prepared it. They tossed them in. The spell usage, the timing. Everything was perfect, and you don't get the kill. This Razor, he definitely needed. He's behind the supports. He's gonna be behind 2 supports very soon.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's not that bad yet.
Yeah, he's only behind 1 support. That's awesome. It's a perfect situation every offlaner would love to be in. But they are going for a push. This Enchantress having those early levels and getting the Troll Summoner, they're gonna be rallying around this tower and getting it down. Pretty big.
Yeah, that is the one thing you have going for yourself, and you know what, if this Enchantress keeps up the core levels of farm, then your Razor is definitely going to have some time to recover, because you can recover on a Razor. It just takes a lot of mana, especially.
Leo Style has a Javelin on the Wind Ranger and the Power Tread, so that should be quite nice for him. Shaka has a lot of levels, but that means he's going to be giving a lot of the experience to C-Smile. Nice rotation there. Panda catches the Enchantress, gets the war down. They secure some stacks for the Timber Saw. It's pretty much perfect.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that is the problem for an Enchantress in this game. You're just so fragile versus this huge amount of magic damage.
And the thing is, Pakaz lost his tower, but he's a Weaver. Right now, having the time lapse, he's not a target you want to go for. And then when we look at it, Universitario, even if they combo everything right, it is not certain that you're killing this hero. So you don't want to do it. So that tower grab in the end, and so much vision placed, it might not even do anything versus the Weaver. The odds haven't changed almost at all. In the mid lane, however, Wind Run stolen, and Knight is gonna be fine. They use the glimpse. Leo Style might get the kill because it misses on the power shot completely, as C-Smile turning around, wants to finish him off. Nice shackle shot onto the creep there. With Drake coming over, misses on the Timber Chain. A lot of spells being just missed there from both sides, as Weaver comes into the fight. Haste on the Tiny. Kiri should be able to escape this because he can only be max movement speed in his Shikuchi, whilst Kiri, he has it constantly.
Getting away with murder, but man, Sacred would love to get somebody to defend this tower right now. I just don't think anybody's incoming. No, all of the guards of Universitario are too busy farming.
Static's on ready, and the arena is ready, so this tower is just gonna go down. Universitario are gonna have to leave it. The thing is, it doesn't look like Boom Esports are just crushing this game, but they are definitely in full control.
No, especially when they show up in a group like that, there's nothing Universitario can do, and they're gonna have trouble for the foreseeable future. They need a Blink Dagger on this Tiny very badly. Separate somebody out, kill them with the Wind Ranger. And that's going to have to be their game plan basically up until, I want to say, BKBs. I don't think your Wind Ranger plays this game very well until she has that.
They not, as That is a 2k gold lead for Boom, but they didn't get the mid lane tower down, which is quite big. Looking at, you talked about the tiny blink dagger, but the first one that will get the blink in this game is going to be Sacred on his Mars, and he's very close to it.
Sea Smell's already blinking.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. No, like why would you bother with anything else when all you need to do is, you know, jump on top of an enchantress and she's gone?
Panda gets shackled, doesn't care much about it, but maybe he should. There is an 80 rune on the Timber Saw, which gonna give him quite a bit of damage. Panda running away, Kiri can't get on top of him, love the kill. Sacred does join in on the fray, Spear connects, Sea Smile with the blink, gets it. Panda actually gets sniped by the power shot, so that's quite real. Look at those little nice flowers left at the grave of Panda.
Very cute. Mio style, yep. That's going to be... Where is his courier? Thought he had a courier in there, but no, he doesn't. Okay, never mind me.
So Maelstrom is going to be done on the Wind Ranger. Maelstrom is done on the Weaver as well as the Blink Dagger on the Mars. So now the catch of Boom is insane with the Timber Saw and the Mars playing together. Once they get their mana and HP back, it is going to be the Murder Squad.
It is, and fact is that, you know, you have a Murder Squad hopefully semi-soon. No, the Tiny actually went for the phase boots. Okay. Well, not even that, but the problem is also with these two that not only can they jump in and finish somebody off in a couple of seconds, you're also going to have a really tough time pumping enough damage into them to actually punish them for that, because both of them are so tanky compared to, well, a Wind Ranger.
Rubik has stolen a power shot, so that is a huge amount of damage is going to be coming through. One thing that Rubik loves is playing versus a Wind Ranger. And Smoke gonna get broken. Sacred jumps in on the Enchantress. At least they don't kill the Luna. Some TPs there attempting about it, but will decide against it. Actually, chasing down Foko, I don't think you can... Actually, they can get him. The arena is still up and he's gone. There's the arena, the spear connects, they dodge on the shackle, the guy in the back isn't going to be doing it. That's not that strong of a eclipse whatsoever, and they are just running circles around Universitario. This is what we were afraid of when we saw the Disruptor, but the thing is, you're not even using that glimpse, and they want to.
Sea Smile hunting does not dare to step behind yet. Instead, they've got eyes on Drake.
On Drake, the spear off the mark, but now they see him, and it's pretty much certain that he will die. The only question is who finishes him off, and it will be Sacred that gets the kill. Stolen Plasma Field. That power shot did its job, but Knight is going to be getting another good spell to go with his kit.
The amount of burst damage on Boom is insane, man. Universitario right now, you kill a wave, you run away. You kill a wave, you run away. You don't linger. You don't ask any questions. You don't get greedy about creeps. You really, really need to make sure you are off the map for as much as possible.
So hard. It's so hard. I'm looking at this game at the moment, and I don't know what Universitario are supposed to do. You were talking about the tiny blink. That is so far away. There's the spear. The second you show on the map is going to be a problem. Static Storm going to be dropped. It's time to run away. They still have the glimpse. Ward placed as well so that you cannot escape. And here comes the real burst damage hero. That is Sea Smile, of course. Nobody died just yet, but Kiri will be the first casualty. Stolen tree grab. Really not something that you want inside of the arena. God's Rebuke kills Leo style. And it is just looking easy at this point. Boom, they are getting anything they want.
It's an absolute slaughter. Universitario is waiting for BKBs, and the question is if they're going to get any of those at all. Like, Drake needs one desperately, otherwise he's just going to get blown up. Luna, very much the same, but she has a bunch of other items to get first as well. And then for the Wind Ranger, yeah, only 600 gold in the bank. It's pain and suffering.
It's that's a big gold lead, and Razor. Oh boy, we talked about lanes of Universitario. What went wrong? When did it all go wrong, Kips? Was it the lanes, or was it just coming out of them? For Razor, it's going wrong as we speak. Is he gonna get a kill? No. Oh, yep. He got him. Woo.
Now getting walked around on a leash by Knight. Now, what happens on that top lane is that it's entirely possible to be so busy with calculating where you should not be glimpsed to that you don't get far enough forward to harass at all. And if you don't focus on your mana economy, if you don't buy items specifically to fuel you in the laning sites, like he has a Sage's Mask, but thinking that he maybe needed to do even more just to make sure that you can actually keep the plasma field spam up, because you're up for the Weaver. The Link is not going to do anything for you, and that is Razor's normal lane dominating tool.
Without the lane domination part of the Razor. Yeah. And with him having pretty greedy other two cores, he is not able to have a game. Razor with 5k net worth at 18 minutes does nothing. Now, I don't know if you feel the same way, but Boom are everywhere.
They are. And, I absolutely feel the same way.
That power shot was pretty strong. And here comes the Razor from the other side. Maybe he can get some support kills. Gets one. The other one could go his way as well. Eclipse is the spell that you want to run away from. The Weaver is coming to join the fight. They're going to see him on vision and say, run. No, wait, that's the Timber Saw. Here comes the bugs connect onto poor Leo style, and the Weaver will finish him off. You have that Maelstrom. No procs, however, but the bug is eating on Leo style. Finally finishes him off. Now, Drake is gonna be paying for killing the Disruptor. How dare you touch our supports? Have a spear through the heart and cut down by the Chakram as well. See Smile. That Chakram never coming back to him. Stolen toss on the Tiny. Kiri doing his best to run away. His Blink Dagger again delayed. We'll see Smile being beyond godlike 19 minutes into the game.
And I like seeing Boom actually not underestimating their opponents. They see that the Razor has his ult on, the Luna pops hers as well. They go back, regroup, keep an eye on the goings down on the level below them, and when they see that the enemy overdive them, immediately slam the door back into their faces. Very, very well controlled, very business-like.
Our business is killing you, right? So, yeah. Well, Esports, they're hitmen. Makes sense.
Agent 47 vibes, you know, get in, drop a chandelier on their heads, get out. We're talking about the way the game is, you know, technically meant to be played, not the clown killing people with muffins.
Because it does look like the latter that you mentioned. Oh, they got Panda dead again. Foco running away. Of course, he will not be able to run away, especially with the Swarm connecting. They see him clearly. Reduces damage, reduces armor, reduces HP, and take his life in the end. 2 kills for Boom every single time. They are the ones coming out ahead, with Universitario just running or trying to run away.
Alright, Tiny Blink in 50 gold. That's the timing. That's something, at least. The problem is that at this point, you know, when you get a Blink Dagger like this, you want the enemy team to still be apart so that you can actually pick up separate kills. But when they're 10k ahead, they can actually hold hands much more than they normally would at this phase of the game. Just because they have gold in the bank to burn.
Quite a lot of it. The Razor gets a BKB. The problem is it is 21 minutes into the game, and you might still get bursted down by the enemies. Plus, this Weaver packs a punch. A lot of his damage is still magical, however. We'll see if that does change in the near future.
Would you believe me if I tell you that this is not the worst Razor game I've seen this week?
I believe everything you say, Kips. After the predictions of the Coddle Denies, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that everything that you say is 100% certain. As there will be an arena, lift up on the Tiny. His Blink reveal wasn't as successful as he would like it to be. Regen Rune on the Wind Ranger, saving her life, as Pakaz is going to be joining the fight Swarm off the
Oh,
mark
Picasso.
completely, but it still doesn't matter. I mean, Boom Esports are missing their spells, and it doesn't change anything. Avalanche Toss, at least they do bring down Panda. Falco finishes him off. Leo Style in a lot of trouble. That Regen Rune's still going strong. Picasso doesn't care. It just does way too much damage. The Luna will be left alone versus these two cores. Maybe they can finish off C-Smile, which would be big. Goes for the Yules, and Picasso is going to be joining in on the fray. C-Smile goes forward as well. Kiri, that is a nice blink dagger. Would it be so bad if you go down? Oh, doesn't have the mana for a TP out, and the chase will be on by two very, very speedy heroes. Kiri, he picks up a tree. Look, we are on the same side. I destroyed trees as well, and the Timber doesn't care.
No, the Timber does not care. That's a decent fight from Universe Dario, though. Like, Leo Style really giving them the runaround in that one. Stolen Eclipse as well, not doing enough versus Foco, who actually manages to hold his own up on the hill. They're not going to get that good of a fight again, because most of that was simply down to Sacred and C-Smile, both of them already being in at the moment that the BKB was popped by the Razor. And now that they know he has that, that's not going to happen again.
Yeah, and that Regen Rune was probably the biggest difference maker. The Wind Ranger would have died at the start of the engagement, and then it would just be Weaver killing everybody. But, okay. I mean, the Blink Dagger of the Tiny and the Regen Rune, they gave them a cool fight. I feel like that was the closest fight we've had thus far in this game.
Yeah, and most likely the closest fight that we're going to get from now on. This Weaver has a Lincoln Sphere. I don't think Kraz has to be afraid of absolutely of anything, really. Even if his teammates might die a little bit more often now, if they are too casual about this, he doesn't need to die. He'll just mop up everything after.
Yeah, he definitely will, as that's gonna be a 14k gold lead for Boom. Foco in a very aggressive position. That doesn't have his BKB. Has been found. The Yule is there. PP from the Mars. You cannot escape, but maybe they can get a really big kill here. A huge kill. C-Smile 12, make it 1300 gold. You will lose your carry, but this is as good as it gets. Universitario finally striking back. They're gonna be in a world of hurt. Kiri got Yuled up by Sacred. Is he actually gonna live because of these mistakes? As they have a toss combo, Kiri turning around, trying to finish off Sacred. He's way too tanky. They get him down. Razor has died on the other side of the map as well, with the Weaver and the Rubik making sure of that as well. But it's funny. You get 3 kills, you lose 1, and the goal doesn't change.
No, it does not, and in fact, that's a little bit of pocket money, I'd say, for the Luna. Manly plays there. It's like, you caught us? Okay. We're gonna die. We're gonna take you with us.
I mean, you know, fight or flight response. You take away the flight, and, well, fight is the only thing that remains.
There's freeze, I'm afraid.
Nah, Universitario are not cowards.
No, they're not. Which they have proven already.
Aegis for the Weaver, level 20 Weaver. How's he looking with items? Went for a Lincoln Sphere. Next item is gonna be an MKB. Pakaz is so damn farmed. I mean, we haven't even looked at his items because there's constant action. We're mostly looking at spells being used rather than the itemization. But he is stacked.
And to be fair, if you're thinking about why he went for that Lincoln Sphere, I think a very large part is the Orchid that has been up on Shaka for a while. This game could have been a harder stomp if there wasn't an Orchid on that edge. Keep that in mind.
There are a couple
that means
of
Pakaz slow down a little.
Yeah, Pakaz slowed down. The other cores and Boom had to pick up their Yule Scepters, which they probably would have been able to skip in this game in particular. But it weren't allowed. Tier 2 push? Not the easiest thing to do.
Gus in first.
Don't want to go for that. TP in from the Mars. They see him clearly. Let's see. Mars gets the arena off. Even through the BKB, he's dying. Silence on the Weaver. Will the Shackle Shot? His Aegis is gonna be gone. Okay, that's a good way to start the fight. The thing is, do you have anything else left in the tank? See him smile. Stimmer Chain gets cancelled. The Avalanche Toss, nice heals just in the nick of time. Allows him to live. Stolen Plasma Field from Knight, keeping them at bay. He has the Nature's Attendants as well as the Yule Scepter, so will survive for a long period of time as Pakaz waiting for the Razor to come back. Hello, laning buddy. Goodbye. Immediately. So in the end, you lose the Aegis, you lose the Mars, and Universitario, they're fighting, their target choosing has been beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just the target choosing, but like the fact that they picked that fight into the Aegis, saying we need to get that out before it gets to our high ground. Pick that spot on the top lane, wait for the Mars to come in. At 15k behind, this is one hell of a fight.
Pretty huge.
Yeah, Gus silenced, removed. Solid footwork from Sacred there, though, staying in the wall of the arena to make sure that he that as many hits from that Wind Ranger as possible do miss.
You know, you talked about the Lincolns versus the Orchid, but I still think Manta would have been better than a Lincolns. Lincolns just feels bad nowadays.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue against you on that. Lincolns does feel bad nowadays.
Let's see, wards placed. Sentry will be there. But you're probably... Avalanche toss! Onto the four of them. Kiri has found the engagement and also the Shackle Shot. They're gonna kill the Mars before he gets anything off. No, he gets the ult. Now there's the Static Storm and the Arena. Sacred still alive, getting out of it, protecting himself with the Bulwark, but boom! They're actually running away with the buybacks. No. Pakaz standing his ground. There will be a Shackle Shot on the Timbersaw. He's caught next to a tree. He doesn't want to die there. Sea Smile still alive with the Timber Chain. Actually misses. That is not a punch hook, my friend. Another Shackle Shot will probably take him down, but the Weaver gets an ultra kill and Pakaz is ready for those rampages. No! Panda, you steal our Avalanche dog. He's dead. Squash the puck and give me all of that golden experience. Kiri, that blink of his changed the game completely. It's probably not going to be allowing Universitario to win kills, but they are putting up a fight.
Oh, this is beautiful. It's like, who cares that we are 17k behind? We have our timing. We have been waiting for these BKBs. We've got them. We're going to use them. We've been waiting for this Blink Dagger. We've got it. We're going to use it. And Kiri, with that 4-man Avalanche combo start, this man has some real cojones on him.
The thing is that he's overshadowing the constant double shackles that are coming through in these fights, right? We get like 2 double shackles, then 2 shackles onto the tree, and we don't even mention the Wind Ranger. Like, yeah, you're okay, kid, because there's this guy that is killing everybody. So what does the Tiny get with all of the gold that he got? You know what the worst part is? That he bought back in that fight. So other than levels, his gold hasn't really changed.
It's a shame. And I'm also a little sad because he had not 1 but 2 Echo Sabers queued up in his quick buy earlier this game. He's gonna do the sensible thing and go for the BKB here though, which is going to make him, I don't want to say immortal, but you see how long the other heroes of Universitario live when they've got those BKBs popped. Because as farmed as he is, you know, decent part of that net worth is caught up in that Lincoln Sphere. Still not as high damage as you'd really want him to be, and that means that these fights last a little longer.
And he's also going to go for a Gleipnir, so again, the BKB will help you versus that as well. Sacred, however, gets the shard, so with the BKBs on the other side getting low, a Razor is down to 600%, the Wind Ranger down to 7, and the Luna down to 7 as well. That's going to be a big deal. But countdown the Luna is done, and level 20 is there as well. The Universitario, considering how the early mid game went, I thought they were going to get stomped, but they actually have the items.
They do have the, and so much of that is down to their decision to take, especially that fight top, where, you know, if that one goes wrong, you just lose the entire game. It's very easy for a mid-tier team to say, okay, we know they're coming with the Aegis, we're going to set up in our base. They decided, no, we're going to keep our fate in our own hands. We're going to fight that top. We're going to take the Aegis out of their hands, or die trying. And the result was that they actually took the Aegis, and now they still have a game to play.
But it is still a tough game with a 20k gold deficit. Universitario going for a smoke. With the Enchantress baiting once again. Boom, they fell for it once. This time around, they pull out just in time.
Universitario's chase not quite on the level that Boom's is.
Eternal Shroud on the Weaver.
They're still into the Weaver?
They're going. Oh, the double spear this time around. You're gonna be caught. The Weaver isn't even killing them. They're already down to half HP. Kiri's gonna try to TP out. Not gonna be happening. And you have lost your Luna. Now there is nothing to fight for. Kiri will die. That's gonna be a dieback. Dead for a very long period of time. 1.5 minutes on the sidelines allows Boom to do whatever the hell they want now. And look at Pakaz already chasing for more.
Free like a bird of prey.
It's gonna destroy him. There's the double hit and just both supports without buybacks. At least this time around in terms of death duration, the Enchantress already died earlier, but I don't know if that's something to be proud of.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, it is not. And to be fair, that go also felt a little forced up that high ground blind. Having to jump over that Weaver. It was always going to be a very, very long shot for Universitario to make anything out of that smoke, but they took it.
Well, they didn't do much with it as Rubik jumps in. The Elena Rax will be taken down. Razor cut the mid wave, but the bottom lane is pushing in as we speak, with the Tiny being dead for another 25. Boom can continue with the push.
Shroud on Pakaz. This is always an interesting philosophy, right? Where it's like, okay, being alive is damage, and especially since he's level 25, right?
Yep.
Ain't wrong with the extra Geminate attack.
I just want to see a shard on him, though.
That would be really good value for money.
There's the Gleipnir. So what now, Kips? Is this now the real end coming? Gleipnir connects.
Well,
before
the disruptor, yes.
Well. Has a buyback. C-Smile goes forward. Gleipnir connects onto the three of them. Lift up on the Tinies in so much trouble. Kiri taken down, dead for 70. His levels are not going to be that useful right now. Hex doesn't do much as the Wind Ranger turns around. Can't do anything to the arena wall. C-Smile is just standing next to them. You cannot attack me while the Weaver is killing everybody with the added Geminate attack from the level 25 talent. It's so easy for Pakaz to get everybody down. They call GG. Universitario are aware there's nothing more to give in game 1.
But they did give what they had really quite good. They must have resented me a little bit for what I said earlier, that I thought that they might be the ones who are going to continue on the curse. And if this is the kind of showing that you can give 15k behind against potentially the best team in the group, I want to see more of you. I do.
Yep. We definitely do want to see quite a lot of Universitario. I never want to write them off because I've casted quite a lot of tournaments. The previous 1x series, the 1Explore one, they played quite a lot in it and they did well. So I have seen quite a lot of this team, and I want to see even more. But Kips, what are their chances here? Probably not high. I mean, all in all, their team fight was good, but in terms of movements, they didn't even come close.
No, in terms of map movements, they didn't really come close. In terms of their perspective of how the laning stage was going to work out for them, also not really where you want to be, especially that Razor pick early on. You just got taught that you cannot afford to be so cavalier with a Razor pick when you don't have anything that you're particularly countering with it, for example. So definitely a big gap to close here, and it's not one that you can just fix with spunk and zest and with all those things that are so admired about the way that they played it just now. Like, you also just got to have really solid foundation, and in that regard, Boom definitely still outclasses them.
Even though two best of twos aren't going to be too big of a strain for Boom Esports, maybe, just maybe, Universitario can get some energy out of them so that in their next series that they're going to play, they are going to have issues versus Lava. But of course, we'll see if they're going to get any energy drained out in game number 2 that's coming out after a very short break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the regional Dota 2 series here in Latin America. We're watching Boom Esports versus Universitario, and well, Boom, they won game 1 with ease despite Universitario showing us some really great fights here, Kip. So what do you reckon? Is game 2 gonna be harder or easier for Boom?
For Boom? I mean, you definitely can draft yourself a lineup that has a little less necessity to go as hard as they went right there, because that's certainly also the way that you gotta play that lineup, right? You start balling and you keep balling and you don't ever stop for nobody. That's the way you do that one. So then if the turn comes and the opponent stands their ground, you're going to lose some heroes at some point. It's inevitable. So yeah, you can win this one harder. You can think about ways to take or siege towers that don't necessitate you blinking behind them with 3 cores. But at the same time, if they'll want to, I'm not sure. This was a fun game.
Yeah, definitely was fun. Let's see if maybe the draft of game 2 will make it even more fun here, Kips. How would you do that, right? Do you think maybe Boom Esports are going to be thinking they are much better, so they might clown around a bit? Or if Universitario are going to try something a little bit out there?
Again, I think that what people see as clowning is usually because you don't want to waste your time, right? So it's a combination of picking a little bit out of the ordinary to like keep things interesting for yourself, have some fun, and then while the game is going, it's also going a little bit too easily. You don't really get any pressure back at the points where you wanted to, and you start playing a little sloppy. And those two things put together, yeah, they can look clownish. But I think that since the start of Dota 2 esports, there have been very, very few games where clowning was actually the intention.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe I can try to rephrase that question. Would they go for something more fun? Though, you know, wait. I have a question. Do you think game 1 of TI 6 Grand Finals that Wings were clowning?
Wings were not clowning. Wings knew things that took the rest of Dota 2 like 2 years of watching Wings replays.
I need to find that draft. I really find that draft, but we do see a Pango. Okay, that's pretty much ordinary, but it is a pick for Universitario.
Dire team ban.
Grimstroke. I was wondering if this hero was going to make an appearance. So certainly if you pick up a Pango first pick, you're going to get the Grimstroke. So easy to stop the Pango in his tracks.
10 seconds.
Shadow Demon still out, means Crystal Maiden is in. Gyrocopter is in. Leshrac is in. Undying a little bit of the odd man out.
Radiant team ban.
Why did I think that Wings played a Pudge Techies when they didn't? They played a Pudge, Storm, Io, Slardar, yes, and Silencer. Okay. I thought that game was a Pudge Techies. I have no idea why. Okay, then
no.
Not really clowning. You're right, as there will be a Grimstroke on the side of Boom Esports. That's a Pango counter, I guess. Not much more to look into it.
No, exactly. I mean, if you're thinking about Pudge Techies, wasn't there... Oh no, that was just Techies, the specific EG game, I believe, at an ESL in Germany. It was one of the first times I was with Fnatic, actually, so I wasn't paying that much attention to what was happening on the stage. Centaur, okay.
So that's a pretty good hero to go with the Grimstroke. We'll see if they do lane together. Grimstroke definitely a support that can go to either of the lanes. Kind of weak, level 1 and 2. Very strong later on, especially if you can close the gap. So what do you get? Let's say you're laning versus a Centaur Grimstroke. That's a kill lane for sure. What carries are coming to mind to allow you to win that one? Okay, that's a support that allows any carry, so we don't even have to answer that question.
Yeah, but I would err on the side of a range carry, right? You want to be able to match the Centaur in move speed, make sure that you have boots when he does, etc. Maybe he doesn't get any boots at all. And make sure that you can always stay out of the reach. And then you gotta not be too hindered by the, I wanted to say the silence bug, but that's his wife, isn't it? You be not too bothered by Grimstroke's wife being clingy.
Okay, that's a good one. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. Imagine I could toss my wife to somebody and they shut up, right? Take damage.
I mean, they would certainly not talk back to her, would they?
Yeah, if somebody gets tossed, I wouldn't talk back to that either. So I guess it's any wife that would be okay with the treatment that the Grimstroke is giving us. Universitario, they get themselves a Rubik this time around. Boom Esports are not going to be allowed to get it, even though it would probably be a good hero to lane with the Centaur now that you see the Enchantress on the other side.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see then. And normally what you would like is somebody who also benefits from the Grimstroke, like just casually even. Like any support that that does well with that. CM's still good.
We haven't seen a Lion for a very long time. Is that maybe something? But see, I like the CM more that you mentioned, because I see an Enchantress, and you could even put it to lane with the Centaur if you wanted to.
How about a Tusk?
Radiant team pick.
Well, you know, we're gonna see a Hoodwink and a Tiny, so we are gonna see a core Tiny, and then when we look at the Enchantress and the Rubik, those are some easy grabs. Raindrops will need to be purchased, but even with raindrops, when there's a follow-up Sharpshooter or a follow-up Pink Swell, you die, and this is a really good lifestealer pick though. Versus what Boom Esports have, they don't do anything to the hero.
No, they don't do anything to the hero, but we've seen it earlier this, I wanted to say tour, I'll just say earlier this tour, that Lifestealer does not shut down clever Centaurs as much as they really would want it to. If you manage to drag the wave a couple of times on the Centaur, you get to level 3 or so, you get to your Helm of Ironwill, for example, then the Lifestealer is already, or depending your Chainmail, Lifestealer is already a lot less happy about that lane, and you even pose a damage threat.
Yeah, but still, Boom Esports, they don't push towers, at least not the early towers, and I think that's where the Lifestealer comes in handy, right? He can just stay in that lane almost forever, and it's gonna be very hard for them to kill him. You take some time, the Pango TP is in, Rolling Thunder, you lose that fight around the tower, and you're in trouble. So I think Boom Esports, they might want to get something that either one is dealing well in the late game versus the Lifestealer, something like a Medusa comes to mind, which doesn't go well with their lineup.
Morph? Oh, bad.
Yeah, it's good. Or something that can pressure towers early on as well. You know, maybe Terrorblade? Is it? Nah, it's all good. Terrorblade game versus Enchantress, Rubik, Pango.
No, not really. There goes your base damage, there go your illusions, and there go all of your illusions at the same time. So yeah, that's not quite the one.
Boom Esports, they have the last pick, so they're gonna know at least which offlaner they're going up against. But, you know, I'm looking at this Universitario lineup, and sure, Lifestealer is good, but if you look at Boom, they had a murder squad in the previous game. I would argue that this is even more of a murder squad this time around.
Even more? I mean, yeah, you have even more damage certainly coming from the supports as a follow-up. That's for sure. A little less utility. And the glimpse being absent does hurt a little bit. actually not banned, by the way. I didn't even see that. Disruptors just started like, nah, we're done playing with you now. We'll get another one.
So what's the pick for Universitario? They need an offlaner. Ideally something that can frontline that would be able to... Who survives the burst damage of Boom? Nobody, actually.
And you'd want to go for somebody that builds into early...
Team pick. Radiant team pick.
Nobody builds these days. So there we go for the DK as far as, yeah, survivability goes. Sure, but DK into the Hoodwink just feels like we really couldn't think of anything else, you know?
And Tiny as well, right? Because he's going to toss you back when you're pushing. That's also a problem.
5 seconds.
Well, now we're going to see the carry. We already have basically triple melee on Universitario. Are we going to see triple melee over on Boom as well?
What would you want here, though? I feel like something like a Monkey King. I know Pakaz plays it, of course, not super well established in the meta, but it lanes relatively well versus a Dragonite. And the thing is that it can fight early as well with Boom, so that's... It would go hand in hand with their lineup and just invading the enemy side of the map.
I greatly enjoy the Monkey King. The sheer amount of physical damage, especially if you have a good game, can make entire areas unavailable for the Pango, where he rolls through and you just see his health getting slapped away from him by the Monkey King ult. That's always, well, you know, fun for us to watch. Maybe not so fun to play. We're going Bristlebog. You know, you said who can survive the burst from Boom, and I was actually thinking about this here, and I was like, nah, nobody plays Bristleback right now. Like, Gaming tried it, they lost with it. Surely nobody is going to play Bristleback.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, some teams tried it, but it hasn't looked too good. It can fight early. It doesn't care much about the lifestealer, at least not early on, but later on, to be honest, this lifestealer wins the late game. Like, there's no doubt about it. But when I look at Universitario, like, what do you do? How do you get a single kill out of the laning phase? You get maybe a 1 or 2 in the lanes, but when the lanes stop, you have no damage.
Foco will have to show up with Infest Bombs, I think. That is the burst that I see. And it's one of those... one of the reasons why I'm always hesitant about the Enchantress, and I don't think I've cast a winning Enchantress game in quite a while. Like, you give up so much mid-game damage potential, like especially burst damage potential, out of your supports by picking up an Ench. And this is one of those times where you would really have loved to have anything else on top of it. Your lane's going to be secure, though.
I don't see Kiri as the X factor, right? Because in the previous game, he looked really good. And in this game, there's a lot to steal. Sharpshooter, Bushwhack, Avalanche, Double Edge, Hoof Stomp, Inkswell. All of those spells change how Universitario's lineup works, right? So if you get either of those, you might just have the burst damage necessary to bring down some of these tanky heroes on Boom Esports, or even just kill the supports over and over again, thus delaying the game, giving time to the Lifestealer and the Dragonite. So I can see the potential of the Universitario lineup. The thing is that they don't have the lineup that can create tempo, and then that just means that you're at the mercy of Boom Esports. So in my mind, this is a 2-0. I mean, coming into the series, I would have to see Universitario's lineup a lot better than Boom Esports to really do favor them.
I think I feel the same. Like, normally you pick up a DK and you have at least one form of tempo, but as you said, this is not a game where DK can just walk up to any tower and say, right, this is one line now. You have like, in the Hoodwink, you have C-Smile with that toss back. I'd be a little scared.
Everybody should be scared of the Hungry Beast. I never understood. I love their hashtag Hungry Beast, but I never understood the wolf and like Boom Esports, because wolves don't usually explode. Maybe somebody's gonna explain that to me. Of course, the odds for people that do believe in Universitario, you can get so much money with the promo code 1XRLG LATAM. Your first deposit gives you 130% bonus on it, so feel free to click on the banner down below. Like always, everything is automated for you guys, so you don't I guess you have to move a finger, but not much more than that.
30 seconds to battle.
Since we're all gamers here, I'm sure moving a single finger is a lot of a day's activity anyway. Leo style.
Do we move much more than fingers, Kips, as gamers? Oh, not really, right?
I convert my desk sometimes.
No, I'm talking once
and
you
then I
start
stand.
playing.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. A bunch of people move their mouth way more than they should.
Okay, yeah, that's very true. Lift up on Panda. And that is going to be a first blood for Universal. Pretty much the same as in the... please kill him. Drake is going to be getting it. And they're actually playing an offlane Pango in the mid Dragonite, which is... interesting.
All right.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that you do this is because of the tempo, right? If you have the DK over on the mid side, he's not going to randomly dive to the Tiny. That's going to be pretty dang hard to do. And that means that as soon as that Tiny starts rotating, you have an actual way of getting that mid tower and getting at least some map momentum started, claiming some terrain, slowing the game down, making sure that it takes longer and longer for the creep waves to bounce between the towers, etc. So I presume that that's the reason for the switch here, especially seeing as since there's a bristleback on bottom, you can get away with this Pango maybe even easier than with the DK, since the Pango can actually disengage.
I'm gonna give a prediction though. The supports of Boom come minute 5-6 are gonna start rotating, and Leo style is gonna be in a lot of trouble. So that's... I can see them killing him. That's the thing, because Tiny just tosses you back, Bushwhack under the tower, Inkswell as well, and Leo style is dead. And that's where this mid lane Dragonite scares me. It's where the Dragonite in general scares me in this game, because he's very much killable.
Yep. I think that's the reason why both of us kind of frowned when he came out, right?
Very true.
Oh, DK, unconvincing DK pick. I mean, the thing that you can do against it if you are Universitario is around that timing where those supports are going to rotate, really press the issue over on the side lanes. Risk your HP just a little bit to make sure that your DK actually gets to the level 6 mark and gets to lay into that tower a little bit. Or, you know, if they still want to rotate, then making sure that that comes at the cost of whatever core is on the side lane that they're abandoning.
Let's talk a bit about the side lanes, right? And where we are going to be seeing some kills, or where potential kills are going to be happening. I can see some kill potential on kind of both the lanes here, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess, especially on the bottom lane, kills for the Radiant side should be turnarounds with the spikes building up too much and an Inkswell stun delaying Drake, for example. Something like that. But they very much have the damage to make a kill of their own happen, especially if this Grimstroke gets too far out of position.
Oh, now I understand it. It's Drake's hit, actually. That's his name.
Drake's hit. Do Drake's hit with fire, with acid? Why is he not playing the DK, actually?
I have no idea. I have no idea. He is not living up to his name, it seems. But the Dragonite is winning the mid lane quite a lot, though. Right? That's... Not a lot of heroes win the mid lane versus a Tiny, but when you can reduce his damage so much, that percentage really does come in handy when a hero has a billion damage.
That's good work. And then, of course, physical damage rating with Dragonite is a fool's errand. You can CC Small try it from time to time, but it's more because he knows that he has to than because it's really going to do all too much for him.
See how the mid lane continues to go for now. Going really well for Leo style. The side lanes, well, not big of a difference anywhere. Usually we see the Pango lose, but you mentioned it versus a Bristleback. He should be fine, and he actually is. Drake's hit is having a good time.
From time to time, laying that damage into Bakaz. You need to calculate really well what you're doing here, though, especially when you spend your swashbuckle like that. Make sure that you're not within reach of Pakaz walking you down because that is your mobility and your only way to get away from the bristle.
As the downside of the Grimstroke, your lane kind of sucks. So, especially when you don't have a hero who can capitalize well on the Inkswell. As Foko does not have the rage. Is Foko dead? That's not really a hero that dies too often, but here he will die. They have the hoof stomp and the acorn shot. A couple of more hits before the double edge finishes him off. That's really bad for a lifestealer.
Yep, and as I said, I think a lot of lifestealer players are a little optimistic about their lane versus Centaur. That level 3, nothing to sneeze at.
Definitely not, and I don't know why he just ran away from his tower. Maybe he could have lived there, but yep, maybe isn't gonna count. This Pakaz, is he dead? No, you talked about the turnarounds, and now with the Inkswell, Drake's hit is in so much trouble. There's a lot of those stacks on him with the quills, and Pakaz finishes him off. Universitario were doing a great job on the bottom lane up until this point.
That was exactly how the kill needed to happen. Just an overextension from Universitario. And you're up versus Pakaz Bristleback. He knows the math on Bristle better than you do. It's just the truth.
You need to be very, very careful about what you do. Tiny is dropping low and he's dead. Leo style got him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the pressure on the side lanes, they may have overextended on Drake, but no support rotations came in, and that's Leo style now with Catapult incoming as well.
Yep, and the Enchantress is here as well. Which creep does she have? Is that the... Nah, while doing Ripper, so not the biggest of deals. Knight, however, in a really big trouble. Gonna get pushed back by the Hurricane. The TP in from the Tiny. Maybe he can bring down Leo style. But no, he isn't even gonna try. Especially with this Wildwing Ripper coming over in another wave. The tower will be taking a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, and we were talking about Universitario needing tempo. This is tempo.
This is a lot of tempo.
The only way you can get a decent grip on this game. This tower is going to go down with the next Elder Dragon form, unless Boom does something about it. But then again, that is forcing them to do something. That is tempo, forcing reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a bruise now, and you can put your finger on it and press.
You are gonna know what the response of your opponents should be. Thus, you can calculate around it, and we'll see how Universitario deals with this info that now they have Leo style getting the solo kill on the Tiny. Already, he was winning that lane, and now the difference between the two mid laners in terms of net worth is almost 1,000 gold.
Huge. And since both of them are going to go Blink Daggers first, alright, here's both of the supports again. Here's that second Dragon form as well. This tower's toast.
Yeah, C-Smile gets a nice avalanche off toss. Yeah, he's fine. But the tower, as you mentioned, it's not going to be.
Boom with a bit of a half-hearted response. Knight coming here didn't really do anything for them. Now maybe both supports.
Yeah, Panda is going to be rotating as well. Shaka is a very hard kill. Has a Fairy Fire and stick charges on top of the Nature's Attendance. So you were never going to take him down. C-Smile dropping the ball a bit in this mid lane, not gonna lie. That death really cost him.
Absolutely, like it's an unexpected death, but the timing of it was... it couldn't really get any worse.
For sure, Pakaz loses a career as well. He does get his item delivered, however. An interesting thing about the lifestealer, he's rushing the Radiance here, not going for an armlet. That's gonna be interesting. C-Smile, however, gets the kill. A much needed one for the Tiny that was kind of struggling.
Yeah, and a much needed one to protect your stacks here as well. That's one of the things that Knight has been occupying himself with. Getting some of these stacks done here.
Gets the stacks.
For the bristle.
But Pakaz going straight for an Aghanim Scepter. That Bristleback does so much damage with the axe. How many sprays is it? 6, right?
Yes.
So
swish, 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 swish.
Get 2 stacks, and then those 6, you just literally burst somebody down.
Yeah, and then you put some hairballs on top. And the only thing is that, of course, you're usually still not very tanky, and the Fusel Blade is going to do a lot of work versus your ability to actually keep spraying those quills.
Exactly, but Stampede gonna be used. Pakaz not going down. Kiri very well aware of his current predicament that he's not going to be getting out of, because he packs a punch with the right clicks there as the Worth Path does get stacked up, and the Bristleback is at the top of the network chart with Tiny. Well, he's recovering. Panda, Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, Drake's hit, going for him. Linkswell gives him a little bit of movement speed, allowing him to dodge for a little bit of time, but in the end, his life will still be taken. Gets the silence up before he dies. Will just be giving extra gold to his enemies with Shaka. Running away with the Nature's Attendants, he'll be more than fine.
But no tower damage done by Leo Style there. So a little bit of wasted time for the DK. He is flying in a Blink Dagger right now though, and he picked up that Haste Rune. Leo
Won't do
Style's
much
big.
with it. Yep, for sure. But who do you kill, right? We talked about Universitario and their damage issues. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. And of course, the odds changing a bit. Universitario are actually ahead after the laning stage, and they are the ones applying pressure, which is not something that we expected coming into this game. But Boom Esports, they are getting their levels, and levels is what their heroes, especially supports, need to start dishing out huge amounts of damage.
Absolutely. This Pango was in a bit of a hurry to use his Rolling Thunder on the bot lane, partially just because once the Soulbind comes out, he is going to have to be way more choosy with where he spends his ultimate. And the same can be said for a couple of these other heroes, specifically the DK. Looking at that sharpshooter from the Hoodwink, also not going to be playing as freely as soon as that comes out. So who knows? Maybe these were already their glory days. That would be kind of sad, but it's entirely possible.
T-Smile really did farm up a storm. I mean, look at him. Just a couple of minutes ago, he was 1,000 gold behind the Dragon Knight. Now he's dead even, having a Blink Dagger of his own.
Yep.
The Broom Handle as well. Very nice item for the Tiny. It is time to hunt, and I'm guessing this Lifestealer is probably going to be the one on the menu.
Yep. Would be very tasty to delay that Sacred Relic. By now they know for sure that he's actually rushing that Radiance.
Yeah, if they paid attention, that is the case. Pango with his Diffusal Blade now done. The tower is dead as well, even though the previous move didn't work. This one will. See Smile. He wants the Lifestealer. Toss, Avalanche, Hoof Stomp. Okay, they didn't combo that well. DPs will come. Focko will be fine. Leo Style. Dragon Tail will connect. They have the Stampede. Focko needs to be careful with the Bushwhack of the mark. But that's going to be so much damage from Night. Rolling Thunder forward. And nice Soulbind. Stopping the Rolling Thunder on the other side. T-Smile tries to finish off Kiri. Not going to be happening. And that's the double edge from Sacred. Makes it a quadruple one. He will still be in a lot of trouble. Has a healing Lotus, decides not to use it. Maybe the Tiny will go for one more move. Focko needs to be careful. There's the toss. There's the Avalanche. He has the infest and get in. Why did he go forward? That's a big mistake. Knight will get eaten by a dragon while the Inkswell does connect one more hit on the Enchantress. No.
Your blood.
Ulti on the Enchantress just yet. And that's a stolen tree grab, which is not something you want. Avalanche? No, doesn't use. Have division.
I'll take that.
Now, it's been a while since I played, but could it be that he was trying to buy his relic and the secret shop was just not in range?
I don't think that the hero moves towards it. It just says not in range. He probably wanted to, and that's probably the reason, but it's not that the game forced him to do it. He went for it 100%.
No. That's not what I mean.
Yeah,
it's more like, hey, could he have bought it in a position where he stood right there?
He was close, but he couldn't have. You need to be in front of it. You cannot buy it on the side.
Yeah, so there was the picnic. It was relic money, and he knew he was about to die, which is sad because maybe he wouldn't have died if he wouldn't have been in such a rush to get it. And now, oi.
Not again. He how did he infest when he was silenced?
Yeah.
Oh, he was raged up. Okay. So that's fine.
Yeah.
He raged beforehand.
That took me a second as well.
It's
This
just
persistent
crazy.
stuff. It is. I'm very glad that Kunka's permabanned because I'm getting very tired of the X-Mark shenanigans through BKB.
Very true. When you see the same thing for years, and then if there's a silence on top of him, if the If the Phantom's Embrace has connected, you see it as you are silenced now, right? Because it would just fall off of a BKB earlier, but not any longer. Still, Boom Esports, they get a stack for the Bristleback, who has the Aghanim Scepter. Now they're really starting to get these kills. Tiny doesn't want to go for it. They get the stun. Stampede is at the ready, but the tossback will save his life for the time being. Sacred will be fine.
And here we see the difference between the two lineups, right? We had the initiative from the D guy earlier. He had the earliest Blink Dagger as well. But we didn't really see him make moves with that because who did he have to make moves towards? They wanted to not have any attention whatsoever on this Lifestealer. Make sure that he gets to finish off that Radiance without anybody bothering him, which did not work out.
Stampede used.
Then
that's a death Pango. Sacred might die because it's lone double edge. Nice soul bite onto the totem. Avalanche toss combo. They're going to be taking so much damage. And Pakaz comes over just to spray them a bit with the quills. 3 heroes dead just like that. This is what I was afraid of when I saw this Boom lineup. It is just ready to kill.
Absolutely, and it does need opening items on those 2 tempo cores, but once you have it, the follow-up damage from the supports, and this is what I love about the fact that they picked up a Tiny as well. I'm always complaining about people picking Hoodwinks in situations where she has to do initiating. Like, that's not... She wants to see what she's aiming at. She's a sharpshooter. You get 2 of those beefy boys jumping in, she has one hell of a time.
A real sharpshooter can do it with her eyes closed, Kips. Blink out, blink in. That's what we just saw, and Tiny gets an Echo Saber. It's time for even more burst damage.
Yep. Oh man, I can't believe that he got solo killed in lane, was 1,000 gold behind, and now instead, I always talk about after the Tiny blink, okay, but how is he going to scale in the rest of the game? Because you do need to make your way over from magical to physical, and it's 16 minutes, man's got an Echo Saber, 600 gold on top, his game's secure.
How I always was wondering why when people say door, doesn't the other team say I am the one who knocks? You know which show that's from? Yeah, of course you do. That's the you know that Breaking Bad is still in 2023 the most watched series.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it has had such like great lasting cultural impact.
It's so cool. It is so cool. I think I watched it like 3 times, and I've watched it the first time very, very late.
Man, I have so many good shows to catch up on. I think the last one I watched is Chernobyl, actually, which is already several years ago.
Yeah, never got to that one really. But with so much Dota, who would want to watch TV shows, right? Only if somebody who I really trust recommends one, then maybe I'm gonna go for it. But I haven't even caught up on One Piece, and I don't think there was a time in the past 10 years that I was like 10 episodes behind the current, and I think now I'm 20 behind or something.
What's that shade, by the way, towards me never watching any movies or shows?
No.
No? Okay. Glad you're not sneaky like that.
No, I never do it. I'm always super straightforward, and I never do that, Kips. You should know. Also,
no,
serious.
it's just listen. It's just because I'm autistic. I have to ask these things straight up. Otherwise, I'm not sure.
Yeah, very sure. That's okay. That's okay. No problem. We will. I will be answering those questions truthfully, 100%. Scout's honor. As Falco, he does have his radiance, so the farming is gonna be very slow when you're dead.
Yeah. Nothing to do, nothing to see here. Burst damage and carries that get involved early is the name of the game. In that regard, I do really like where this patch, because we're on the last legs of the patch, right? We're nearly...
Really?
Surely nearly at the patch.
What the hell are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, literally.
But where I was going with this is the place where it did end up is a very fast-paced, kind of attractive game.
True, but a lot of the games, like when tier 1 Dota is being played, a lot of the games go like 50 plus minutes, which is quite interesting. Avalanche toss misses. Falco, he does have the infest. Who do I go into? Who do I go into? You go into the grave. See, Smile finishes him off. And Universitario are being bullied at the moment. It is just a complete disaster. Toss is there. Avalanche follow-up. There will be a bushwhack fairly soon with the blood grenade connecting. You cannot blink away. Bushwhack connects. Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can kill a squirrel. Knight is just standing his ground.
I mean...
Fight me, bro.
Oh, that is incredible. I mean, I love those kinds of reads, right? It's like, Squirrel knows she doesn't die unless the Pango overcommits or there's somebody else nearby. So, C-Smile just waits there, and Squirrel waits as well. And then you see, does somebody pop out of the trees, or does the Pango overstay their welcome? And in the case of both, well, you get both.
Yeah, they got both. It's just because they're so far ahead. Pakaz hasn't really been part of the action, but he has an axe in the Bloodstone. You know, for just normal people who might just be getting into Dota, that means that he cannot die. Like, what do you mean he cannot die? He literally cannot die. You try to kill him, and you're gonna lose 5 of your heroes. That's how it goes.
He's demonstrating right now how much lifesteal he pumps out of the back of his. It's incredible. And the reason why he hasn't been in fights is also going to get close call. Gonna get remedied right now because he's flying in a blink dagger. So now he does not have to be behind both of his blinking cores anymore.
I was about to say run Kiri, but he didn't listen. And well, his aura was a little bit too late with the warning there. Either way, they do get the kill. Very deep vision from Boom Esports, so Universitario. I'm not even looking at what items they're getting, because right now they're just being hunted. They can't do anything.
Yeah, and the reason why they're getting peeled apart so hard is because they're not holding hands either. They're all trying to get to their next item, and that's slowing all of them down more. And one of the things that you need to do when you're in a situation like this as a team is you need to decide who's going under the bus. Because as we can see demonstrated here, if you don't choose, the bus chooses. And the bus is having a bit of fun.
I mean,
you know, driving forward a bit, reversing again.
Kips, how can this be funny to you? I'm looking at Universitario and I can feel their pain, right? If at this point, I would probably not want to play any longer. It's not fun.
No, but that is exactly why they look so disconnected at the moment as well, because they aren't playing any longer. Not really. You're just going through the motions. Whereas in the previous game, you saw that they were aiming for certain timings. They saw that, they worked towards that, and then they took those fights when they got the timings, even though they were, well, 15k behind like they were now. But this time, it's not that easy. It's not just, hey, we buy 3 BKBs and now we can fight. And
Kiri made a cool play, though.
You can see the disconnect.
You see the lift on Pakaz. Pakaz was like, I'm gonna blink and steal your Wisdom Rune, but Kiri was ready and he was spamming the telekinesis there in front of him. Very, very cool. Considering that you're dealing with 3 blinking cores, that's the natural thing to do. But a lot of people would, you know, get disconnected, as you mentioned, and not want to do anything. But he is focusing, and Knight is dead. Kiri gets the kill. Okay, this guy, he is just so good. Stamping gonna be used. Panda, the Stolen Phantom's Embrace. That's gonna be a strong impetus on him, and they see him clearly because of that. Stolen Phantom's Embrace. Have your wife back. We don't like her. You know, have you watched Dexter's Laboratory?
Oh no.
No, so he has a sister that destroys his laboratory all the time, and then he sends her to his arch nemesis, thus winning, because well, she destroys his laboratory now. That's what this feels like with them tossing the Phantom's Embrace around. See, Smile, TP out, not gonna be happening. That's a really big kill that they're gonna be getting, and especially with the lifestealer being in the vicinity, he cannot escape 2 clean kills for and clean. You lose only 3 heroes for them. I guess that's pretty good. Pakaz gets a triple kill. He's continuing his murder spree from the previous game as well.
Yeah, I guess that if if the bus had a face, it looked like Pakaz right now. They just have to work around him. If they can keep him busy, they can peel off kills elsewhere. But as long as he is in the middle of things, there's absolutely nothing that Universitario can do.
How do you think it's going? Who's gonna be keeping Pakaz busy? Do they draw straws, right? who draws the shortest one he goes in?
I mean, that's exactly what I've been on about though. And there's different teams that solve that in different ways. Some people really like to throw their offlaners under the bus. If you looked at old Team Liquid with, for example, Matuma Man in it, they actually threw Matu under the bus relatively often because they were sure that he was going to make a comeback later because he's the carry player and he was going to come online the latest anyway. There's a lot of different decisions you can make in that, and the worst decision is no decision at all.
Very true, but it's hard to make a decision to go on this bristleback when he kills any of your heroes in a second, pretty much.
Yeah, and that is a problem. Like, you do actually need to waste his time as opposed to just, spoon feed kills into his mouth.
Exactly. Because it feels like you would just run into him and he would run over you. He's not a primal beast, but he seems to be trampling over enemies. 18,000 net worth 24 minutes into the game. That's quite a lot.
That's huge. I mean, what you do then is you cut waves behind him and hope that he comes chase you, for example. And then if he does, you make sure to wave at him a little bit before you disappear into the trees and hope that he comes after you some more.
I'm thinking Ghost Scepters though. The supports aren't really buying them.
That's the practical solution, yes.
The thing is, Ghost Scepters suck in this game because you're gonna get Phantom's Embrace, you're gonna die to the Avalanche Toss, Hoof Stomp, Double Edge. But if your sole job is to annoy the bristleback, it can help.
I mean, one of the big problems that we've seen in this game is that Kiri, we talked about how many spells he could steal here that could do things for him. He just hasn't been able to get close enough whatsoever in order to actually grab anything that was going to do anything for him.
That's going to be the Lifestealer surviving and Universitario going for a smoke. Infest on Leo style. The thing is, it's a Aegis bristleback first, but maybe they can cut off the ones that are trying to connect. Going for the Tiny, got the Avalanche shot, still in a lot of trouble, has the BKB and the Stampede. They turn around, there's the Soulbind, and okay, that Dragon flew a little bit too high there for his own good, and he's gonna be hitting the ground really hard. Okay, you get a support kill. Knight is screaming, guys, you're 3 strong cores, protect me, my cores, and they're gonna be doing exactly that. A double kill for Pakaz, team wipe for Boom Esports, losing only the Grimstroke in the process. Universitario get annihilated.
The bus is right on schedule.
Yeah, 26 minutes in, that's about right. I thought that the games were gonna be maybe slightly faster, so Universitario did hold their own, mostly in game 1. Here in game 2, I mean, we can look at it, Lifestealer, he's gonna win 60 minutes into the game. You're never gonna get there.
No. It just sucks because I already more or less knew it when I said it, that as soon as the supports on Boom hit 6, like one of them shuts down the Pango, the other shuts down the DK, then what's left when your cores have to play scared because of the enemy supports?
Saw what the Bristle did there. He lost the Aegis in the end, but literally if it was 5 heroes alive, he would have killed all of them actually, as he's just continuing to murder everybody. Drake's hit is infested by the Lifestealer, and that's gonna be a Dragonite caught on the other side. Finally, the Lifestealer does leave. Soulbind was used before the Grimstroke died. They're killing him all the time. Knight will be able to get himself away, and once again, you get the same hero. Finally, GG will be called. Universitario, they cannot take this beating any longer.
No, and I will not insist that they subject themselves to further pain.
For our entertainment, it's fine, right? So it's okay, Kips.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I held like a grudge against one of their players or something, like yeah, cry more, baby. But no, these are just guys who have, frankly, I like the way that they play their lanes. I like some of the calls that they make mid and late game. the fact that they're not cut out to stand up against Boom Esports hardly makes them unique. There's about 100 teams globally that cannot do that. So I was plenty entertained this series.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Looked pretty solid, especially in game one with Kiri and his plays. Though even in this game too, Kiri had some of the cool plays, mainly lifting up that bristled bag. But of course, that's kind of underwhelming. We have one more series today, Kip. So we already went through two of them. Estar Bags destroyed Midas Club. Boom Esports destroyed Universitario. And the next one is gonna be Lava. Before we take that short break, what are your thoughts? Is Lava gonna put up more of a fight?
I'd say that Lava definitely has a bunch of players that are like a few players that are on the level of Boom, or at least have been there. Players that have been very familiar with Boom Esports' players throughout the years, right? We're talking about Lumiere, we're talking about Genek. Like, they've moved in the same circles for a while. I think we're going to get to see a closer game.
Yep, well, let's go on to that break and then after it, find out.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
We are back, and Boom Esports is back, but this time around versus Lava Esports here at the Regional Dota 2 Series. I'm Harry, joining me is Kips, and we're gonna be seeing Boom for one more series here, Kips. You said that Lava should be putting up a better fight, but, does that mean maybe the games will be shorter? We've seen so many teams that can actually match up better or put more effort to play faster, just to lose faster sometimes.
Yeah, certainly when you draft yourself a lineup that is supposed to snowball harder than the enemy and then you don't get the snowball, you just fall into a very big hole. There is comfort in building in security in your draft and making sure that, you know, excuse me, if one player drops the ball, somebody else can pick it up. Whereas it has to be a very smooth relay race if you want to make sure that you snowball really nicely.
Thank you.
So we just saw these guys own before.
Did you see this? Okay, so yesterday I asked our production to show me a team that was already playing. They're like, "Yo, Harry, shut up! We already seen them, right?" They really did do that to me, Kips. They did it to me, right? But today, today Fish is back. Fish is our main producer, and he always shows both of the rosters. Thank you, Fish, for doing it. So Pakaz, Chris, Sacred Knight, and Panda are again gonna be playing, but this time around versus Lumiere, Wonderkid, Genek, Dismar, and Gardic. Wait, is Dismar a stand-in? Or do I know him by a different name?
No. No, I think he's neither a stand-in nor a player with a different name. He's been on Gorillas, right? He's been on Ravens.
Yeah, okay.
He's been around.
Then yesterday, somebody was standing in for Lava. Yeah, Chaika was standing in for Lava Esports. That's true. So it is going to be Wonderkid playing, so no Lalatruni. Yesterday, do you know the story of Lalatruni? So that
I do not, but it sounds absolutely magical.
Yeah, it's the best story ever. So, I mean, it's a cool story, but kind of the story itself isn't that good. But anyways, like listen to it. So the guy was like came out of nowhere. He was rank 1 in South America. Bowie told me this. So if he lied to me, I cannot really believe it. He's probably just sitting in his chair watching the stream now laughing. But anyways, so he was rank 1 out of nowhere, like super good. And then he got into an accident. I don't know what the accident was. And he lost 2 fingers, part of his index and the thumb, right? And then he was out. And he came back now yesterday. He played a pretty decent game of Dota, but he was definitely out of the meta. Let's put it that way. So you know, as I said, it's a cool story with not a cool story, you know, but hopefully he will get back into it, and we're gonna see him as one of the best South America players once again.
Exactly. I mean, if he comes back, this will be a very cool story. But otherwise, I'm afraid that the meta has 10 fingers. It's not easy to come back from something like that. Sheesh.
Nope, no. I guess, and it's the worst ones. With the thumb, you're kind of moving your mouse, right? It helps, and index finger is the main one that you click with. It is weird. You have to retrain your brain. It's annoying.
No, I know from other people who work with their hands who lose their thumb that they will sometimes literally transplant your big toe up, just because it's literally better to have any kind of appendage there.
Really?
Than it is to be without. Yeah,
I never heard that.
It's a known transplant.
That sounds so cool. I don't know why. I've always been like, I've always thought, you know, big scars are cool, battle scars, stuff like that. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, you're a woman. You know, you see a guy with a scar over his face, and that's like, okay, that's a Chad, right?
Yeah, you want to know where he got that, and then, you know, when he looks kind of troubled when he tells you can lightly put your hand on his shoulder and be like, oh, it's okay, I feel for you.
Oh my god.
That's literally how that goes.
Okay, yeah, I know. I've seen it. That's probably like from my childhood. I thought about, yeah, if only I had something like over my face or something. I actually knew a guy. I don't know if it's true, but he would come to the gym. He quite big, relatively big, and we were kids back then, only starting out, and he would come to the gym dressed nicely with his glasses and everything, and then we called him Clark Kent because he looked so basic without his gym gear, and then he takes off the glasses, goes into the gym, and you see a scar like this, right from here to here, a pretty heavy scar, right? With his glasses, they kind of take away your focus from it, so you don't really notice it as much. And then later on, I heard that somebody attacked him on the street with like an axe or something, you know. Probably those stories are fake, but doesn't matter. If you get a scar like that, you make sure that everybody thinks that you were attacked with an axe, because it looks awesome. But let's focus on the Dota here at hand. No axe has been picked recently, so I guess nobody's gonna be getting their wig split here in Dota.
No cool scars. I mean, for the Dota heroes, it's like they're caught in a time loop, right? So even if you do get the cool scars, you don't get to keep them.
Do you think that's the case? Maybe you get to keep them.
It's. I mean, I kind of figured that like Axe, for example, already has a bunch of cool scars, but he got them like before he got called up into the war for the ancients.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Because I'm thinking like Pudge has the hole in his stomach and stuff like that, you know. So, but yeah, the ones that they get inside of the battle for the ancients, they do heal us. There will be a Kunkka coming out. You know that Kunkka has a scar on the forehead. Yeah,
he does. Very, very mysterious man.
So we didn't get to see him today, though. But now he's going to be coming. You said you were sick of the X. I'm sorry, Kips, you're going to have to see it.
Yeah, I mean that is exactly what that scar is, isn't it?
Yep.
Little. But you know what? On the other hand, as long as it's not banned, I do think that you should be picking it up. So the coach in me is like, yeah, so what if everybody's tired of it? Play it again until they ban it again. I do not give a hoot.
So what's the response to this? We've seen a lot of enchantresses. I know that you're not a fan, but I really wouldn't be surprised if Lava goes that route.
Yeah, I do believe their supports have been playing it recently as well. Okay, well, here's a hero that no matter what will always be able to stay in the lane versus a Kunkka.
It's one of those heroes that actually can win a lane versus a Kunkka. Doesn't always do so, but he can. The trick is for people that maybe are having troubles laning versus a Kunkka in their pubs, you just hit him. You literally just punch the Kunkka. Continue punching him. You don't care about the creeps attacking you when you have even 1 point in Dragon Blood is gonna do it. And eventually you should be fine. It used to be a lot better before Water Runes. Now it's not as much, but still pretty good.
So pretty good, and just in case if he ever wants to do anything to you, you stun him or full sec. You deny his creeps or whatever you wanted to do. Good stuff.
Dragon Tail is one of those stuns that still feels like a stun, right? After you know, the stun's nerf. It used to be though 3 seconds on the last level, if I remember correctly, or even more. Just maybe 3.5.
I mean, something in the back of my grandma head says 3.5.
Yeah, I feel that way as well.
I remember saying nearly 4 in like an incredulous voice a long time ago.
Yeah, I practiced it, as there will be a Batrider, so Lava living up to their name. They want to burn everything, and they will be. There's no. Is there like lava in Dota? No, there's only fire.
There's only fire. I mean, you could talk about the Dire Ancients being definitely like volcano themed, but
talking about
doesn't
heroes.
have like a no, we don't have a lava themed hero, I don't think.
Oh.
Well, Ice Frog, take it away.
You know what could be considered lava? Jakiro, right? With his macro pyre. Nah, it's still fire.
Pretty close.
It's still fire.
It's so fun. Like if you hit a stone hot enough, it becomes lava, even if if it hasn't come out of the earth before.
Okay, so tiny plus any fire heroes. Sure. Okay, got it, Kips. That is true. But let's see, Boom Esports, they're gonna be going for an Oracle. That is great versus both of these heroes. Single target stuns that you're gonna be able to purge off, and that's not a hero that we see too often. But with the way that Boom Esports have been playing super fast in the early mid game, if you get early levels on the Oracle, you are gonna be able to kill a lot of people.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Purifying Flames is famously the best last hitting spell in the game.
Over the years, Oracles have gotten so good at not stealing kills with that. They just leave a hero on one hit and their core just gets it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard though, because you do need to coordinate with like the backswing of your core and everything. I mean, it's a lot easier like this though, because you Purifying Flames them and then the Tiny throws the Avatos over the top, and you are done. Once again, Boom Esports here threatening running this Tiny as a core. I think though, would they be careful after that DK debacle that they just had? Because he was not supposed to lose the lane that hard. Like, sure, you lose it, but you're not supposed to lose it A, that hard, B, lose your tower, C, die somewhere in the process.
You know what? I think that's the reason that I'm thinking they might want to play it again, because Ismail probably feels bad about what just happened. And even though it's not the same mid laner that he's going to be laning against, you're still going to feel a lot better if you get a chance to correct yourself.
It's redemption. Yeah, I like that. I like that. It could very well be, because this Kunkka can still move over to the offlane. We've seen him plenty of times as well, depending on the matchup. And I do think that the delaying that he has in his pocket is pretty good versus a potential Bat Rider if he makes a support appearance in that lane.
So Lava, they have their two picks right now. You need something to catch the back lines for sure. Illusion heroes are not gonna cut it here versus the Kunkka and the Tiny. So something like a Naga probably isn't gonna cut it. Lifestealer could be good if you want to go that route.
Yeah, you have some Infest Bomb capability. He is absolutely unintimidated by most of what gets thrown at him here. Of course, the X marks persisting does really bother the Lifestealer as well from time to time.
Infest helps though. That's the one spell that really does.
You of course have your other support pick left over here as well. The problem is, of course, if you go for like a Crystal Maiden, which would round out like this first trio perfectly. We do the Luna first. Okay. She is food for that Tiny. Absolutely.
Food for the Tiny, food for the Kunkka, and the Oracle really does help at killing her. So I'm not sure about it, but it is AoE damage, right? So versus an Oracle, that's quite nice. That is a way to go sometimes. If you cannot find the Oracle, at least do AoE damage so that he has to choose who to save.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the other usual suspects. But okay.
Not sure I love that Elder Titan though, but there will be a Darks here. Now that does make the Tiny a support, right? So at least something. Yeah. But this lane of Lava Esports, which should be a pretty good safe lane, is now going to be in a lot of trouble, right? Once you hit level 3 on both the Tiny and the Darks here, these two heroes just die.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you have none supports with a good delaying disable or anything, like I guess the Elder Titan Stomp can do in some situations, but it's so telegraphed and it's so easy to run around that, especially if you get surged up by your laning buddy and you're running around with an Ion Shell on you.
10 seconds.
It seems like a very, very tough lane for this Luna.
5 seconds.
And also, Echo Stomp can easily be dispelled by the Oracle, and people think, oh, Fortune's End doesn't do it, but you don't have to use the False Promise. You can use the Purifying Flames, and that does go through the damage threshold and wakes people up. You know, if you have a sleepy friend, just kick him out.
Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead.
Kip says, I know you have siblings, so did you ever get woken up in a... in an aggressive way, like let's go play or something along those lines?
I mean, they knew better than to do that to me, but I'm certainly the sleepyhead in the family, so my parents would sick them on me sometimes.
I still remember the days my father, he tends to go to sleep early and wake up early as well, and then like 6 a.m. he's getting ready for work. I played Dota until like 3, and he barges into my room like, bam, you're still sleeping? No, I am like going to work at 6 a.m., you know, and he would do that over and over and over again. I mean, at least nowadays I do wake up pretty early, which I'm thankful for, but
Yeah,
I'm definitely not
that's what you got.
thankful to what he did to me. That was not fair.
Oh, that is very sad.
What was the hero here for Boom though?
Get you some range. Well, that's certainly range. Okay. Wind range even. I was thinking more towards the Morphling, but maybe you feel less confident about your Luna matchup then? When, you know, when she hits a level 20, the amount of nuke damage, the amount of damage reduction she gets as well, team fighting her becomes pretty hard. Whereas here, if you have a Wind Ranger with Wind Range and Wind Run and BKB on, and you press the focus fire on the Luna, she has to bail. She has to bail. No hitting, no fighting, nothing. There's the bail button.
Okay, that I do like in terms of the pick, not only because of the bail button, but also because of the potential of running in onto an Oracle lineup. Usually it's not easy to do into an Avalanche and a Vacuum, but it's much better to initiate onto this Boom Esports lineup than allow the other thing to be true, right? Imagine X, if somebody gets X'd, you cannot really save them. So it's much better if you are the ones initiating, and Center allows not only you buying the blink, but everybody else to run fast forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I see a lot of ways in which this enables the other heroes on the lineup as well. And positioning, getting to decide the field of the battle is hugely important to getting the most out of an Elder Titan as well, who really does need his targets to be nicely lined up and distracted in order to work best. So I do enjoy that. Even though I gotta say, the tools that Boom Esports have in order to deal with Lumiere here are pretty significant. You're gonna have a rough time in the lane. We've already talked about that. Sacred will have a good start, and then once Pakaz gets going, you're gonna have to find a way to keep him off Lumiere in the fights. Yeah, the focus fire has to be on somebody else.
And also, one thing though, I'm an Oracle, I'm laning versus a Centaur, he gets 1-2 points and retaliate, I'm hurting myself more than I'm hurting him. Same is kind of true for the Wind Ranger as well. So all in all, this lane of Lava where they have a Batrider and a Centaur, that is a very, very, very strong lane where I think Boom Esports are going to have to be on the defensive. And with these two heroes, you don't necessarily want to do this. You are solid damage dealers, solid harassers, not versus the Centaur. Once again, we are going to be reminded of our QR code, allowing you to download the 1xBet app. As you can see, everything is very clear in how it works. You can see the net worths, the way that the game is going if you want to go for those live bets, and it is a fun app to have. As Boom, they're in a smoke though. Are they good at getting that first blood?
Lineup like this, I mean, you do have Ion Shell in your pocket. If you get the stick on top of somebody, it is absolutely one of the better ones. It's just that this Luna is fast.
355. That's quite a lot. Oh, but the power shot gonna be amazing. Avalanche, let's connect with the blood grenade. Nice flame break, however, but the fortune's then gonna be quite a long one. One more in for Lumiere, actually dies. So the blood grenade sees Smile in a lot of trouble. He has to run away. The torrent will connect, but he still goes down. And you're fighting versus an Elder Titan who's gotten so much heroes with the spirit, but another blood grenade does connect onto multiple heroes. Gardic has to be careful as that fortune then can purge him out, but they're going for this more. Like 2.5 seconds. Knight does find Gardic. That's gonna be 2 kills for Boom Esports, and a very, very nice start for them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you can't really get it much better, I think. Especially with Lumiere dying at the start there as well, and yeah, they're immediately going to put the hurt on this lane further.
They're blocking the creeps. They want the wave to push. You're a little bit afraid of Gardic, as you should be, with two heroes hit by that. That's so much damage to be doing, just stapling their faces. Now he actually has the big arm cosmetic, so punching them. And let's talk a bit about the mid lane though. So Kunkka versus the Dragonite. Is C-Smile gonna be doing better versus the DK here with the Kunkka than he did with the Tiny?
Not so sure. I mean, you said it yourself. You just get slapped around, right? If the DK wants to, and you're going to get your farm. That's one of the things that a Kunkka will always do. But here, once again, I think if the supports are not too preoccupied, they should come and help around the level 6 mark.
Well, they probably will. And also you started off with the Torrent, which wasn't the ideal way for the Kunkka. Now the Dragonite has both the Breed Fire and the Dragon's Blood, so he's just gonna be able to hit you as much as he wants. They did bring Gennec down low on the top lane, and there it is, Retaliate level 2. Now you're gonna start hurting yourself.
Exactly. Double range, double fragile. And he's already got that bracer as well. You hit a pretty significant power spike with your magical burst damage on level 3 here though, between the Purifying Flames and the power shot. Nothing to sneeze at.
But he didn't bring any Ring of Protections on that on the Centaur. That's something I don't like. Tiny with the boots is just gonna be kiting that Elder Titan. So annoying.
Just being a general nuisance. He's gonna pay for it eventually.
Ooh, Blood Grenade might be something that allows them to get the kill. It will be expiring fairly soon. Luna wants to farm. Understandable. A Knight will live through this. It's just so insane how slow the Tiny is, even with the boots. The Elder Titan is getting close to.
But all of that is a good distraction for your Darkseer, who is one of the absolute weakest laners on levels 1 and 2. In a lot better place now. Of course, with a Luna you can still deny a lot, which is the tool to deal with Darkseer. He cannot usually physically sustain himself while staying for those last hits.
He did get level 3, however, on the Darkseer, so that's when this hero becomes scary. And they are gonna be trying something on the bottom lane. Running in with those level 2 Iron Shells. Won't be able to do much, won't be able to get any kills, thus no money for them. But of course, there's always money for our viewers with the banner down below and the promo code 1XRLG LATAM for this tournament. Next one is gonna be EU, but for now, you need to be using this promo code until the 4th of May. That's when the tournament will end and when our grand finals will be happening for this iteration of the Regional Dota 2 series.
Some clever play on the top lane here, making sure to hold the Bat Rider in place for the full duration power shot, keeping him low. And this is exactly what you need to do in order to keep a Bat Rider off of you. Is he deals damage over time, and you can, if he's low, you can kill him before he kills you.
Smile taking some damage in the mid lane. He's gonna get stunned up. Probably won't die. Has the Fairy Fire as well to play with, but no Water Rune. Is gonna have to X go back, and this is the way that the Kunkka evens out some of these lanes.
Yeah, very annoying for a DK. Like, he's got a Clarity in his pocket in order to sustain himself here. No bottle bot either. Simply not needed for the regen. But he is a little shorter on mana compared to the Kunkka because of that.
That's always gonna be somewhat of a problem for a Dragonite. We'll see how he deals with it. Sacred, having 17 CS, of course, nowhere near the Luna, but not dying. Getting a decent amount of CS is a big deal, and at some point you might be able to run the Luna down, especially if the Oracle rotates. And I would imagine that Panda would want to do it now with him being level 3, but doing some damage to the Centaur, not enough to get the kill. Has the 10 stick charges, healing Lotus, he's fine.
And the presence of Sacred as a Darkseer here does mean that we are most likely going to see some auras coming into this game.
That's the toss back. They get the kill. It wasn't the Luna at least, but getting Guardian down is almost as good. Because you don't really need to kill the Luna, and which they will be doing right now with the Oracle rotation. Lumiere is dead. He looks very much dead.
He was so far forward.
There's the oh, actually Purifying Flames will be healing the Luna a bit because he was way too close for that Fortune's End 9 dropping low. The Hoof Stomp or the Echo Stomp, not enough, and they do bring him down in the end. Are gonna be happy with paying the price with Tiny, but they also pay the price with the Kunkka. With their supports focusing on the bottom lane, it does allow the Dragonite to go for his Dragon form. And once again, C-Smile seems to not understand how to play versus the Dragonite.
It seems so simple, and yet on the other hand, like if you're playing up versus Dragonite and you do want to secure your waves, you're going to have to be way up in his business.
Oh, Panda is so dead. Oh, but he got killed by neutrals. I actually don't know what the Dragonite was doing there, because he was constantly just staying away, not wanting to commit for that kill. I don't know why, and in the end they lose the kill to the creeps. Flame Break only sends them forward. Luna is coming over, but with the double Iron Shell and the vacuum, they will be getting the kill. Still want to fight, or do they? Sacred pretty speedy there. Lucid Beam slowing him down, and is looking like he's gonna be ran down even under the tower. The TP from the Oracle a little bit too late. Knight now chasing a Lumiere. Fortune's End gonna be used a little bit too far away on the Luna. 8 stick charges, level 6, dangerous kill to go for.
Yeah, and Dismar just picked off the Wisdom Rune of the back of that as well, so that was a beautiful split up from them.
Smile coming to try to steal that rune himself as well. Both scans gonna be used, and well, C-Smile knows that he's not going to be taking it away. Boom Esports, they are not ahead. They're actually behind in this game. And Lava looking really good.
Yeah, Lava looking very much solid. Of course, we need to see Lumiere have not just a good start here, but a good game in total. This man needs to be ahead in order to have a good game.
I mean, he did go into the jungle, and that is a smart choice to make, especially if your teammates are focusing on the mid lane. The ward will get placed. Luna has already farmed that. The TP's to the mid lane. That's where you want to be. Wonder Kid has been X'd up, but the tower already dead, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to kill him. Maybe with Pakaz coming over, has the focus fire, tosses there. Echo Stomp, perfect, stops Pakaz, but it's only level 1 Echo Stomp, so really it's not going to be keeping them in for that long. Wonder Kid onto the high ground, completely safe. This Mar will probably be the sacrificial lamb, but you're more than happy to give that away for a tower and 4 hero rotation of Boom.
Huge. And your DK, there was a Salvat already as well, so he is actually healthy enough to stay here and continue farming. And Boom really has nothing else to do than rotate towards the bottom side, where Lumiere, surely you see this coming with the glyph just used.
Should know, but the thing is, you seeing it coming, is it gonna allow you to live? The TPs are coming over, so they don't want to risk it. That's gonna be Gardic dead, however, with the wall being placed. That is quite dangerous. Stampede already used. Panda protecting himself with the Fate's Edict. And here comes the boat. Panda, he would need a drum buff. Will die before at night. He will be getting it, however, so these flames of the Batrider will do absolutely nothing to them. 2 supports dead for 1 on the side of Boom Esports, and you're probably claiming this tower.
Yeah, this tower is dead as a doornail now. It's good that Lumiere gets out without dying there, though. He was definitely taking a bunch of risks. Altogether, a little bit of a win for Boom.
Not too big of a deal. They have a 1k gold lead right now with Luna, of course, on the other side, still topping the network chart. Knight going for Gardic. They don't want to allow him to take that ward down, and they won't. Gardic will try to escape. Then he made a decision to try to get the ward down in the end. Kill and the deny on the ward. Boom Esports, they get exactly what they came for.
And now his sentry placed deeper. It's probably a little bit upset that he didn't have another obs, as Lumiere will be farming these camps here until, well, until they kick him out physically.
map. You don't really want to go towards the top part of the map, even though the ancients are there. You are going to be getting quite a lot on the bottom side of the map.
No, top's not for you until Gennett actually shoves this tower down, but he's been having a decent time here. He's not quite ready to press the issue, because with all the action going on bottom, he's actually got himself enough time to get quite a good lane after, well, a lot of pressure must have come in.
Yeah, he wasn't farming too well early, which is just... I'm kind of surprised. I thought that the Centaur will have a better game. Either way, he does have a Blade Mill, so now it's very hard for Ranger to do anything. Dragonite caught. Echo Stomp, they're threatening with it. C-Smile coming over, X connects. Here comes the boat. Wall down as well. Actually misses on it, but they push him in. Stampede gonna be used. Enough for Wonder Kid to run away, turn into a dragon. And Knight is gonna be the one that falls. Avalanche comes out just in time to keep them away from the rest of his team. It's very optimistic, thinking they can kill a level 9 Dragonite.
Yeah, I guess they gave it a good shot. I gotta say though, both of these lava cores are hard to kill now, but especially with Gennett having 4 levels into the Retaliate, the amount of damage that they do themselves is not really all that high. We're really looking for the Elder Titan to be involved in whatever kill attempts they make, and honestly, maybe Lumiere needs to be there for the team fights, which is not safe in a game like this where there will always be a wall of replica waiting for you.
I guess, you know, that's where the natural order comes in. You might not need the Luna. Of course, it's only level 1 at the moment, but sometimes... I mean, everybody does underestimate how much of a damage bump every single hero gets when there's an Elder Titan on his side.
Agreed. No, like it has to be natural order here. But, you know, is that the same as making up for the fact that there is no, well, or only one level in Double Edge currently?
Yeah.
So we see max Double Edge all the time. We're so used to seeing that.
That can be an issue. That is an issue. The Dragonite is going for an Orchid. I don't know if I like this. There is going to be an Oracle removing that. There is going to be Guardian Greaves on the Darks here. Like, a BKB on the Wind Ranger will come out relatively early in the game as well. I'm not loving the Orchid on the Dragonite. I don't know if it's going to work.
No, me neither. And it seems to be a step away from his scaling as well. Like, look at this puny Double Edge.
Yep, does nothing. But Luna is farming. I guess that's what you are happy with. Boom Esports weren't able to overwhelm you in the early mid game, something that we saw in the previous series, them do to Universitario. So Lava are in a better spot than what I thought was gonna be the case.
Yeah, they're stable. I mean, they're also not pressuring though, which if you're looking at a team that's going to eventually be the kings of the AoE fights with having the water park online and having the wall of replica, plus I think better scaling as well now that this DK is going to take a longer time. The only thing that justifies the Orchid for me is that eventually he's going to build it into the Bloodthorn. That's the only reason why I'm not flaming him for it. And even then, it's gonna get purged off. Look at that. Look at how you wake people out from the Echo Stomp. It's kind of stupid. And you can also purge the buff off of the ET if you want to, by the way. Yep, you can. You can. That is basic dispel, but the Echo Stomp is only strong dispels. So yeah, the fortune. Yeah, it used to not be. It used to be basic dispel as well, and then Oracle could literally wake 3 people up in a second. Good times. I mean, to be fair, Oracle these days needs some reasons to be useful. So. If they make his laning stage better, it's gonna be the best hero, to be honest. I feel like it would be OP if his laning phase was decent, because it's good versus everything at the moment, and in the way that the Dota is being played, right? You're not controlling areas, but when you're pushing, you're bringing in a lot of heroes. That's pretty much perfect for him, and in the early mid game, there's a lot of fighting, brawling, skirmishing, which is something that the hero likes. It would just be stupid strong. No, that's a very fair take. It's a little bit like a Nyx assassin, isn't it? Laning stage has to be ass.
Exactly. I don't know why I always like these heroes. I have a billion games on both the Nyx and the Oracle. I guess I just liked suffering in the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor used to be that way too, and now we just say ha ha ha, based lightning man. It goes up.
Exactly. So much damage and slow. With a Thunderstrike, just that one little change. And there's the Orchid on the Dragonite. He's level 12 as well, meaning that his farming strength is very high. I just don't know. I'm looking at this item and I see no usage of it. And okay, so it would be so cool if now Wonderkid just kills everybody with his Orchid.
It would be. I mean, a Dismar has a Blink Dagger. The goal is to grab a Wind Ranger and then Silencer after. Oh.
There's the Blink. And the Earth Splitter. They destroy him.
Yeah,
and it dies as well.
There's one here.
Did he even use the Orchid?
Yes. Yes, it was cast. I don't think it was actually necessary, mind you, but it was cast. Counter, engage.
There's gonna be a stun on the Kunkka. He didn't get the boat off just yet. Sacred in a lot of trouble. He has the mech to protect himself. Actually, Guardian Greaves, it doesn't change a thing. And they're going for night as well. They see him because it is nighttime. And, not yours. No, not yours. I meant like it is nighttime night. But either way, they do get themselves 4 kills. Coming into the game, this is not something that I expected in Lava. They just came to a timing, and they're crushing it with it.
There, I mean, that was an AD rune Lumiere Luna. And the fact that he can come in with that Eclipse, be absolutely unbothered while he does so. Also got the Manta start already. This man is farmed. I was talking about how he needed to have, like, the Luna game of all Luna games, and if you look at his net worth, well, he's on track to do exactly that.
And not only that, he's level 15. I mean, today we have had some over-leveled heroes, and Lumiere here on the Luna definitely fits in that category of being overfarmed. But you're still versus a Darkseer in the later portions of the game. That could be a problem for you, even if you're ultra farmed. Your illusion, your own illusion, could kill your teammates.
Yep, your entire team, and that is what Sacred is going in for. I mean, the Guardian Greaves is also very good this game, right? Because you get the AoE armor out of it.
Stampede.
Super important for the Elder Titan.
Lasso, Stomp, Earth Splitter, and Death, and Tiny Avalanche onto the 4 of them. He's gonna get them all together with the Fortune's End connecting on 2. Here comes the boat as well. It's red. It's time to drown. And Lava to get a Hoof Stomp just before the Echo Stomp is at the ready there, especially with the Spirit already in a good position. With Kunkka still chasing, nobody's following Sea Smile. Does he know that he is kind of dead right now? No, he's just baiting. He's baiting. You're have to be very much afraid. The wall connects. They have their own dragon. Avalanche is there as well as the Eclipse will be used on Knight. There's the False Promise keeping him alive. Tree Toss. Dragon Knight gonna be slowed down, not enough for a catch to happen. Boom Esports trying to bait Lava into a mistake, not gonna happen.
Both teams knowing very well there that they had spells left in the bank. Wall of Replica still up on one side, the Eclipse still up on the other. Both teams interested in a fight, but neither are really able to capitalize on that awkward continuation. A very good cancel of the Tiny's attempt to toss the Luna into the wall there. That could have been a problem. And now just BKB, just...
The Goldie did reduce, so at least something going the way of Boom. But this Luna is now pretty much untouchable, right? You have the BKB, you're probably going to get the shard fairly soon, right after it. And then you just don't die. And the damage of the Luna is not to be underestimated. Even without the Kanda, with this much of a level advantage, it is a problem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely. And that's going to put Boom into a quandary because they have a really good save for all the jump that Lava has. Like, okay, you jump somebody, Oracle just dunks the False Promise on top. But what exactly are you going to do when everybody is taking damage from the glaives?
That's going to be a problem. Though, there is a Blink on the Darkseer, so Blink Vacuum into an Avalanche is a possibility. And of course, a Fortune's End both follow-up is something that could be problematic for you. Some big items for Boom are on the way. Mainly, the Aghanim Scepter on the Concussy Smile is gonna have it right now.
Mm-hmm. And I love how Genic has just decided, like, yeah, I'm not actually doing any damage this game. My team's gonna do the damage, have a fail, and you're gonna hurt yourself when you hit me. Blade Mail has been at the ready for a while. Eternal Shroud in the works now. This man is not gonna die.
But they don't have an initiation tool other than the Blink Dagger on the Batrider, and I think the second round of initiation would always be nice. Spirit going through that smoke. I think they know. Boom Esports are gonna be starting in with the Avalanche and the Toss. Stampede immediately use the Center wants to run, not gonna be happening with the X and the boat. Now the Oracle gonna be caught, and with the Silence that might be good, but the Vacuum getting them in. Earth Splitter doing quite a lot of damage, and Lumiere with the BKB, the Glaives are bouncing, and it's gonna be enough. You can't go through that wall because your illusion is super strong. No, I am super strong. It is gonna be 3 heroes dead on both sides. They're still kiting Lumiere. Has to be very careful. He has been found. Toss. Why did he toss him away?
He thought he could get him right here on the end.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They had him.
Oh, that's tip. Yeah.
Knight is a traitor. Like there's no other way.
Yeah, sometimes you do the math, but boy, are you bad at it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Like, that was greedy. If you think you can get both of them, then yeah.
That's what he went for.
Yeah.
I think.
But finding out that you can't.
I think the Batrider blinked away, so that's why the toss was that long. Because it shouldn't be that long. Let's watch.
No, it's absolutely impossible.
I really want to watch that one.
Start here. I mean, this is because with this BKB reveal, and they do get the DK out of it, but that also means that the Luna is completely uncontested.
Also, the Torrent Storm not doing anything. Let's see. Toss?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it wasn't.
No.
Okay. Either way, Torrent Storm also not doing anything. When there's a BKB on the enemy core, but still, that BKB is gonna get lower. Same is true for the Wind Ranger, but I don't see Lava Esports having that type of a spell that just completely annihilates a core who doesn't have a BKB, just like the Torrent Storm does.
No, they're gonna have to go very much more one by one, except for the one big slam, which is the Earth Splitter.
Oracle is going for a blink. Understands that they are gunning for him right now. That Luna can actually get so much hate onto her that it can open up for a potential lasso in the backline. So I like that the Oracle just wants to think about the positioning, because that's what this hero needs. You don't need any items on the Oracle. You just need to be alive.
Yeah, you just need to be alive and in the right place to cast your spells. It's all that's needed. And that second route, he is correct, will come eventually. DK is building up to a Blink Dagger right now.
Yep, he will. And that's a big... But still, I don't understand the center without the blink. Because you are an AoE stun. If the enemies make a mistake and get together, you can literally win the fight for your team. So, pretty weird decision making here, but he does put himself in a position where he's hard to kill, right? 20 armor, has the Eternal Shroud, has the Blade Mail. Definitely not an easy guy to bring down.
He's not, but Boom Esports have it. I agree that some of their damage is just going to land on whatever, but they do also have the option for focus firing, and they can ignore the center with that. And yeah, with him not having a Blink Dagger, it's going to be a lot harder for him to actually contribute in the terms of hoop stomps.
The game is kind of 50-50 in terms of Dota Plus, but to be honest, I still favor Boom, right? Because there's going to be an Aghanim Scepter on Sacred. The double Luna illusion is going to be so strong. This Darkseer, we know just how much he counters a hero like a Luna. Plus, your team fight is insane. You have the run buff as well. I guess Lava, they have this pick-off and some split push going for them, but Ion Shell deals with that quite nicely.
Radiant structures are
yeah, the thing that they will need to do on Boom though is try to not get caught in the trap of trying to do all of their damage at once and doing the entire team fight at once. because then you're just fighting in the window that the Luna has her BKB and her Mask of Madness active, and you're going to lose several heroes. You'd much rather play a bit more of a drawn-out fight.
Hunter is going for Shiva. That's gonna help more with dealing with the illusions of the Luna than really with the enemy heroes, to be honest. But some tier 2 pushes are coming. Boom are controlling 2 lanes, however, so they're gonna be slightly happier with what's going on. How is the Luna looking in terms of level 20? And Kanda has both of them, so
yes,
there it is.
And the shard.
Yep. So she's stacked. This is what the Luna needs. This is when the hero has hit its stride.
Yep. This is, and at 25 minutes too, it really couldn't be more perfect. Now the question is it enough? Because Boom knows that they're strong now. They've got that Aghanim's Blink Dagger up and ready to roll on Sacred. They've got an Aegis on Pakaz. That is a second round of damage in and of itself. And they got a pick off.
Gardic died on the other side of the map. Pakaz is just killing Wonder Kid. Panda comes over to show them how you steal kills with the Oracle. Does it quite nicely. 2 heroes that just like that. You got the tier 2. Everything works out. Yule Scepter on the center, keeping him in place. They are going to be looking towards the Batrider. That's a much easier kill, however. 4 staff to the side. Not really enough to live.
3 heroes in the span of a minute.
They're just super fast kips. I mean, we've seen it in the previous series. In this one, they just haven't been as successful. And it's also nighttime, right? This is when the Luna lineups should hit their stride. But the first minute and a half of this night does nothing for them.
Yeah, and now here, I mean, they're positioned like they want to defend their Tormentor. 15 seconds for the bat? Maybe.
They probably can. They don't have the Stampede, however. That's a big spell.
No more vision.
Luna Illusion sent forward.
I get spotted.
So many big team fight spells on Boom. They know it. Just how strong they can be.
Boom wants Lava to do the jump in.
Ismar will make it happen. X Torrent. Annoying Genek. The tower is dropping. That is smart. Just get the tower first. Now you can fight if you want on Boom. They don't.
No. Just use the range hero in front. Bait with that Aegis. And Lava wants to work around it, but really just did not have enough time there.
I think Boom are just buying time for the nighttime twins. That's probably what this Aegis was all about. There's gonna be like a minute of a window for Lava to use. Not the easiest thing to do.
And this is also the pinnacle of Luna's presence in this game. Sure, she's going to still get bigger after this, but this was, as far as like a power spike compared to other heroes goes, this was it. And quite a lot of that level 20 Kanda shard has been wasted now.
I haven't done much with it. Luna is still gonna be a strong late game hero, but
oh yeah,
he's not itemizing to deal with the enemy heroes. That is the problem. He's going for a pike. I'm thinking like MKV might be a smart choice. Maybe some more damage. It is gonna be something that Lava are gonna be lacking, and Luna can bring it to the table 100%.
Yes, especially since his DK hasn't actually gotten to skill in any way, shape or form. This build is really quite anemic now that it's come to this. The Orchid doesn't really do anything for you anymore. You haven't finished the Manta style, so you haven't been farming with that. It means that now your BKB is also very slow. And this Blink Dagger, if you are scaling DK, some even skip it, but you don't get to do that because your Centaur didn't buy a Blink Dagger. He's only going for it now at 30 minutes.
Top tower is under attack.
The result of the choices that other players have made.
Exactly. It's weird. I guess maybe you can surprise them. There's gonna be a catch from the Tiny. He did get silenced up. It gets purged off just at the tail end of it. Avalanche toss with the X and Gardic. He is left for dead. Poor guy.
Rather him than anybody else, I suppose. Pick off
Ags on the Wind
potentially,
Ranger?
no. Never mind, that was not a pick off. I saw it on the map and I saw a bunch of pings. I'm like, oh, did the Bat Rider find himself a Wind Ranger? Other way around.
Found himself dead. There's an Axe on the Wind Ranger surrounding around the map. Finding heroes is going to be much easier. They also bought a gem for her. Gonna be quite nice. Still deciding what to go for the level 20 talent. I mean, you have to go for the focus fire reduction. Yeah, that's not sure why he didn't just immediately skill it up.
Not sure either. And now in
So
order for the Wind
Wonderkid.
Ranger.
Ooh, they got him. They got the Dragonite. Or who got who? Pushes him away there. Saved by the Oracle. X gonna be used. Echo Stomp stops it. Immediately woken up by the Oracle. There it is. Panda not allowing C Smile to take a break.
Yeah, and you can see there that the entirety of Boom understands that nobody's going to be hitting Genic. It's not something we do this game at all.
That's the guy that you dodge, right? They put Genic in front. Sure, you are literally a useless, unkillable force. So we're just gonna ignore you, and you can do nothing about it.
It's an unstoppable force flying off into space.
Exactly. He will have that blink though, fairly soon. Just 1,000 gold missing at the moment, and that is, in my mind, that's a game changer, especially because Boom Esports have been used to not thinking about it for 32 minutes, and it really can catch you off guard.
It can, yeah, because sometimes a team fight is like, and this is gonna sound like it's coming straight out of Shrek, but team fights are like onions. They have layers. And it's about, you know, which layer do you peel first, which one is the second, etc. It's always been the Bat Rider first, the DK second. To have a third added, or to have that order shaken up by the appearance of a fast retaliation for something with an AoE stun, which is something that hasn't happened this game, that's a decently big change to the order of nature, I want to say.
The smoke from lava. Where do they want to go? They're around the mid lane where there is nobody to catch. That's... With the mid lane pushing in right now, you would expect somebody to be there, but Boom Esports, they're reading you like a book. Still, Lava are not done with the hunt.
No, and I guess this is about Bat Rider BKB.
Roche spawned.
Wonderkid BKB, yes, double BKB. This is a good time to go as any.
Oh, the
It's not a
Wind Ranger
blink yet,
isn't in
though.
the vicinity. Knight breaks the smoke, gets the avalanche out. Blinking from Sacred, and that's gonna be a nice wall. Buyback from the Tiny, wants to rejoin on the fight, but the Oracle has been caught and dead immediately. This is a time where you need to buy back if you want to fight that throw. Shirt Splitter off the mark. C-Smile gonna get hoof stomped. Genic, even without his blink, he's keeping them in place, and C-Smile trying to escape. Not gonna be happening. They found the Luna. Normal punch is there, and look at what Picassi is doing to him, but he cannot win because there's so many lava heroes around. Tiny coming back after that buyback. They have vision. They see Picassi, and they're gonna be killing him and taking that gem away. He's still alive for some reason, and finally does get taken down. Avalanche and the tree toss gets them the kill on the Bat Rider. That is a small price to pay, with Knight gonna be dragon-tailed and destroyed. They win a fight. They win it convincingly, killing 5 heroes. Tiny dying twice, and the Roche will be going to Lava Kips. They are in full control.
They are. Where in the blazes was Picassi? Did his bus get delayed?
He was top.
Yeah. And then he had to TP, like, right here, right now, you see him TPing from top to the bottom side. The wall has already been dropped, the boat has already been dropped. This is when he should be focus firing down, well, ideally the Luna, but anybody would do. And instead, by the time that he arrives, the chaos is already over. His cores have already spent everything they have, and it's just him.
And Lumiere is also very smart. He's waiting to see where the Wind Ranger is and only then join the fight. I mean, this time around he didn't really see Picassi, but they won the fight already, so he knew that he could come forward. It is just pretty beautiful how he's positioning himself not to get caught himself, because his loosened beams are just more than enough damage. But if he dies, Boom Esports can commit even more. No Kips, this is really good for Lava. The question is it good enough? You're still dealing with the late game darks here.
You are still dealing with the late game darks here, and you're dealing with a bunch of set piece battles now into a team that very clearly has the better control in those choke points between the wall and the boat plus the torrent storm. High ground is not going to be easy for you.
That's a 7k gold lead though. This is a position that we didn't expect to see Boom in. They are there, especially because Lava, they got decimated by Midas Club yesterday.
I was working on a Lincoln's level 20 talent on the darks here. The fact that Sacred has minus 40 seconds on that wall of replica does mean that it's very hard for Lava to take a fight to get the wall out of the way, lose it, and then go in again for the next one without buying back. It's all but impossible now.
Level 25 Luna. I don't know if you saw that. He went for the Lucent Beam Ministan and has the Satanic as well. Lincoln Sphere, as you mentioned on Pakaz. That's nice. But the Batrider, as you mentioned, has ways of breaking the Lincoln, so I'm not sure just how great that's going to be. Oracle Aether Lens, so even more ways of staying back as push is on. It is nighttime. This is so good for Lava.
They got Pakaz immediately.
It's not the easiest hero though, but Dozbak Genek taking so much damage. He will be fine for now. And the vacuum onto the three of them, also the punch. Genek is taking so much damage, but the Earth Splitter is so huge. Pakaz taking an insane amount of damage. False Promise comes out just in time. Pakaz will be living through it. The heal should be there. Boom. Are doing a good job. Toss him in, punch him. He cannot go through the wall. Shackle shot, nothing to connect to. But that Luna is not in a comfortable position. Has a BKB, has a Satanic as well. And Pike away, DP out. Normal punch doesn't work through BKB. The Luna will be fine. This defense of Boom Esports was impeccable.
I thought for sure that they'd be in trouble with Pakaz immediately getting found out, but with his Aghanim Scepter up and that Lincoln Sphere now as well, it is just so hard to actually punish him for being that far forward. And immaculate. All there. Beautiful.
Perfectly placed. Tossbacks happening. X's happening. Everything out of Boom Esports was beautiful. They even saved their glyph after the tower has fallen, so didn't have to use that. And versus a Luna, it matters oh so much.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now if I would have wanted to see Lumiere go for the Aghanim Scepter. It's a little bit of an unusual choice, but it's exactly the kind of thing that when you can't afford to stand in position because the enemy has the better AoE game, it's the kind of thing that can equalize a fight where you can, you send that centaur in and you bring the orbital cannon down and disrupt the enemy position completely instead of having to stand there and be the one that gets disrupted.
And I'm thinking the only way that we see it is if he gets two more items and then goes for it. That is an awesome find. No buyback on him. C-Smile has to pop the BKB. Try to run away. TP out, will be successful, gets himself away. The chase is on with the Stampede. They want more. They are not done. Boom Esports running as fast as their legs can carry them and will be able to escape while their outpost gets claimed by the enemy's Lava. There's no Tiny. You can actually push.
Yeah, at the very least, you don't have to face, fear getting tossed back into the base, but at the same time, yeah, proxy pushing might be the better shot here, just because you are up versus the entire set of enemy spells again.
Glyph used. This time around, this should be a lane of racks. Pretty easy for Lava. Uncontested. Boom Esports aware that they're not going to be able to fight this. Earth Splitter Oracle found. That is a huge one. No buyback on him. The wall was used. You know that you have to fight right now. Get it? Punched. Stampede not available. They have the Gleipnir and the Torrent fall up. Tiny is coming back to the world of the living, but everybody on his side is sleeping. Like, why are you sleeping, guys? We need to fight. We need to turn this game around, and they will be finding Gardic. Finish him off as well. Luna goes back into the fight. Gets the Eclipse off. Sacred trying to run away. He wants to get a couple of those normal punches in. Yeah. Dragon Knight
course
already
they're
dead.
dead.
Avalanche doesn't connect, and there's
Fine, Luna.
gonna be an ultra kill. Pakazi's doing so much damage. The buybacks are coming through. Not gonna be saving Gloomier, and that's gonna be a rampage, and they just leave it up. Those arrows, they do not miss. Wind Ranger, level 25. How the hell did that happen?
Hey, you've lost one of your cores already in the base, and then they don't leave well enough alone when their Elder Titan gets caught as well. And like, I understand that you feel like turning because you still have the Eclipse with the Luna, but that DK is just not going to stand the brunt of all that damage. And that leaves you alone with two supports that are,
Radiant's middle
well,
tower is under attack.
not much of a threat for Pakaz at all. Versus a full enemy lineup.
Radiant's middle
And they're
tower
going for a
has
push
fallen.
immediately. They want some of those buybacks. There is a glyph available on Lava. 2 of those. You can buy 14 seconds for yourself. And Genek is back to the world of the living, so he can definitely delay this slightly. But the push is continuing. The tier 3 at least will be going down.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Gardic actually not killing the creep wave in mid at all. He was hop shoving.
That's lane Rax gone. You don't have a glyph. Maybe they can go for more Echo Stomp, slowing them down. Pakaz dodging it quite nicely. Lasso on the Tiny. Looks like he's gonna be in some trouble. They have the false promise if needed, but not gonna be able to get it out on Panda. Stampede to run forward. Lincoln's has been broken. Wind Ranger has to be careful. They have another Lincoln's that are gonna be putting it on her. Oracle gonna be caught. Using the false promise, Panda buying some time. There's the Taurus Storm TPing out. Actually, will the Batrider die to it? This Mar barely survives to it. Boom Esports, they are actually ahead, Kips. How do you beat this team?
I certainly needed to be sharper on your own high ground push here, but that is... I guess you look for the next Roche? That's a minute away still.
What you need, and it is gonna be daytime, so that definitely does go in hand with Boom. Of course, it is gonna be on the bottom side, which Lava should control better. Tormentor dead. Reign of Destiny is now gonna be available. Even more heals. Like, imagine how much the Kunkka is gonna be healing with the double Torrent Storm, double Ghost Ship. Make that a what, sextuple Ghost Ship, because he's gonna be level.
Yeah, a veritable fleet, if you will.
Exactly. You have the Bloodstone, you have the Reign of Destiny. It's gonna be so hard to kill this guy. Buybacks are so important.
It feels like he has to do all of it alone. DK still doesn't have Ags. We're still waiting for that. Another fight brewing.
Stun onto the Kunkka. The vacuum is gonna be huge, and they punch this smart. He's not gonna be getting anything off. Here comes the boat. No, it's not one, it's more than Pakaz. Gets a double kill already. Buyback from the Batrider, who still has the last Lumiere. Is being kited around. His BKB is expiring. What the hell is he supposed to do? All on his lonesome. His cores are dead. Only has the supports to back him up. And this Luna is so dead. Even if you buy back right now, you don't have the strength to fight it. Pakaz on his Wind Ranger is gonna get another rampage. Give it to him. He deserves it with an arrow through the heart of Gardic. He might be putting an end to Lava Esports in this game 1 with the second rampage of the game, 44 minutes into it.
What a player. But like, what an initiation here as well. Picture perfect. No chance for Lava to do anything there whatsoever. And Luna left as she storms into the middle, ready to carry this game. And there's nobody there.
It's so hard versus the Ghost Ship fleet. Yep. It's so hard, right? Because everybody has the run buff, and you are doing AoE damage. You cannot kill anybody single target. I'm thinking you might need a rapier at this point, but even that is not gonna deal with your damage issues.
It's not. I mean, while I don't want to point any fingers, I certainly think that the lack of scaling from the DK in this game is a real problem.
I don't want to be pointing fingers. Steve, right? Is that...
Yes, Steve. You know what you did, Steve.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Wonder Kid. Definitely not feeling good about himself right now. And
No.
Boom Esports, they have the Mega Creeps. They steal the Tormentor. Get the Shard on the Kunkka. So now even a Tidal Wave is available. The Tier 4s have died. So maybe that's the path to victory for Lava, right?
Yep.
Go for the throne.
You could definitely. I mean, there is a glyph at the ready for Boom still, but you have that road straight into their heart with a little bit of split pushing. At the very least, you can threaten them enough that they'll have to come back to def their throne at least once. The question is, do you have any heroes with buybacks left that you can throw at that throne? The question is no. No, you don't have any Radiant buybacks whatsoever. Luna gets hers in 300 gold.
Kunkka eats the Aghanim Scepter and puts his own in the backpack. Knight
Is in the middle again?
has the BKB, gonna be lassoed, however, so nobody cares about it. But you are inside of a wall, my friends. The Gleipnir connects. They still have the BKBs to protect them, so it's not gonna be that big of a deal while the Batrider runs away. We'll see how far this Mars still alive. Sacred coming for him. Blink out just before Sacred gets the hit in. But these Mega Creeps, they do pack a punch. Sacred, an even stronger one. He punches the spirit out of this Mar.
Yikes. I mean, that could have gone a hell of a lot worse, but it certainly also could have gone better. That was your attempt to get a pick off and maybe put Boom off of finishing the Roshan / make sure they had to stick close to their base for a while. Instead, you lose your offensive asset, the biggest high ground defending threat that you have.
Knight not gonna be able to catch anybody. He has been very good at it. Nice spike away.
He has to be so careful.
Doesn't even have the Ancient Guardian in terms of items. Wind Ranger does have one, however. Catching that illusion. Toss back. Not what you were looking for, but sure. Hoof Stomp connects. Kunkka taking some damage. Inside of the Reign of Destiny is gonna be healed quite a lot by his own Oracle.
I said the Reign of Destiny looks very mild. I'm sure it hurts, but like it looks kind of lukewarm, you know?
Not true. The Dragon Knight, however, now has his Aghanim Scepter, so he was pushing in the top lane. The tier 4s are dead, and Boom Esports, they don't want to risk it. They have to make sure that they shove out the waves. Sacred blinks away just in time. He is level 25 on the Dark Series, so the 2 Ion Shell charges are now available for him.
I mean, Boom, this time, when they push, they gotta make it stick. This is the last one. And you better take your time, making sure that you lined everything up correctly.
The Lava Esports, your waves are not in a good position. Luna did come out of the base on the bottom lane, so we'll be able to push at least one more wave out. Of course, Mega Creeps don't care much about the normal creeps. They're gonna eat them alive, but Luna is not coming back.
Oh, she's desperately clawing her way towards a refresher orb right now, but you're not gonna get to that before your base is in shambles.
Yeah, you need an Aghanim Scepter on top of that as well. Here comes the Gosha fleet. Nice.
Shot getting out of it.
Yep. We'll be fine. Luna is pushing on the bottom lane. Glyphs are available on both sides. Lumiere not going for the throne. I guess he wants the tower to die. Then he can do it, and they're coming for him. Pakaz gets the connection. Stampede is gonna be used. Pakaz isn't here, so let's kill him. Vacuum. Toss away. C-Smile. Gonna be saved by the Tiny. Nice false promise to stop the lasso, as they're still going for C-Smile, who has the cheese, will be eating it. They need Pakaz to connect. Luna is back here into the fight. Of course, Mega Creeps are going to be going for a throw, so you cannot allow this to go for a long time. That big black dragon illusion is so strong, but here comes the Luna finally going on to Sacred, and they bring down the Darkseer. Jones Druid on the low ground. Tidal Wave bringing this Mar back. He's going to get X. Those Sharks onto the high ground there, so I'm not going to be connecting on anybody. This Mar going to be caught by the Gleipnir. Oh no, it's always the guy in the back's fault. What are you doing, Gardic? Puts himself in a very uncomfortable position as well. Luna now caught without the BKB. It's so much trouble for him with the Torrent Storm. He will not be leaving this place, but actually with the Satanic, he doesn't even want to leave. Nice Yules getting up in the air. They're just not allowing him to move, and that Sacred's coming back with the buyback to return the favor onto the Luna. Glyph still available on both sides. so it is still not over. Wonderkid is gonna get punched into Oblivion. Sacred is really getting those punches in as Gennec trying to do what he can. Doesn't have the shard in the center, so really isn't getting that strength up. Even through the blade mail, Pakaz is destroying him. Pakaz is not only destroying him, he's destroying everybody. Lumiere, they're playing ping pong with him. And that is so sad. From a carry to a ping pong ball, Torrent connecting perfectly onto the safe laners of Lava Esports, and boom, Esports have done it. They will be winning game 1 after a strong, hard battle from Lava. But in the end, it was not enough.
No, Lava got so close. They tried so hard and went so far, but in the end, the draft matters. And we were definitely convinced from the start that if this was going to go ultra late, the better matchups, the better scaling was in Boom's hands, and we did get to see that when Lumiere's Luna failed to actually take that high ground in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what happened to Lava, but Boom Esports, it's just the case. Some of these teams, tier 1 teams, are very hard to beat. Even when you have them, even when you think they are yours, they take the game away from you somehow. And that's exactly what happened here, Kip. So boom, they will be getting the victory. Is this the type of thing that dissuades you, that you have the power to win versus these guys and then you just drop the ball game too? Or do you think Lava are gonna get super excited after this one, like we almost beat them, now we're gonna do it really?
That all really depends on how you set up the emotions before the game. If you get too many expectations and you're like, yeah, we can totally take them, let's do this, then it's a disappointment that it turns out this way. But if you were just looking to give it your best to do the things right that you needed to do right, and you got a really good game out of it, then the fact that you didn't win isn't as much of a blow as in the previous scenario. I don't think that they were particularly intimidated, though. Like, if you look at the pedigree on Lava and the way that they played, this was not like, oh, yay, we got really close to beating them, guys. No, they had the conviction that they could do it if they did it right. And so it all depends on in which way they had prepared themselves for that beforehand.
Hopefully their mental toughness is gonna be as strong as their Dota, because they are gonna need it if they want to do better in game 2.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are down to our last game of the day here at the Regional Dota 2 series and the fourth game in a row for Boom Esports. They did win versus Lava, but it was not an easy fight, Kip. So we talked a little bit about the approach from Lava in this in the second game after that kind of a loss. But let's ask you, I want to ask you this question. What do you expect, right? How do you expect the second game to go? For it to be close once again? For Lava to crush it? Or maybe for Boom to crush it?
I mean, what I hope for certainly is for it to be close once again. I haven't seen Boom get challenged enough. Like, I haven't watched them enough recently. But I do feel like they are the kind of team that could perhaps take things a little easy after winning map 1. Maybe they got challenged too much on this one to feel relaxed right now, but I think there's a possibility for them to feel like they're home free now. I mean, it's there for any team, to be fair.
That is true. That can be the case. Currently, we are still not getting ourselves into the game. So if we could see the standings of Group A and Group B, our lovely production will of course put that on the screen. Here's Group A. Beast Coast and Infinity both have 18 points, but Beast Coast did win. Yep. So you mentioned Kali being the surprise. I really loved how they played Dota.
Kali looked very what's a nice word for it?
Cool.
They had
awesome.
a lot of initiative. They clearly had plans. They were constantly pushing for more and more and more and more. And that's just always a very hungry. There we go. They looked hungry, and that's always an exciting style to watch.
Are you just saying that because they have a lion for their logo and like lions are hungry and stuff like that?
I mean, that certainly fits, doesn't it?
You don't have to answer that question, Kips. Like, let's go to Group B. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be posing stupid questions any longer. I'm just kidding, of course I will. That's what I do.
I was about to say, don't make any promises you can't keep.
Okay, that was not mean at all, and I'm not gonna cry, I promise. As looking at Group B, Estar back so far, not losing a single game. Midas Club definitely not too happy, even though they're second at the moment. It doesn't have to be that's gonna stay that way, but it might. You know, it's still Estar back's Midas Club, Boom Esports. This is who we expect to win.
Yeah, I'd say so, but of course, if you are Midas Club here, you definitely feel the hot breath of both Infamous and Lava on your neck. I think that any of those three teams. If you would have shown me a top three with any of those three in them as the third one, I would have been like, yep, that checks out. So not easy to decide at all.
But though I think there's Boom Esports. It says they have one loss. That's production telling us, yo, Boom is gonna lose now. I don't think so.
Predicting.
No, that's not gonna happen. I think Boom Esports are gonna be fine here. Whenever I would see a team that is, okay, not whenever, but most of the times, a team that is considered the underdog be close to victory and then lose. Very rarely do they win a game in that type of a series. So I'm hoping that Lava can prove me wrong, but my long experience in Dota, my very huge knowledge of the game and all of the games that I watched is telling me, it's screaming into my head, this very rarely, if ever, happens.
It's true, like, especially if you consider yourself to be an underdog as well. It can be very exhausted to have come all the way and then, you feel like victory was in your grasp and then you lose it again after you fought so hard for it. But that's where I would once again come back to, but like, do Lava consider themselves to be the underdogs in this matchup? Like, to the point where it's got impact on their performance like that.
Do any South America teams considering themselves the underdogs ever?
Well, when they step foot outside of the region, yes, and then they ride it like a wave.
No way. Even when South American teams, even when they are losing, they're like, yo guys, why don't we go and punch these guys in the face, right? So they even when I guess they see themselves as the underdogs, they don't play like the underdog.
No, there's something indomitable about them, isn't it? Like, they will never ever go down without a fight.
Yep, they never will. One of the players is still missing in the lobby, so that's why we're not starting the draft. I know that the viewers are getting pretty impatient, but no reason to do so. We are still here to keep you company, to keep you entertained on these late hours for us, not for you guys that are in South America. I think it's like 6-7 p.m. for them right now, which isn't too big of a deal. What's the time where you're at, Kips?
10 to 2 at night.
Okay, so an hour. You're an hour after me, so that's fine. And I know last time that we were here, you were saying that it was super cold and you want a little bit of a warmer weather. Has it finally arrived?
No, it's still snowing. I was in the supermarket actually, and I do sales here when there's stuff that's nearly gone out of date, and we just went through all of the barbecue meats, like, and just stack after stack of unused barbecue meat for in our freezer, because it's been snowing here for so long that even the stores are like, we anticipated shorts, Hawaii shirts, barbecues, mosquitoes, and it's barely above zero.
That's a problem. So why do you even need freezers there?
I mean, at some point the outside fridge doesn't work anymore, and also animals. I've been taught this the hard way after leaving a piece of cheese outside overnight, when I thought like, yeah, whatever, it's cold enough, and then finding it with all these tooth marks in it on the next day. So yeah, it turns out you do need you do need freezers.
Okay, I know that you saw a moose, that you see them from time to time, and I'm very envious about that. But what about bears? Do you see bears?
No, I have not seen bears. I've seen evidence of bears. This fall at the berry farm, there was a broken down fence where a very hefty lad had made his way over into the field to gorge himself on the berries. And if you look at like the size of the wood that bear broke, I'm very happy we never got to make any acquaintance.
That
And
just means that he gives the biggest and strongest hugs. That's what you missed on. Okay, so speaking of bears in Dota, Ursa and Lone Druid, I don't think there's any more of those. I guess you could maybe say Brewmaster, but who cares?
Hell bears.
Why are they not being picked as much? Ursa, I guess, laning phase-wise, but there's bound to be some Lone Druid experts there that would want to play the hero.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And I feel like maybe if he was any kind of a spellcaster at all, we'd see him. But the style that we see right now is very much kill first, take towers later. And Lone Druid plays pretty much opposite that. Like, you take the towers and you use those to force kills with. And in the current situation, I don't actually think that meshes with the way that the rest of your lineup wants to play at all. Like, you want to be getting kills. The LD is not going to be helping you with that. I think that's the biggest reason.
Okay, so here's the deal. Panda's PC died, so he had to change PCs. And then when he opened up Dota, he needed to download some of the patches because, of course, there's a lot of patches in Dota that are coming recently. That have come recently, and now he is in the lobby. As far as I know, they've only received the draft penalty number 1, which is, I would assume, 30 seconds of their reserve time, which is not going to be that big of a problem for Boom Esports, but it might give an advantage for Lava. Maybe that's that little bit of an advantage, Gibbs, that they were lacking in the previous game, that 30 seconds of the reserve time.
Just a little touch. I mean, it's surprising how short the draft feels when you're in it. But I do think that a skilled team can milk like at least 15 seconds extra about like letting all the time for your bans run through before you make them, etc. Even when you already know what you're gonna pick, that sort of thing. Like, you can definitely drag it out a little bit, but you still lose some precious time, and sometimes it literally comes down to the wire for a player to decide what he's gonna pick. And that's an opportunity that you miss out on now.
I'm really now scared. My PC has been going for quite some time. I think my it might be too much power for my what do you call the unit that takes the power? Doesn't matter. Like, I think it's a bit too much.
It's just
so
the
now,
power supply.
Yeah, the power supply, exactly. So now I'm scared that my PC is gonna die, and here where I'm at right now, I don't have a backup, and that is a bummer. I need to upgrade Kips. This is scaring me.
Yeah, well, I guess it's time for me to solo cast again. Anyway, I'll get some practice in. So don't worry, you're in good hands.
Okay, no problem. I know that you can hold the fort always, but no need. I'm hopefully one PC dying and somebody involved with the series right now is enough for the gods of Dota, as the players should be connecting to the lobby fairly soon. For some reason, it's not happening instantly, and I just hope the reason is not the new PC of Panda.
No, we're good. We have ourselves a draft.
Let's go. Let's get into it. We did have to talk to our viewers a little bit longer there. Probably would have been in the game already, but it doesn't matter. Late into the night, we're bringing you the Dota action here at the Regional Dota 2 series, brought to you by Relog and 1xBet. And let's see if Boom Esports are finally gonna drop the game today, or are they gonna be ending the day with a perfect 4-0 score?
Dire team ban.
Entirely possible. I certainly, on my wish list, is for Kunkka to be gone.
10 seconds remaining.
Leave that man out of this.
Yeah, that felt like you were casting a spell or a curse to him and his family. Like, be gone.
10 seconds remaining.
Gone, fiend. He's had his time. He's had plenty of time. He overstayed his welcome a little. I mean, I guess I understand that if you let him slip right now. Because he's also, how do I say this? It's also hard to say, like, oh man, it's Kunkka, I'm so scared, he does so many. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah. You know what? C-Smile is scared of a Dragon Knight though, right? He's, guys, I don't know how to play versus this hero. Please ban it. I'm dying twice in a row to it. Thank you. And Boom Esports, they will be making the wishes of their stand-in come true.
Hey, listen, if you asked really nicely, why not?
There was never a situation in my life where I asked something really nicely and that it wasn't given instantly, right? So I don't know if there's a similar saying in English. We have a saying in my language that a nice word, this is the literal translation, nice word opens even an iron door, right? So that...
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's very true. I'm trying to think about the English version, but my brain, I'll remember in the middle of the cast.
Okay, no problem. That's cool.
Thanks.
Like 25 minutes in, and Kips is giving the thing. They're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm just gonna write it down right now so that I know for the future what you're talking about. Yeah.
This is like a 50-50 if I'm gonna get it in Dutch or in English, mind you.
Yeah, sure. Do you have something like that in Dutch?
No, like the closest my brain wants to do right now is the one about catching more flies with honey than with vinegar. Which is close, but not quite the same. And you have that one it's the same in Dutch and English.
I guess that makes sense. As Lava, they get themselves a tiny, and there it is, the Disruptor, the hero that was completely ignored in the previous game, which was very weird. It's not gonna be ignored right now. And Boom Esports, they looked good today in their first game versus Universitario with the Disruptor. Though the thing is, they were killing the enemies so quickly that the glimpse never really came into play all that much.
Yeah, it was more about the mental presence of the glimpse. And the threat of the glimpse, you know. I believe I heard Gareth say the line in a recent cast of his. Threat of the black hole. Phenomenal.
That line has been repeated probably the most all of the Dota casts, I think, and black hole probably as well.
Top of all time.
As Dawnbreaker gets banned out. We were mentioning this hero today, but I never thought that it would see the light of day or even get banned out for that matter.
No, she's a little unusual, especially like you could see it if a lot of the heroes that were like really good in combination with her in the lane were getting played, something like you know, there's a lot of tusks around or something like that, but that has also not been happening. So curious if Lava knows something we don't.
Yep, that might be the case. Maybe this scrim Boom Esports, maybe Sacred played it in the pub. Sacred has been known for a Dawnbreaker though, you know, in the past.
Yeah.
So, but he's gonna be playing a Centaur, and hopefully he's gonna be playing a pre 50-minute Blink Centaur, if that's okay, please, thank you.
I mean, the real deal is, of course, that I can see delaying the Blink Dagger a bit if you've had to go full Retaliate anyway because of your laning stage situation. But there's certainly a middle ground.
5 seconds.
Yeah, but the thing is, they didn't need to go for that. He wanted it, and the lane still got lost. So I definitely wasn't a fan with how the Centaur turned out in the end. Neither the Centaur nor the Dragon Knight really had the impact that they needed, and Luna just needed that little bit of a push from one of them. Lava will be getting a Mars. That's a nice response to the Centaur. Still leaves the opening for this Tiny to be a mid laner, if that's what they want to run. In South America, we see it quite often.
Yeah, and I think in general, talking about like, hey, there was some space to do things differently in the previous game for Lava. You can see that either like you can beat yourself up over that and be like, oh man, if we only would have done, or you can say like, well, it's pretty simple. We do it right the next time, and then we just win that one. There's also two schools of thought, so we're gonna see how innovative / traditional Lava is going to be with their itemizations and their skill builds this time around.
What are you like? Like, if you make a mistake, do you just stay there and like, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that, or do you just shrug it off?
Neither. I used to be the first kind, and then I got therapy. And I can recommend it for anybody who does that sort of thing because it's called cognitive behavioral therapy, and they're very good at stopping those kinds of thought patterns. So, advised. Even if your life's going well, you're not depressed or anything, you know, you can still make life more pleasant for yourself.
5 seconds
Recommended.
remaining.
That's so cool, right? I don't know. I still enjoy me hitting the head on the wall. You shouldn't have done that. It helps. Physical pain is nice. I like it from time to time. As there will be a Rubik picked up by Boom Esports. That is going to be a great laning partner for the Centaur. Whoever you're laning against is going to have a bad time. Might be a gyro carry, but also might be a gyro support, which I wouldn't mind with the Mars in lane. That's actually a really strong duo.
That's huge, yeah. Like you first get the Marsh spells in, and in the meantime you've already prepped that rocket that comes in after. You get a lot of time to lane to people. I mean, and if it's a carry as well, the combination of the two, the fact that the Mars Arena lines up pretty well with the size of a flak cannon, you grabbing everybody at the same time. Then the Sven seems in anticipation of that possibly being a carry gyrocopter.
This is a perfect TA game, though. You know, talked about physical pain a bit, and then Sven plus TA come out. You know, it doesn't get much more painful than the ones receiving those punches. So they're definitely gonna make you forget, maybe even everything if they annihilate you and kill you. But I like it. TA lanes well versus the Centaur Rubik. You don't care because they cannot go through your refractions that easily. You are good versus the Sven. Of course, the Warcry on the other side. It works both ways between these two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And the timings that you hit here also very similar in that regard. Both of them very good stack farmers, both of them very capable of inching ahead of the rest of the pack. And then the question becomes like, how do you shot call this? Are you saying you should be going for the supports of the enemy and then, you know, see who is left standing at the end? Or are you going to go mano a mano with the enemy carry here? A lot of options. And of course this TA could still be mid.
Dire team back.
She could, but to be honest, I feel like mid lane Tiny, 4 gyro, 3 Mars, and now you pick your 5. This is gonna go well with the TA lane. Would be nice. Something like a Clockwork. Like I wouldn't mind a Clockwork, or maybe even a Tusk would be nice as a nice save later on for the Static Storm.
For the Static Storm and the Glimpse, yeah. I really like the Tusk idea, actually. I was thinking of something way more defensive, like, oh, give me a Chen, you know, he's finally getting ignored again. Swing that ship around. Give me a Chen, but I like the Tusk more.
Radiant team pick.
So it is not going to be a mid lane Tiny. It will be a mid lane Zeus. Tiny either 4 or 5. Usually we don't see him on 5, but maybe if you're laning with TA, you'd rather have a melee range combo than just melee range as Boom Esports. Now they see the Zeus. They ban out some of the good Zeus counters themselves. So what is left to catch him?
I mean, certainly the fact that you have a centaur will always be a threat to the Zeus. Chase him to the ends of the earth, but you could still... I was gonna say Puck here, but that's a little pointier.
Mid Rubik? Yep, mid Rubik. We get a C-Smile mid Rubik, and in a game where there are solid things to steal. Spear, the refractions defensively, any spell for the Zeus pretty much is pretty good. Avalanche, pretty solid things for C-Smile to play with. And I haven't seen a mid lane Rubik for quite some time. This Boom Esports lineup is really cool, but it can also backfire very easily.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in the scaling department, right? You have one physical damage dealer that's going to do anything at all through BKB. Everybody else is magical. So when the BKBs come around for the side of lava, Pakaz needs to be online and he needs to kill people ASAP, because otherwise the fact that you have both a Zeus as well as a TA means you have 2 scaling right clickers on the side of lava, and eventually that's going to come out on top.
How does generally the Darkseer lane go versus the TA? I mean, on paper, right, Shell deals well with the refraction, but on the other hand, with the side blades, you can make sure that the waves constantly get pushed out, which then hurts the Darkseer quite a lot.
It does, and she's good at denying as well. But the HP management is really fraught at the start because you don't actually kill the creep. Even if you start laying into the ion shell creeps immediately, it's going to take a while to get through them. So you are going to take a bunch of damage from the ion shells at the start, and that means that the Darkseer gets the start of the lane that he wants. He gets easy level 3 usually out of that.
That's where I see the advantage of Boom Esports, their lanes, right? Because it is going to be double range on the one side and double melee on the other lane, at least from who picked up the heroes. And I think that's probably how they want to lane it, because Tiny isn't the best as a 5, especially when you see a Darkseer on the other side. So I'm thinking Boom Esports got this, because their lanes are going to be quite well. The Rubik doesn't lose the mid lane to the Zeus either, so he should be fine there.
No, that Rubik should be really good. Rubik is so volatile, right? It's very hard to predict what kind of performance you're going to get out of a core Rubik. The focus damage early on in the game is insane. The amount of reach that you can get, etc. But he also doesn't scale at all.
True. Though I have seen some really strong late game Rubiks, not gonna lie, especially now with the Dagon being a cool item. We could see it.
We could see it, yeah. Definitely something to watch out for once those BKB timers have run their course.
So Panda is disconnected again. I mean, they still have 10 minutes of their pause to play with on the side of Boom Esports. I'm guessing maybe he needs to be setting up some of the controls. Sometimes, I don't know what's the deal with that. Sometimes the controls are connected to a PC. Sometimes they're connected to a to an account. I don't know what it depends on.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either when it overrides one with the other. But I would really rather he takes his time and makes sure everything is in order rather than trying to play with the wrong hotkeys here.
Okay, Gibbs, question. How do you feel about the new sets, the new Arcanas? Have you read the comic?
Oh yeah, immediately, as soon as it came out. A little known fact about me, once upon a time, like very long ago when I was a teenager, I did in fact write fan fiction. And if I still was doing that, I would have had a lot of Skywrath bench stuff. So this was right up my alley. And the Arcanas look absolutely gorgeous. It's too bad that the spell effects are ass.
They're okay, right? I feel like the Wave of Terror on the Venge is cool.
Wait, but that's the coolest one. The Skywrath Arcana, the ult is paid to lose, and you can't tell the difference between the concussive shot and the bolt at all.
That part is true. That part is true. But let's get ourselves into the game. Then we can talk about the Arcanas a little bit more. Here we are with the last game of the day, and of course, your last chance, guys, to scan this QR code. Just kidding. There's of course going to be a couple of more of those on the screen going forward. And what does this QR code do? Well, it takes you to the Play Store, and you can download the 1xBet app to use these amazing odds that you have on your screen. The Venge Arcana is amazing, but the Skywrath Mage second style Arcana is, to me, the best thing I've seen.
Is that the dark one or the light one? Give me a sec here. The light one, yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was about time that they made like a proper thirst trap for the girlies and the gays. Like we deserved those abs. I'm very happy we got them.
You know what? I feel like every cool set in this game is a thirst trap for the girlies.
Really?
I'm so glad that my wife doesn't play too much Dota, or I'd go bankrupt, because every single set would be bought immediately.
To be fair, I sold off a decent part of my inventory recently, and I could quite comfortably buy a Steam Deck OLED from that, so you're not wrong.
You see? Yeah, that's a fortune out there. So either way, that's gonna be 2 for 2 in terms of runes. The odds favoring Boom Esports as always, and of course there's those lava fans that want to use the promo code 1XRLG LATAM, 130% on your first deposit. It was 120 when we started off, so our sponsors giving a little bit more every single time, as they are giving so much money to the teams that are participating here. $50,000 prize pool for this tournament. This is the second of the LATAM one. There's going to be 2 more, so 200,000 just pumped into the region. As mid lane, we're seeing the Zeus versus the Rubik, but this bottom lane, 2 melee heroes, they are gonna suffer so much.
Oh yeah, Panda is gonna slap him around. The Thunderstrike, of course, for the tiny. Look at Dismar here.
Is he dead?
Yeah, Panda certainly thinks so.
It's 1 more. Okay, he's gonna need 2 more now with the Tango.
Panda was wrong, and that does give Genek some quality one-on-one time with Pakaz. Getting some denies out even.
You get the cast with me, and immediately you are you're bad-mouthing Panda. Hopefully he
really?
is
that what I just did?
I'm talking about our
T-Panda.
Yeah, you see, I'm very good at the jokes, and that's
yeah, I'm very good at picking them up.
Yeah, that's good. We're both very good at something here, it seems, as we are not getting a first blood just yet, but people are taking some damage. So dropping low, Pakaz dodges the spear. Panda takes some damage because of this Mar. It's still a 0 armor hero, so has to be very, very careful and will be taken down. The glimpse not even needed. Panda gets the kill before it, so he was right. He was right knowing that he could kill this Mar, just not in that chase, but actually now.
I just needed a little bit more time and an extra level. That is a lot of resources spent on Boom here, though. Let's see if... I mean, it's just the tiny is the thing. It's like, oh man, he's gonna come back with full health and mana, yeah, and then Anna's gonna fly in some mana regen, and he's gonna cast a Thunderstrike on him, and boom, Dismar's half health again.
The TA, however, though, is having the easiest game of her life. Zeus farming slightly better than the Rubik. I guess the Rubik, they're classic mid laners, some of them. He deals well with the Fade Bolt, but Zeus doesn't care about his damage being reduced, right?
No, absolutely not. That is very much... I mean, it has become more important. Like, Zeus definitely do use their damage more these days, but you don't have to. Arc lighting is still very much your bread and butter.
Some nice denies coming out from the Rubik there, though, even on the high ground. Sacred starting to catch back up. Is this a dive now? With a level 2 Iron Shell, it doesn't have too much mana on Sacred, so maybe that's gonna dissuade him. Only 1 mango available.
Grabbing the wave again. Interesting. I thought for sure that they were going to challenge this TA on a level 1, but I think the inclusion of the Gyrocopter in the presence of the Rocket Barrage, you'd be mad to challenge anybody to fisticuffs when that is the response.
Yeah, also you're kind of low on armor, right? So she can skill up the meld and they can stand their ground and fight you, so level 1 Iron Shell probably doesn't give you the confidence to be that aggressive. Mars is farming relatively well for a lane where they're double melee versus a disruptor. They did give away the first blood. Tiny, however, is gonna be rotating and making sure no water rune for the that's gonna make it very tough on him.
Is Rubik constantly harassed out here by the Arc Lightning. Zeus, now with the better mana economy, will be able to push this wave under tower time and time again, which is where if you're a ranged hero like Rubik, very tough time getting to actually last hit versus tower without also taking a ton of damage.
Dismar might actually die. He did use his wand charges. Zeus now is just going to be denying and farming everything. Avalanche on the bottom lane. Dismar playing with his life a little bit. Still a 0 armor hero, so you can very, very easily go down if you're not careful. But he does have the Windlay, so he's relatively speedy.
And his job has already been done, basically. Genek is level 4, feeling very good about himself with the double bracer. Maybe he dies here, but... no, that's a scary glimpse.
Still had a Healing Lotus to play with there on Genek, so probably would have been fine either way. But Boom are doing quite well on this bottom lane. Both of the carries are... They're not committing. It is hard to do so under the tower and with the healing Lotus available.
It is scary. I mean, you did have a potential for another glimpse, but the range on level 1 glimpse is ass, and Panda has invested more into the Thunderstrike here, just because that means that Bismar is not allowed near the lane.
Centaur taking some damage. That's a level 3 Gyro, so level 2 Rocket Barrage. Knight is trying to run away, and another low armor hero versus a TA going into -6, and Lumiere will take him down with ease. Nope, nobody's gonna live there, at least not because ulti from the Zeus just coming out in time, and that bait from the Mars in the bottom lane was perfect.
Yeah, really. That low was indeed enough for him to feel safe there.
And the
That is because Wrath stolen.
What? Why?
He never pressed another spell after walking back, and Seasmell is waiting for him at the bot rune.
Panda survives this Mar, and Kaz is coming forward. You do have that Thunder God's Wrath if you want to help with this kill. This Mar still has enough HP to survive it, and I think he's gonna have it until the end, especially with Genic being in the vicinity. God's Rebuke and the Spear at the ready. Kaz is really trying to force the issue to no avail.
Gardic has been doing such a phenomenal job keeping these two out of the TA's hair. Lumiere has been barely contested at all.
Yep, he has had a perfect lane thus far. If the Sven hadn't died, though, they would have been equal, but he has died. So that's the power of the Zeus.
That's that on that. See Smile now. It could be very hard for him to grab a power rune without assistance here.
Do you maybe try to kill the Zeus? Right, because everybody on the side lanes now is playing a lot safer. TA isn't really a hero that you're going to be able to kill. Refractions are probably going to take that damage away. So maybe go for Wonder Kid with this with the Thunder God's Wrath Steel. But C-Smile hasn't been able to use it, and Wonder Kid will be getting his back.
And Dismar's already here. It's such a rough kill because you'd have to be using the Glimpse for it. It is level 3 right now, good range, but Wonder Kid hasn't exactly stepped up far because he is a Zeus. Really doesn't need to.
Sacred in so much trouble. He does have the Surge. Oh, gets annihilated. Knight is going to be in so much trouble. There's the ulti, the Thunder God's Wrath, making a difference. Glimpse on Lumiere, still alive, and the Fade Bolt doesn't come out in time. They should still be able to kill him. A couple more hits. Ismail slowed down by the trap that was placed just before dying, and that's going to be enough for a kill, even with the Fairy Fire being used there. No, actually decides not to use it. Boom Esports, they lose 4 heroes. Claiming 2 is not that good.
No, that's really not that good, especially not when the Zeus gets away at the end like that. And if you don't break through this top lane soon, there's going to be a Mars ready with a TP response as well. It might take a very long time for you indeed to get yourself some space to breathe on the map. Every single core of lava is phenomenal at pushing out waves.
Boom isn't breathing right now. They are under pressure, especially Sacred, who is trying to run around on the top lane just to get some scraps of farm. This Darkseer has been shut down. Same is true for the Mars, though, in terms of gold. They're both not doing well, but the Mars, he has his arena. The Darkseer doesn't really do that well without at least one item.
Exactly, and especially in this game, the mech getting that burst heal versus all the burst damage is going to be applied. I'm thinking he should buy a pipe as well as Honda.
Not doing too well on his other PC, as Lumiere will be finishing off tonight. Supports of Boom are dying. C-Smile did steal the Lightning Bolt, so that is a great spell to have, especially being level 3 on Wonder Kid, so it really does a huge amount of damage. Sacred, he's dead once again. Lumiere is doing way too much damage. TAs in this region are just so good.
They are phenomenal, but it certainly also looked like Sacred was a little bit lost there, placing down the wall to maybe get yourself a solo kill on a Tiny. doesn't feel like the winning play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All of them are dying. And the odds are reflecting it. Lava are getting
Falling like flies.
quite a lot of things going their way.
Yeah, this is a TA that's rushing a Desolator. She feels very comfortable not going for any of the anything that would make her safer. No stats, no nothing. We're just going for the Deso, deal as much damage as soon as possible.
That is because that he has had such great games today. A couple of rampages this time around. He's gonna die twice to Wonder Kid. Once he wasn't even present. As you know, gods are usually omnipresent, and second time he comes over to make sure that the Rogue Knight dies again.
Dire's top tower
And Lava is
under
perfectly
attack.
fine with the state of the game as it is right now. They don't have to hurry whatsoever taking down any of these towers. You can just, you know, let the waves bounce off of them and see if more kills TP in. A little bit of a dive on top.
Are they gonna get caught? That should be a kill, especially with the vacuum being used. Iron Shell's doing a little bit too much damage. Lumiere, however, waiting for somebody to step up, and let's see if somebody's gonna be
Just a
crazy
peek.
enough.
Panda would love to take a peek.
Goodbye. Well, still Lumiere put in an uncomfortable position. There's a wall. They're still in some traps. Toss away onto the creeps. They go in with a stun. Oh, that deletion of the TA. She has been doing it to them a couple of times. Ismail gets the kill. That's going to get him super close to the Aghanim Scepter. And Pekka's not really sure what he's doing here in the mid lane.
I think the rule is in general that if your team is shoving out through the top, the carry moves towards the mid to make sure that you don't get punished by your mid tower getting taken down. So that's why he's there, but as for why he had his god strength on, your guess is as good as mine.
Yep. Either way, he's still farming relatively okay, but as a Sven you want to be ahead. Same is true for a TA though, so it's kind of normal maybe for one or the other to out farm each other, as not that big of a goal lead for Lava. I felt like they were doing a lot better, but doesn't seem to be the case.
I mean, they haven't quite had the time to pull away just yet, I think, and you're also definitely waiting on the Mars currently. If that Blink Dagger will signal the full recovery from him, and that's where you're going to see them step on the gas.
So Rubik no spell stolen at the moment. Now going for the Aghanim Scepter. It looked like C-Smile wanted to rush it, but went for Phylactery first. Deso on Lumiere, as you mentioned, now gonna be finished. This is a stacked DA.
Yeah, took down some stacks as well. Let's see if she feels like prioritizing the shard this game.
I think you get Blink then Shard. Usually that's how TAs do it.
Yeah. Skardik gives his life for the cause. That is a lot of information. I gotta say though, for as rubbish of a lane as Knight has had, he's been able to save up a bunch of money for himself. This might actually still be a decent Blink Dagger timing for a +4 Centaur.
Yeah, if he gets a kill or two, it's pretty much there, right? 1,000 gold away at the moment, as does have to use the Stampede there. Arena from the Mars not gonna be coming out to kill him. Mars just wants to farm right now, get his Blink Dagger, and then the Arena usage is gonna be much stronger.
Exactly. 250 gold. We are waiting. Blink Dagger Tiny.
That's a very early tiny Blink Dagger. I mean, we were talking about Knight having a decent game. This Mars has been having a perfect one. 1-1 and 6. Blink Dagger on him and the Mars. The timing is here.
Perfect. Tailor-made.
And
Zeus
level 12
has
Zeus.
an AD rune. And a phylactery.
It's hurt.
This one's gonna hurt. Yep.
Rubik is a perfect target, and C-Smile gonna show himself, instantly get caught, steals the rocket barrage. is surviving a bit, but now inside of the arena, the spear connects. Thunder God's Wrath, Pakazu don't want to be there. Gets the ulti out, running forward. His teammates are going to be coming. Glimpse gets it back, and with the wall, they might be able to kill him. No, he's still alive. That illusion will finally kill him. Still, you're dealing with a Desota way too dangerous. Pakazu barely alive, but still kicking. Lumiere standing his ground. This mid lane tower is going to be in a lot of trouble.
That was way too close for comfort, but at least... Oh, a little bonus kill.
Bonus kill on the tower in the end. Boom Esports. Again, they are being schooled by Lava in the early mid game. I mean, considering how well they played versus Universitario, Lava, they seem to have a really good grasp on how to play versus them.
Yeah, they are just consistently a little bit earlier. And Seasmile, for example, we're waiting on his Aghanim Scepter, which is, you know, if you're playing a Rubik, you are giving up a lot of time while you're farming that, where you are not active, where you don't have something like a Blink Dagger.
Stolen Bulwark, that's not what you want. Seasmile is just gonna be walking over the traps.
Oh, maybe you want it now.
Gets the lift off. Nice blink in from Lumiere, and with the avalanche, he's dead. They're just annihilating Boom at this point in the game. It looks like Boom versus Universitario, just that the roles are reversed. It's not Boom that is doing the crushing.
No, absolutely not. And the question is now, how much is Lava going to be able to string this out? Because previously they were very reliant on their Luna having a phenomenal game. Oh, pause. Oh, they guessed wrong. That lightning bolt was just a bit off the mark.
And didn't have the ulti there on the Zeus. He is gonna have it fairly soon. In just 5 seconds, it will be coming back. No arena, however, but either way, you do have that ulti on the Zeus. You can go for even more kills. The damage of Lava right now, it is too overwhelming.
It is absolutely insane. They're gonna take down this top tower here, presumably? No, just more kills, kills. I'm a silly thinking about objectives. Holding you get EXP from all those tasty bags of blood running around. Look at this one.
Up, we're looking at the Sven. Gardic gets the kill on the Rubik, however. No chance to survive there. Seasmile, I think Boom Esports not having Slatams has been a hit to them. So I'm hoping that in the future days he's gonna be back with the squad.
Yeah, it does look like they have a little bit of a disconnection with the mid lane going on, certainly right now.
Radiant's top tower is
Lumiere hammering down the top. This is going to open the way into Roche if they so wish to grab it. Arena up in 15 as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see if that's gonna be something that you want. As for now, they're taking their time. They're farming the enemy triangle. The Sven cannot get his hands on the Asians. As Seasmile, he needs a pause. He needs to reset himself. Things are not working out for him in this game, especially.
No, they are not. I mean, you're going to get a great boost out of the Aghanim Scepter once you get it, right? You're gonna get some absolutely monstrous Zeus spells.
See, it is a how's it looking at the moment, you know, comeback wise for Boom Esports? It's not impossible, right? They're in a good solid position. The BKB on the Sven is going to be coming out. He can disassemble the Echo Saber and have it now with the recipe being brought. You still have something to fall back on, and of course Darkseer in the late game. Darkseer Sven vacuum into a stun. You can win any fight.
Yeah, absolutely, you can win any fight, but at this point, I'm worried. Well, actually, there's no BKBs in the works just yet, but those should be up around the time that the Sven is peaking for the first time, and that's where it gets really hard for the Sven to cleave down several heroes in one go, which is what you're going to need to have happen if you want your single right-click damage healer to compete with there too.
Smoke from Lava, they're not done. Get kills on the bottom lane, ward, and then get the Roche. That could be the plan. They do see two heroes here. Ulti from the Zeus, both of them inside of the arena. Latched to the walls, instantly deleted. C-Smile next on the menu. He made his presence known, will be able to survive, however. So at least something doesn't go the way of Lava, but they're tripling Boom Esports in terms of kills.
It's nuts. And Borderby can't even get close enough to get his hands on any of the Zeus spells. Like that's what he needs to steal this game, and it's just not happening.
That's not.
Yeah, is he thinking about it? Oh, he's more than thinking.
He is he's seeing a dead C-Smile. One more hit is gonna do it. Glimpse taking him away. No, they missed everything. He might still get the kill. Lumiere overstaying his welcome, will be taken down. These are the kind of mistakes that Boom Esports are gonna punish heavily. C-Smile, nice bait there. He does steal the traps. That could be a moment that changes the game.
That's huge. Get those traps, get those slows, get some nice juicy targets for your Sven to hit.
King off, Sven is caught. Nah, too tanky right now, and his team is missing off the map. You're not going to be making a mistake of going for Gardic. They don't want him. They want the Zeus, and they might be able to get him. Heavily jumps away. Knight does find him still.
Yeah.
Who Stomp connects? Where's the follow-up? The Sven is coming from the side. Stampede gonna be used. Sven, however, gonna be annoyed by the Mars. So Wonder Kid gets himself a kill.
Glimpse.
They have a glimpse. Avalanche from the other side. Lava. They were baiting you in. Zeus jumps himself away inside of the arena. Pakaz just pops the BKB, runs out of it, and gets the kill on the Zeus. C-Smile in an uncomfortable position. Has the capability to run away. Avalanche, Panda looking very much dead. C-Smile, no spear to stop him. And Genek there, it was so close to getting that spear. He didn't have the mana for the use because he went for the God's Rebuke. That's probably what cost him the kill. But either way, Lava again come out ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, that is the BKB reveal for the Sven. That's the God Strength. And you did not get a teamfight win out of that, and you are going to lose Roshan off of the back. Painful.
Actually, Boom Esports got more gold out of that fight. Now when I'm looking at the fight recap, 400 more gold. But of course, the Roche is the big prize.
Exactly, and that's going to equalize that little bit of gold gained as well.
And that's a 9-second BKB of the Sven being used. We all know how you win versus the Sven. You get through those BKB charges. Lava, they're not getting this super fast, but eventually they'll get it. Boy.
Oh, Pakaz can't do this anymore.
Oh, Pakaz, run away. Please. Please. Freaking Tormentors. Man, I hate them. I love them. I don't know. It's a love-hate relationship, for sure.
Well, that's Pakaz pretty much done for here. Yeah, he needs some bottle charges.
The bottle picks up the Wisdom Rune.
It's very high level.
The Zeus had waited a second more for his ulti, he probably would have gotten Pakaz as well. Right, because Pakaz would have tried to kill the Tormentor. But the second you saw one hero die to the neutral, then you just pop the ult immediately, you get in the next one. This is a big deal for Lava, actually. It does increase their gold lead quite heavily. They have the Aegis as well as the Crystallis on the TA. They're hitting their stride.
They are. Yeah, the fact that she feels completely comfortable going for more damage before going for the BB says it all.
And that's a shard for Knight, quite deserved. He did give his life for it. Disruptor already had his, so it was between the Darkseer and the Centaur, and I guess the Darkseer one is not too bad versus the Refraction.
No, that does pretty nicely, and any increase in the damage, because the Centaur is the hero that I think at this point is the most likely to go for the Zeus. And any extra damage to throw onto that very fragile hero helps as well. Though I say very fragile, he does have Yasha. Yeah, up.
Kayasha, that's what it's called.
It's true.
Sven jumped on. Bulwark stolen by the Rubik, not really a spell that you want, but he has a heavily jump as well. Yules on the Mars, protecting him. Out of the static storm, you'll be on the Sven, just doing so much damage. Yules on the Tiny, keeping him alive, but you will hit the ground, my friend, and no amount of Yule Scepters are gonna save you. 2 heroes are dead on lava, only one on Boom at the moment, only from the Zeus, because without his BKB, he is in a little bit of trouble. As Lumiere wanting to go forward, Knight hiding in the trees, waiting for an opportunity, but that is a TA with an Aegis, so not an easy grab. Has the refraction charges again.
Wonder Kid
going for the Zeus. Knight, that was a perfect catch, and it is gonna allow. No, it's not.
Way.
Homing missile coming into play because doesn't have his ulti any longer. I'm not a god, and I want to kill one. That's not gonna be happening because Lumiere on the other side does lose his Aegis, but finishes off because before that happens, he smiled with a very good positioning in that fight. They are coming forward. Lumiere still wants something here. Won't be able to do it. And Sacred back into the world of the living. This fight isn't over. They lift up the TA. C-Smile has to be very careful. The stolen rocket barrage doing quite a lot. Melt Strike. C-Smile is crushing it. Is hiding in the shadows. But in the end, still does go down. Gardic finishes him off as Sacred finishes off a Gardic. What a long fight. And Kips, Boom Esports seem to have gotten out slightly at.
Yeah, I think they got the better bargain at the end there, getting to hold their side of the map, take down Lumiere. Had immense momentum going into that, and Lava once again just a little too greedy. I have to praise Knight for the serious amount of patience he had while hiding in the woods right there.
Beautiful, beautiful. You said he's probably the one that's going to be going for the Zeus, and he does exactly that. Also, Sven didn't go for an Aghanim Scepter. Rather, he did finish the Halberd, which is going to be amazing versus the TA. Sacred has the Surge, will try to run away. Instant Yules to purge it off, and the Zeus is going to be doing massive amounts of damage, but with the mech and the pipe that's coming back in 3 seconds, he's going to be fine. No, not for long. The Godspeed finishes him off. C-Smile inside of the arena. Those illusions from the Zeus are literally ripping him apart, and even with the Stampede, you will not escape the arena. The Yules on Knight. Boom Esports one by one. They're going down, and Wonder Kid is doing way too much damage. Genek finishing them all off. Lava, even without Lumiere, they pack a punch.
That is nearly level 20 on Wonder Kid right now. Just finished off the Manta style, and that Lightning Hand Zeus is sure putting his hands on Boom right now.
Does hurt. They didn't get the tier 2 on the bottom lane, but one in the mid will most definitely fall. Genek more than capable of tanking the damage with the Bulwark, and that's gonna be first tier 2 of the game gone. I saw BKB being purchased. That's gonna be the one for the TA, and one for the Mars. Really big.
Exactly. Double BKB, and this is where the problem starts for Boom. This
gave
is
away
where
the gem.
Sven has to. Oh. That's gonna cost them most of their vision outside of the base.
Speaking of the Sven, he's down to 7 seconds on his BKB, so no more long charges.
Oh, they got Genek, and he didn't get his BKB off.
Vacuum as
Lumiere
well.
went in.
Lumiere, that's a 9 second BKB, and he might actually still die. Where's the refraction charges? He doesn't have them. Sven is too strong. Just goes through them like butter.
Mother. Unforced errors.
Literally unforced errors. No reason to make it. I think they're getting too excited on Lava. That has to be the case.
Yeah, maybe a little. I mean, one of the reasons that they look like they can out-tempo Boom is because they have been taking risks, and those have been working out for them. And what we saw in some cases here was you take that risk and it does not work out for you. This one, though, feels a little beyond the risk. I understand though, right? Because this is the double timing. This is the next thing that you work your way towards. You see the guy with the other BKB getting caught. Your first thought is, oh no, now we're going to have to wait and we miss our timing. But maybe I can save it. It's sunk cost fallacy.
And the Sven is now level 20, so the Warcry added armor is there. He's going for a harpoon.
Huge.
That halberd, he's so good at protecting himself and his teammates. Also has the Elven tunic as well. This TA is going to be needing an MKB, and Lumiere isn't even thinking about it right now. He is going to hit level 20 as well, however.
Yes, yeah, and the point now where you get to actually pose a damage threat to the Sven during the fight is over. If Lava was thinking about the fights in that way, and I do think we've mostly seen Lumiere already work around the Sven, not into him, but certainly he would have to completely switch it up right now and just, you don't get to hit the Sven anymore at all.
He's gonna be doing so much damage. He has the Nemesis Curse and the level 20. Kaz pops his ulti, gets the kill. No Roche up to kill him. So,
Genix in the trees.
don't breathe. Don't breathe.
You're checking? Oh, don't even wiggle your toes, my man.
Okay, I could finally start breathing there. Hopefully Genek is doing the same, because if he stopped when he started hiding in those trees, he would probably losing consciousness right about now. Knight not gonna be surviving that one. The ulti from the Zeus, just a little bit too much damage at this point.
I do see that Genek is also getting very close to his level 20. Lava has all of the tools that they need.
They really do. Thank you, Goldie, though. Kips, is it enough? Sven is at the top of the network chart. He is the strongest one. But if you do get to like level 25 on the TA, those refraction charges are going to be a problem, especially for the Sven. Maybe not for an Iron Shell, but for the Sven, most definitely.
Exactly. Like your matchup becomes drastically better at that point. The Sven Satanic, he is gearing up for the longer fights, though.
Yep, he understands his BKB is low. He's not gonna be getting away with a crit.
AD Daedalus for Lumiere.
And they're going over enemy traps though. Lava, they have really good preparation around this area.
The God Strength is going to be out. I think if you're Lava, you just wait. Can you? Spot Genek.
Well, Pakaz is running forward, doesn't want to allow them to wait. They kill the illusions, homing missile slows them down. Lava, they are trying to wait, they will lose a ward for it. Very short glimpse, but they have the Thunder Strike on the Mars. As the and the Sven has found an opening! Oh boy, the two supports are just deleted. Even with the Ghost Scepter, not gonna be enough. Iron Shell from Sacred gets the kill. Wonder Kid, TP out. He cancels it! Why? He was out! He was out 100%. Now he's definitely going to be dying. The stolen heavenly jump. C-Smile. He can do that as well. Knight is taking so much damage, though, from Wonder Kid. Might actually die very close to it, but in the end does live. On the other side of the fight, Lumiere getting ran down, even with an AD rune. Nice blink out just in time to dodge the Stormhammer. And Lumiere going for a TP out. Not going to be happening. He has been found. Lava. Their lead is gone. It has been thrown away. C-Smile getting a double kill. He's on a killing spree. This is the worst possible moment for this to happen, as well as the Roche will spawn in 30 seconds.
They were so careful to not have to fight into that Sven God Strength that they waited too long. They let Boom cut a path right through the middle of their formation and put the DA in a position where if she showed her face, she was always going to be too deep.
The call was made probably, don't fight versus the God Strength, and then they lost positioning and some more positioning and even more of it, and in the end the fight ended up being a complete disaster for them. Roche is now going to be scouted. No, it's not. This is good for Lava. If the Roche isn't scouted, then that means they still have a chance to fight for it.
Well, you say that, but there's a conga line moving towards the pit right now. 23 seconds. For Lumiere, another God Strength, you're not going to get that time.
No, definitely not. Rubik is also level 20, so the Fate Bolt cooldown is there. That is a big deal. He's just gonna be spamming his spells so much. Roche, he's gone. Second Roche, something that the TA wants to end the game. Now it is Boom that are ahead. Now it is Boom that are controlling the game.
Once again, and we saw it previously as well. Lumiere can't actually fight Pakaz even when the God Strength is out. He simply does not deal enough damage against all of that armor that Pakaz brings. And
Zeus using his ulti just for some vision. Might kill Panda. BKB, Arena. Gauntlet does nothing to the Ghost Scepter. Spear, however, it does, so that's gonna be a dead Disruptor buying some time of theirs.
Just a little bit of that Aegis time wasted, and that is an Aegis that went to the Rubik, by the by. Since Sven, being a transformation hero, we know how well they do with Aegises. You don't get that much out of a second round of Sven.
And let's not kid ourselves, he doesn't die. He has 1 billion armor.
No.
He has a Satanic and 4.5k HP, so...
I agree with your assessment. He is immortal. For all practical intents and purposes. Going to buy himself an overwhelming blink very soon.
You like the overwhelming blink more on the Sven or the swift blink?
Where's my pension?
That's a tough one.
I guess
think it's
overwhelming
usually
blink
the
gives
swift.
you more burst, right?
I mean, you'd really have to do the maths on that, depending on like what items you've built, etc. Like with the Satanic build-up, yeah, I do think that the overwhelming is probably more damage.
Probably, especially 25 strength with the God strength.
Yeah,
you can
and the
have level
halberd.
20 as
Yeah.
well.
No, I think you'd go swift if you have different items, like if you have a Daedalus, say. That's why, I don't know, but with both the halberd as well as the Satanic, this is damage.
T-Smile is going forward. Has the Aegis. Stampede is gonna be used. God's Rebuke actually does so much damage, steals the traps as well. So that's
Good
gonna
lord.
be quite big, and they found Dismar. That's gonna be another casualty more. Avalanche and the Toss are cool, but the Stolen Avalanche is gonna be even cooler for C-Smile as the Yules of the Tiny. He overlapped it with the Ghost Scepter. There's absolutely nothing for him. Level 25 Sven running for your base. This is not your base. It is mine. Stolen Avalanche coming through as well. Stolen Rocket Barrage. C-Smile is just playing around with those spells as the Glyph will be used and the waves have been cut. So Boom Esports, at least they cannot get the laner racks, but maybe they can get a tier 3. They're going.
Nah. Not quite. The creeps are coming and they don't see any reason to stop slapping the building, I guess.
Yannick doing his
never
best
mind.
to kill them. He's not going to be able to do it. Static Storm going to be used. He has the BKB to use right now and the Arena. Sven doesn't have his, so he cannot really continue on the chase, but they see it clearly. The Glyphs come back into our arms, and he will just come back as a corpse. The creeps are still coming with a push, and it is time to continue with it. Even without the God Strength, they should at least be able to take the range racks. Lava, they don't have any gold lead any longer, Kips.
I wonder if he's gonna try something here. The C-Smile was really rather low.
Still has an Aegis though. They bait in the Zeus. God's Thunder God's Wrath used. Perfect position for a TP out. Stampede used to run away. Did they get the melee racks in the mid lane? Yes, they did. So that's a nice one for Boom Esports. And now, after like 37 minutes of being behind, they have a slight
Lumiere.
gold lead. God's Strength going to be used. Lumiere getting targeted. There's the Nimbus Cloud being used. No refractions for quite some time. Dust will be coming over, and Lumiere loses his life. It's just way too easy to kill him at this point. Sven's not done. Bardic is next on the menu with a glimpse. They should be able to kill him. That's a gem drop. Trying to save it with a courier, not going to be happening. And again, they take away the enemy gem.
Or maybe that's their gem. Or the Lumiere just can't catch a break. Did not finish off his full Hurricane Pike at any point earlier in the game and is now paying for it several times over.
Oh, things are looking bad for them. Lava might need to buy back on the TA that doesn't have a BKB. Sven doesn't have his either, but he's looking much more powerful. Knight, very aggressive. He still has that BKB that he just bought. Gonna be tossed in, however, as the vacuum wall. They get baited, and this is what we were talking about. Even without the costing, they're taking so much damage. Not doing enough to kill them. Spear onto Sacred. Buyback of the Gyro on the other side of the fight. Tiny has already died. No buyback on him. Very long arena. Level 3 there. Sacred will be able to run out as they do find themselves a nice Zeus. no spear into the fountain. That's gonna be heroes just dying over and over again. Guardian, he cannot leave this kinetic field, and Boom Esports, they will completely overwhelm Lava while Lumiere is waiting to come back to life. Guys, I want to save my buyback. It is very, very important.
Yeah, gotta think about your economy. You do still have to buy that hurricane bike, you know?
Sure. And how do you buy it if you are dead? The buyback from the Mars, glimpse back, Lumiere has been caught, lifted up in the air, fall up stun as well. A couple more hits, no BKB for you. Yules was used on Pakaz, but the BKB doesn't allow him to get lifted up into the air. This is his fountain now, uses the standing to survive a little bit longer. Genek will die to see Smile using the stolen lightning bolt, and that's gonna be GG. Lava twice in a row. They could taste the victory, and they never got it.
And they never know. And in this game, more than in the previous one, I think that they let it slip out of their own hands. It was, of course, always going to be a rough one with, once again, a very good matchup for Pakaz here. All of that armor, a definite problem for the TA to get through. But this game wasn't all TA. All you needed was somebody to make, the flock of birds scatter before you, and then you have a Zeus to back that up as well. But with the panic moment on that double BKB timing, Lava wasn't ready to win this one.
Yeah, they were mentally coming into the series. They probably didn't think they would get this far, and then what now was the question. But that just means that the Boom will be opening their opening day of Group B with 2 wins, 2-0. Versus Universitario, 2-0 versus Lava, though those are teams that don't have a single victory just yet. So you were supposed to win versus them. So that means that we only got 2 0s today. Estar backs won versus Midas Club, and Boom Esports beat Universitario and Lava, as we mentioned. Tomorrow, Kips, we're gonna have Lava versus Infamous, Estar backs versus Boom. That's gonna be a big one, and Universitario versus Midas. Other than the obvious game of Estar backs versus Boom, and any other series that you think we should really keep our eyes on?
I mean, definitely consider me interested in Lava versus Infamous here, because Lava has a very important evaluation to do now, where you can either see this as we nearly got it twice, and then we made these mistakes, and that's why we lost and we suck, or no, we nearly got it twice and we made these mistakes, and now it's very easy to know where we need to improve to not do this next time. And it's really all about how they run with the lessons of today that's going to decide in what kind of mood they're going to be tomorrow, because I saw a very strong performance marred by a little overexcitement. I'm very curious to see if Lava can rectify that.
Slowly but surely, we are getting to the end of the group stage here at the LATAM number 2 at the regional Dota 2 series. Only 3 more days remaining of Group B, and then, like always, 3 days of playoffs with potential tiebreakers beforehand. But for today, we are ending the show. Of course, tomorrow we are gonna be back at 19 CEST. So everybody, be sure to be here, because the Dota is gonna continue to be amazing.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.